pregunté por qué por esto yo me jodío. Yo me jodío, pa' mantenerme todo el tiempo prendido. Tratar de apagarme la movie, ninguno ha podido. Me siento bendecido, me cambian el tempo del beat, nunca me salgo fuera de ritmo. Cada tema que suelto es un himno, es que me puse pa' mí, no fue que me llené de egoísmo. Tú estás chapi hasta el money, y ahora soy más maceta que cuando pobre. Hay que llenar más de dinero el pote. Tú vas a dejar de ser hater cuando como yo tú comes. Me busque lo mío, por lo mío siempre me la veo yo. Saben que me busque lo mío, yeah. Castigaste y nunca pido recibo. Ahora me busque lo mío. Vale, llega la tenis, las comimos chino y no le cambiamos el chino. Ahora me busque lo mío. Te pregunté por qué por esto yo me jodío. El primer cheque le compré una casa a mi mai. Él es su chaco el guy. Iba a ser pobre, lo supe desde la high. Ahora subo una foto y me llueve los likes. Las barras las tenían bowling like Mike. Tú estás chapi atrás del money, y ahora soy más maceta que cuando pobre. Hay que llenar más de dinero el pote. Tú vas a dejar de ser hater cuando como yo tú cobres.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
Today, a third team can lock playoffs and 3 NA squads are fighting for survival. Hello and welcome to Stage 1 of VCT Americas, coming to you live from the cozy confines of the Smoothie Bar. I am Zoe, and joining me today are Athena, Wyatt, and Dryad. How are we feeling today?
Great. Much better now that you're here.
What about-
That's why we pay her the medium bug.
What about?
Nope.
Me? Damn.
Yeah, I'm really happy that you, Zoe, and Athena are
What?
here.
Yeah.
I just
Specific.
Dude, my favorite part
I'm
of this
just trying
couch
to
is
chill.
the girlies on this couch.
Yeah.
Wait,
So true.
hey,
We're here for the girlies. We're here
Yeah.
for good
Athena,
VALORANT.
what
We're
about-
taking the day off. You're out of the conversation right now, right? I'm sorry. We're going to talk about evil geniuses taking on Sentinels. And of course, later today, we're going to have MIBR and Cloud9 going head-to-head. And it's Sunday, which also means that it's time for the Pulsar Flick of the Week. For this one, I feel like we have to call in the authorities because that was criminal.
Yeah.
It was a criminal wallbang on Asuna from Kiko. I mean, look at this.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh.
The timing on that flick is actually insane. And hitting it through the wall, crazy.
And then they won the round because he got that kill through the wall.
Is that
was
why they
kind
won
of
the
crazy.
round? That's-
Well, they were in a three, and then he got
I
the
think
kill, and
they-
they had man advantage.
they won the game because of Kiko. I mean, he was insane.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did.
Okay. Kiko has been
actually
stepping
did
it up,
third
though.
map.
Like I was about to say, like Kiko
Yeah.
actually on an upward trajectory.
Yeah.
Love to see that. And yeah, it's sad that the week 3 is already coming to an end.
Yeah.
Alas, there's more VCT action. That's right. So much more to come because tomorrow we're going to have the start of the Challengers Stage 2 playoffs. And if you've not been following, Wyatt, there's a lot of familiar faces we get to see there.
Yeah, the M80 team, they picked up Caillou and Kaplan, who's my man crush. Love
Oh,
him.
okay.
He's back there.
Okay.
They got Nismo as well, who's kind of playing with some of those guys last year, like Caillou. Xander is still in the mix. There's a lot of players that have been even like good, like great players in this Tier 1 league go down, and they're trying
Well,
to
I'm
fight
going to
back.
cut you off because
Okay.
there's a lot of
Please
hype
do.
around
Won't be the
FlyQuest.
last time today.
FlyQuest signed Sleepers, which this team was doing super good. They actually placed 4th last stage. They were getting really, really good rolls. They were playing a lot, and they were one of the only unsigned teams that placed that high up in that stage last year. FlyQuest, you guys may know a little bit of lore, but I used to be on a team also called FlyQuest. This
Yeah?
happens to be under the same
With the
org,
same
and
logo and
with
everything.
the same logo and
Whoa.
everything.
That's
It's FlyQuest.
crazy.
They're really good at looking out for the little guys, I like to say. They like to pick up the teams that
Wait,
may
are you
be
the little guy?
overshadowed.
Were you the little guy?
You know what? I'm just such a little guy. And I think they just picked up this team, which makes a lot of sense because they're super sick to watch.
It was really fun, and also because this team of Sleepers is a team that we didn't really know these individual
Yeah.
players towards the beginning, and they started performing kind of in the same way that last year we saw Rankers or Envy perform.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas a team out of nowhere, they just kept winning and winning, and it felt like it was the right pickup. But another guy that I want to talk about here is Fireball Ops. He has been in the league for quite some time, but he is really impressive. And my pitch for him is, yes, he didn't make it to playoffs. He is not. He's not going to be playing in the following days. But when you look at the players that the teams have picked up from Tier 2 in the last couple of years, they're usually not the number 1 team, the number 2 team. They are those players that are being highlighted even when everything else is going wrong for the team. And I think at Fireball Ops, he is the one doing that every single time. He's incredibly flexible. He plays a lot of the Sentinel role. He's one of the best anchors that we have. But also when he has to play, the double duelist, he's doing it too.
I love that.
Also, the aura of that face with that
It was
name, of
Morgan.
that team name as well. That went hard.
Yeah. And there's another guy as well. There's a lot of guys
There's
that we
a
have.
lot of guys.
There's a lot of guys that we have in challenges. The other one is someone that I've been talking about for a while. I think part of it is I really like the name Chaotic, but also he is so good. We've seen in challengers different approaches to the current meta, where sometimes you see these double duelists being played out, sometimes you see teams, some teams that have even tried the mix recently.
Yeah.
But Chaotic is just one of those players that have been the most consistent. He is actually making it to playoffs, so he's going to be playing against M80, and he is so fun to watch. You usually have Pew, who's playing the Neon, and then you have Chaotic, who's playing sometimes something else, playing trying to complement what there is going to be before with the Yoru, with the Phoenix as well, or the Neon before when he had to. I think he's just incredible, and one of the players that you need to watch out for. There's the obvious favorites of the M80, the YFP that ended up being undefeated.
Yeah,
but
Core.
those names that you don't talk about as much, those are the ones that get picked up.
That's right. You can see them all in action this very week. So make sure to tune in to the Challengers Stage 2 playoffs starting tomorrow, continuing through the entire week. You do not want to miss it. Speaking of missing things, Dryad, I will be missing you. We're going to let you go for now.
The prompter said Dryad exit, so beat it, buddy.
No.
That's all right. We're gonna get you back as often as we can to talk over what Wyatt has to say. But for now, we're gonna say goodbye to you and hello to our first skirmish side selection, a 1v1 featuring Redux and assistant coach Foe.
Yep, shout out to Foe. He competed in Valorant too. Yeah, it's not Pho, and people are gonna say it's Pho. It's not. He goes by Foe. I know this because he was my teammate for 6 months in 2016.
Corrected you on a daily on
and he did play Comp Valorant at the beginning as well. He was once a starter on EG, if you can believe that, back in like 2021.
I mean, he won the skirmish last time he
something
played
like
skirmish.
that.
He won.
Yeah, he was playing on the team. I think when Potter was a player on the team as well. Some ancient history.
Real ones know.
I was lying. My reactions are good.
Got it.
He's hitting him with the mind games.
That's crazy. Oh, the op is out.
Oh,
it always comes out. Oh, Rita.
You can't be doing that.
Oh
You can't be switching to the op.
I had to.
I knew it.
Holy cringe.
I know, I had to, bro.
Would you do that if you were in the skirmish?
Oh,
Would you try to
absolutely.
cheese them? Would you actually?
I absolutely
You would dishonorably play the skirmish
Of
to
course.
win?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the meta.
Come on.
Oh.
I mean, it's a nice shot.
I'm sorry.
It's a nice
I
shot.
like
I'll
that.
I'll put it down.
No, it's fine, bro. Keep it.
I'll put it down.
The meta is you do knife round. You make them think you're on their side. Then you pull out the op.
That's crazy.
Pull out the judge. You hide behind a box and you just
That's
get normal.
crazy. All right,
I
well,
knew you were in that corner.
Redux kind of
I was
cooked.
never in that corner, bro.
That'll happen,
and,
though.
And S.
GG's, bro.
He's been kind of
GG's, bro.
nice.
That's fun.
He's been kind of insane.
You think he's kind of nice
Yeah, he's been kind of insane, not going to lie.
in the server?
Yeah,
Oh my
well,
god.
Speaking of
How?
insane,
Wait, where is that? I'm so
That
paranoid.
is terrifying.
Yeah, that's
that's
yeah.
actual
Again, that's
horror
a
movie.
hard note
He's
for
watching
me.
over us.
He is indeed. He's been watching. He will be watching this game, I'm sure, as well. Evil Genius is his favorite team. I'm just gonna make some claims here because why not? But yeah, EG, they played and lost a very close match against FURIA last week. That's their second in a row, right? So
Yeah.
now they again are finding themselves, not again, but they are finding themselves in this pretty much like need a win scenario in order to control their destiny heading into playoffs.
Yeah, this group is just crazy stacked. You're looking at all 6 teams. Now the crew just look like world beaters.
Yeah.
Furia have, remained consistent to the extent that even when Superman and Dijazine get 1,000 kills in this series, it's not enough to take it. Like, this is not getting any easier for them. They're playing at Sen, who just got Gerwin, and they look great. Like, this group, it's tough.
Yeah, it's looking tough, but I think their performance was really nice, actually. I enjoyed watching it. I feel like when you think of EG and you think of Potter, you think of a lot of those slow play styles with the defaults, with a lot of calculated deep playbook, and I feel like they really did bring it out. But Supa and DGZen, man, they were on fire. Supa with his lurks, felt like his mechanics with the Guardian too for some reason. Every time he had that, he had like 3 insane headshots, and then DGZen on that Neon was just so
Yep.
good. I feel like, for me at least, he's like the duelist that needs the least support. He can be super self-sufficient
Yeah,
on
he's
the
just been
Neon.
frying all year.
Yeah, he's been insane, so super fun.
Little warm up there on the table in the back. But yeah, if we're looking at the individuals, who needs to step it up for these upcoming matches for
That
to
just
stay
threw me
in?
off. I was like, wait, where did they all go?
It's magic.
I
There's
just
Josh,
see
there are
Riv
players,
back
then
there.
they're gone. It's
What?
wow. Movie magic.
Yeah,
what
that's
it is,
crazy.
yeah. But
Well,
who needs
I'm
to
gonna
step it up?
answer your
Thank
question.
you so much. Thank you for
Instead
not
of
listening
talking
to
about
you.
ping pong.
I just got confused.
I think Bao needs to step it up because Bao,
Okay.
we've seen him kind of lingering in the middle of the scoreboard. He does have some pretty good timings. He's definitely one of the high percents for the team, as you can see there. His Killjoy has been pretty good, and he has been playing a little bit of the Vice too. But I do just wish to see something a little bit new, maybe more support to set him up for those lurk timings. Because Supa, he's done a really good job. When we have those 2 lurkers, you have a lot of really good ping pong opportunities.
For sure. You were telling me earlier about how much I love numbers and data.
You
Can I
are
give
a
you
math
some
guy.
basic numbers and data from that last
Give
game?
me the basic
Because
numbers.
you did have Dijazine and Superman both getting, it was like 64 and 60-something kills, and the next highest was about with 39. There was a pretty big gulf between the rest of the team
Yeah.
and those two. They need some help. And he could be the guy to help them, because he was very good, typically, like especially
Yeah.
joining up with EG earlier
Previous,
last year.
yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to look at him as well. I think that's a good call out.
Yeah, it's been a super exciting new prospect, so our expectations were obviously high heading into this very season. Maybe in today's match he'll find extra motivation because across from him there's a familiar foe.
Ooh.
That's right, we get some drama going. Former teammate Jerwin is with on the stage today, so Dryad caught up with the SAD Esports alums ahead of today's match.
Every year we have new faces in VCT Americas, and for you too, Bao and Jerwin, you actually used to play for the same team in Challengers for SAD, and you were last year fighting for promo relegation, trying to stay in Challengers. Today you're in VCT Americas, both of you, and you're facing each other. Bao, what have been your learning lessons now compared to before? What's better?
I mean, the biggest lessons I've learned while doing my time on EG is just to build trust in your team and also just the connection, because I mean, Jerwin's right here. I had no trust in this guy back in tier 2. But now we're both here playing against each other, and yeah, can't wait to have a great game.
What do you have to say?
I don't have a lot to say to this guy, I'm not gonna lie. He just runs his mouth all day.
I have a question. How do you compare the pressure of that last year promo relegation playing with Bao to your opening matchup against Sentinels?
There's a lot more pressure playing that game because, you know, it's a bigger chance to lose with this guy on your team. He doesn't try, he doesn't come. He didn't take it seriously at all. So, you know, a lot less pressure versus 100 Thieves because, you know, I got 5 players who all want to win.
So, any last words that you want to say to Bao before your match?
No, I don't have anything to say to this guy.
What about you, Bao?
Yo, actually, I don't know what I could say on this stream, but Jerwin, bro. Right, bro, good luck.
I think they really like each other.
This is so good.
That was amazing.
All right, the talking the talk. It's
They're
time
besties.
to walk the walk. This is an indicator of being besties.
Yeah, actually.
Like if you run your mouth like that, there's a good relationship going.
Yeah, like Wyatt.
Yeah, that's like, wait,
Yes.
Athena,
Yes.
that's like us.
Oh, they
We're
just
not
found
okay, never
out.
mind.
No,
They
we're
just found out. That's so cute.
My bad, dog.
No, okay, let's talk about this though, right? For the side of Sentinels, they took a loss with a sub. Less than ideal, but you know, you do expect that. But they looked much better with German in the team,
Yeah.
in the lineup just last week. And I mean, he was off to such a rough start. He was the first one to go down. First round, first game, he went down, but he also got the last kill in the round, so they're looking good.
Yeah, he bounced back super fast. Like,
Yeah.
literally on the second round, there was an opportunity to get a kill when they were on the eco after losing the pistol. He gets the first blood. From there, they win, send bounce back. He had so much impact, I felt like, in the first attack half that you could just tell, like, finally, Sen are clicking, actually, with, you know, this new iteration in 2026.
Yeah, I think too, when you watch his defense side as well, I love that he brings a little bit more aggression to Sen. He's able to kind of have a lot of those first beats. Oh my god, did we just see a high five getting denied on screen there? That's insane.
That's a bad omen.
Yeah, I think you're talking about synergy. I think this comes to show,
Yeah.
you know, they have a lot of synergy even though they're rejecting high fives. But no, Jerwin, really good start even though he is kind of new to this stage. Very new, actually, in fact. And he's a little bit nervous when we talked to him too in a couple of the interviews, but he really brought it back. It felt like you said, he was
Yeah,
super
really didn't seem
impactful.
like it.
It did not seem like
I
he was
didn't see
nervous.
the nerves in,
I think
in
he
his
was more
play, on
nervous.
his face. Like,
Yeah, I think he's more nervous to like interview than he was to.
I mean, that's fair though.
play.
Like that's all very
Yeah.
new. Like this is not a normal situation for
yeah.
any human being, so that's understandable. I think it also helped the team that Cortesia was just like dropping numbers. Like
Oh my
that was an insane performance.
This guy was insane. I mean, his Viper on split was so good. I think the main thing for me was his positioning in clips like this when they're on that low buy, playing that forward angle, trying to get a lot of those picks, and knowing that he has to fight to get those numbers. It felt like every single part of the site that he was on or the map was completely locked down. He had almost a chokehold on the way that they were trying to play 100 Thieves, shutting down mid, using util to delay for long enough, and then their fast buds obviously came in time.
I feel like if you're a Sen fan, you were really waiting for this dude to activate, because when he was first picked up in the off-season tournaments, he looked like their best player. He was frying, and then coming into VCT this year, it slowed down. He's kind of been like middle of the pack for them. But if he's going to be in that form, and also he was brought in like as a vibes guy too, so that I think can contribute to German. No, for real, that was one of the things. Like last year when MIBR looked miserable, he was like the guy bringing them back with the energy. So he's providing a lot to this team. and if he's going to be like this individually, that's super scary.
I mean, he had like the most kills on one map in like from all the players in stage 1 thus far.
Yeah,
it helped
like
that we went into OT, into OT, into OT.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that might skew the numbers
70 rounds of play might have contributed to more kills, but he was still the best player in the server.
Exactly, the numbers don't lie. So yeah, based on this information though, like, is there any other players you would like to highlight? Anyone else that really stood out for you on the side of Sentinels? Redux perhaps? Different role?
Redux perhaps?
You want to talk about him?
You want to talk about him?
Should I talk about him? Are we fighting?
Zoe, do you want to talk about him?
Zoe, you want to talk about him?
I do. Switched up his role, right? And now he's finding success. I loved what we saw there.
Yeah, I think Redux has done a really good job on the Omen, on the controller, just in general. Recently, we've seen this kind of meta shift where the Omens have been hyper aggressive. And I think when you're putting Redux, who was that Yoru player before, onto it, it's just become really sick. It's become a really good synergy for him.
I'm going to give some credit to the Sen org and how they've used Redux over the last couple of years, including his time with Qbert Academy and Challengers, because he started in Challengers years ago as a young player, duelist, classic kind of situation where he's frying on that. But then with Qbert, when he was already good enough to be in the league but not old enough, he started flexing around, taking a leadership role with that team, playing a lot of different agents, and at the time his stats kind of suffered, so people were like, is he going to still be good enough for the league? But now he's here and he's got server time, match time already with those agents and challengers, and now he's just this guy that can play whatever they need.
Yeah, I think you're making a good point though. Like, it is a big part is also the org, like setting the players up for success. Like, we see that so often that if a player has to play a role which is just might not be ideal for their individual playstyle or for what the idea for the team is, and then very great players very often look less than great, which is always a bit disappointing.
I think the team synergy is definitely there with Redux, and I feel like we feel that a lot, especially with John QT. Like, whenever they're sitting next to each other, you can tell that they're homies, like they're brothers, and I think they really enable each other to play aggressive or to be like that. And I think John QT, obviously being the IGL, he really trusts Redux with a lot of those things. Like you're saying at Qbert, where he had a little bit more of a voice, he's able to call those aggressive fights, and he's able to put himself in those positions. And so I think he's just really been shining on this Omen, and I really like it. And also that stat sheet showed that he played ISO, and I completely forgot about that, and that was also insane.
Oh yeah, the week 1 breeze where everyone thought that was the meta because Fnatic did it once, and then Fnatic were like, guys, stop.
No, it didn't work, guys.
So if I had to ask the two of you, like, which of these teams do you think is more likely to make the playoffs and do well in the playoffs as well, just based on their trajectory and what we've seen the last 3 weeks?
Ooh.
I think you got to go with Sen for 2 factors. One, I think there is like a psychological confidence factor because they get their full roster and immediately hit the ground running, have a really solid win, and then the other players being back in form too. I think that's like going to affect their mentality coming into the next week today a lot, and they're going to be feeling good, right? And then also I think just like individual player form, at least in today's matchup, they're across the board. I think you're looking at them being better.
Yeah, I think the thing I will say is for EG, they do tend to do really well against those slower default heavy teams, and I think that's just because they play by the book, right? And I think they have that really solidified. So for me, when it comes to playoffs and I'm thinking about teams like MIBR, about Sen, even teams like 100 Thieves, EG do tend to struggle a little bit because of that kind of fast-paced tempo that they tend to bring. So for me, I think it's going to be Sen. I just think they're a little bit more fluid, a little bit better adaptability, flexibility in general. And I also think that for EG, I'm still trying to search for a reason to kind of go crazy for them.
Whoa! That conversation, I did not know that I went with EG, but I guess we're did I pull a Dryad? Did I do a Den Dryad?
Oh my God.
Did I do that to myself?
No, now you got to pitch us on EG. We both just said Sen.
I don't have much. I'm like very often
you might have misclicked on the Google
might have
form.
done that.
It's
like,
possible.
Yeah, I got nothing. I thought within my heart of hearts that I went with Sentinels, but I guess I didn't, and that's okay. That's okay, because I might look like a genius.
I still
think
it's
10%.
valid, though. I still think it's valid. They did take a map off of
anyone can
FURIA,
win if they show up on match day, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no.
That is factual information.
You are right. And
them's the facts.
Digizine has showed up on every single match day.
That's true.
And he's dropping 30 kills on every single map.
You know what?
That'll help you win.
Yeah.
You know what? Digizine, Supa, and Bao start going crazy.
Today's the day.
I mean, you're right.
Hey, and today's a high-stakes game, right? Like, it's backs against the wall, so let's see what they have in store for us. Evil Geniuses and Sentinels are ready to face off, and we've got Riv and Vansili on the mic after this VCT Americas starts right now.
Jerwin, which paved the way forwards. Great entry. Regardless, Jerwin finds it. Timatino finished entirely.
I think the Sentinel is strong right now because they put like the new player, Jerwin. This guy's insane in my mind.
I would say we're pretty good at getting a good read on these teams. EG definitely a lot more confident going into that one. I understand that they have a really set way of playing the game, and you know they have Calm, Superman, like a lot of experience on that team.
Superman, he always put myself in good position, and he have a good reads.
Finally brought down on Superman. Oh, we're not going to see another one, are we? Oh, we are! Oh, it's Phil. My God, eviscerating them.
But they've also got some shooters with like Oki, DG Zen.
Woods and EG looking to see if they can claim space. Digicine, the win con's here. Digicine, thrifty win, an ace for him.
We got a lot of talent on that team, so it's going to be tough, but I know we'll find a way to get it done.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. It is time for more games. Glad you're here to join us. Awesome intro to the show by the desk, the couch.
Yeah.
And now we get to yell a little bit.
What did the couch have to say?
A lot of things about what they saw Superman and Digicine doing. They kind of combining them there, a bunch of stats. And we're going to have to see what they're doing in game. Also, the Sentinels is kind of feeling good right now. Great. Also, interview by Dryad. She came in, doubling up there.
Yeah,
with both of them.
It's nice to see a nice little fun rivalry between Bao and Jerwin, right? Who's had some challengers experience from a long time ago. I think even before SAT Esports, I think they had a short scene with each other for like a very, very short time, maybe in Limited Stand or Trust and Plug, something like that. But overall, this is going to be a very important game for these two teams. On the one end, Sentinels, you still want to ride that high, right? From the big victory you just got. Looked like and felt like a grand finals between them and 100 Thieves last week. And then for EG, they had a great start in the first map on FURIA by winning in overtime, 14-12 on Haven, but then everything just kind of fell off, and they're still trying to find not necessarily the identity, but just how to figure out how they can win these rounds. I think the fundamental protocols that they keep ingraining themselves, that they talk about in every single one of these interviews, you almost want to believe every time. But when you're watching and it's starting to get applied in game, there's so many gaps still missing. So I'm really hoping this is that week that they're able to correct all of that and make it a game against Sentinels.
Well, let's see what the maps have for us as we come in. EG will select Haven first to see if they can get under the skin of Sen and see a little bit of those fundamentals come online. And one of our oldest maps, and then go to Bind, another one there coming out along those lines.
Yeah, Haven is going to be a fun one, I think, for EG. Even though they're playing, you know, to the T of the double controller, I think it just kind of makes sense. Again, remember, it's a 14-12 victory they got against FURIA, so it's just probably a map that they've practiced a lot just to make sure that they iron everything out. But going into Bind for Sentinels is going to be a fun one too, because the last time they played that was with Narrate using a chamber. We'll get there once we get to Bind, but looking at this game here, it's going to be that same mirror matchup in this double controller on both sides, which is interesting at this point too, because now you're just playing into Evil Genius's strength.
Very true. They're going to feel so comfortable with this composition. We still see Sentinels who are comfortable, even putting in Jerwin and Redux and the rest of the squad together throughout this beginning of stage one after kickoff. And it's just trying to go up against EG, who's ready for your counters, may already have a few counters for you, and that's what you have to worry about, Potter and squad. Always having a few things up their sleeve that are directed completely at who would be John Cutie now taking back the reins for Sentinels.
And I feel this game is going to be, or this first map is definitely for EG to win, because for Bind going up next, we'll have to see maybe Sentinels comes with something new.
All right, about to jump on to Haven. It's time for your match start, brought to you by Samsung OLED as we hit Haven. Looks like they're about to hit some smokes to slow down A. Get things started towards that right side of the map from attack.
It's an interesting smoke, actually. It's towards sewers. So they want to try to set some sort of pressure on that side, making Sentinels kind of think that they're trying to take control of that sewer short, trying to waste some util in the first place. But look at Sentinels, a walk contact. That might potentially surprise Com, but at the same time, look at the fast rotate on the other side.
Already, Digicine, they checked C, and then they said, that's enough C. We're going to have to get back to A to set up the retake because Sen is in. Quick plant's going to be on default. Everybody's setting up a few towards hell, a few towards sewers. They're getting hit up by the relay bolts, but there's no follow-up just yet. EG getting into position to make it happen here. First one is Superman to try to turn some heads, and Sentinels is able to respond very well. EG just inching back in, a 3v2 in favor of Sentinels right now. And they're able to make it even better. It's just Kam who has to drop out, and he drops to Cortezia. Sentinels are in for pistol round.
It's good for RNG to try to set a fast tempo at the beginning of the pistol round, though. As soon as the spike was planted, Paranoia immediately came out, so they really wanted to dictate that they want to play with aggression. But already, everybody's staying at different positions around that map. Not many people are getting affected by that flash, and what was most important was trying to take control of hell for EG, because you still have players playing passively, watching from Heaven's side, but unfortunately, couldn't win all of those. So Sentinels has a strong pistol to kick things off, and Jurin going for the second round Bucky with some mid control. And that is actually something we'll have to keep an eye on as well. Bao has mentioned consistently how it's so hard for him to play against a sliding Allen in FURIA last week. Jurin could do the exact same thing.
Look how quick they read. So push down mid, that kind of lax. They know there's going to be someone in garage and spam right through it. Sentinels being very aware. Oh, a collab Bucky?
Somehow.
Yeah. There's not slugs in that thing. It's buckshot, and he gets it to go just right. They're going to get right into C. Kam does get one onto John QT here, so maybe be able to do some further damage, but it should be another round locked up by Sentinels.
This is good as well, just trying to have them come towards him. You know, towards the end of the day, I think you still want to try to push out and maybe die to the spike, because I think keeping this Stinger into the next round is not the best of ideas. And understanding the state of the game where Jerwin's getting really close to his ults, he's hoping that somebody else could come in, he could close that gap, maybe get another extra orb for himself. And at the end of the day, he also still walks into Jerwin, who picks him off with the classic. So it all pans out to how Sentinels wanted to finish the round out. Now they have a pretty decent bonus round, right? They only lost that single Stinger on that previous fight. So it gives them a chance right now to play fairly aggro here within this next round.
3 pips away from that Neon Overdrive already, too. Can start to utilize that if they want and get hold of these long lanes. Looks like they are going to try to give Long A little bit of trouble. Keep Kam or whoever it would be to get that alt orb.
Interesting, too. You look at Jerwin, he actually invested into a Judge this round. So had a Bucky on the previous one, going for a Judge on this one, too. So they are trying to maximize the space that they could get with this bonus round of the Stingers. And, of course, finishing towards that B side. Close range fights. You clear corners quite easily. Easy smokes like that. They have no choice but to spam for EG. If they were playing the crossbar setup, you can't stay on site. So they're in a prime position here to play the pulse plan for Sentinels.
And they stay in. They know smokes to cover. It's too much with the wall there. They got to fight toe-to-toe. It's just going to be Cortezia outside sight here as EG start to make their way in, and it is clean so far. Sweeping 3 Sen members off their feet. Still have the long-range Hail Mary Molly to come through. Launched from Cortezia. Threw his shoulder out on that one. So he gets a little bit on the spike. It's going to be too much, though. There's a whole arsenal of EG standing there like a family photo, ready to help the defuse go through. And EG will take that bonus round away for themselves.
And a flawless. That's very clean. That with 4 HP remaining as well, which is going to add that confidence to kick things off for EG side. By picking up such a clean round, fast, another very quick retake that he took. It was actually from the very beginning, Sentinels, of course, were saying they have to stay on site, right? You're not going to play long range trying to spam with Stingers on a pulse plan on that B side, so you have to stay in. But then once they realize here that EG were still on the extremities, they tried to fight back against them, but the EG flooded in right away as soon as they got the picks.
Everybody's pretty far back, too, after the smokes on A and whatnot. They don't want to see if Jerwin has a shotgun, and they were right to do so.
Yeah.
That gets scary.
Remember, Bao saying that he never had a chance to really play that game when he's holding tight angles, so he's showing himself a little bit more here, trying to ADS and try to go for early picks. This spot that he currently plays, though, towards that C side has been heavily punished when he tries to jiggle a little bit too early, and there's no support from Superman to crossfire with him because he's not supposed to be dying at that spot. So they are trying to be a little bit more reeled back within this round. Saw Jerwin peeking in towards that window, but everybody's going to walk back unscathed, keep it on the 5v5. Forces rotates, and as we force rotates, we force mistakes. Now let's see if they can close out this 4-on-4.
Okay, they have no Neon Sun.
Should we push Neon A? Can we push Neon A still?
You guys have to go first.
Picking 3-2. One could be short.
Double garage, double garage, double garage. They re-clear garage.
It's okay.
Neon
Just
was
rewind.
long.
You guys need to take the fights.
Yeah, picking. Be close right.
I have 2 smokes and blind.
I have nothing.
Heard. They probably know.
Maybe jump sweating default.
30 seconds left.
You guys try to pick him
Yeah,
together.
peek. Ready, 3, 2, 1. Walk up and all the way
I'll hold hill. I'll hold hill.
Close right.
I'm sight. I'm holding sight.
Spike
Wall.
down
Go through.
Let's
No, both garage, both pro garage.
I'm gonna orb
Good
CG.
flank.
Good flank.
Can you pop it when you can?
Yeah, wait.
We can maybe optic.
Yeah, we can.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
I'm chilling. I'm
Giant
chilling.
5. I think he's flanking. Take care.
I'm finding him.
I'm holding short.
One enemy
Just
remaining.
TNT.
Bao has turret too.
In no balls. In no balls.
He tries to do it without the util use, doesn't want to give away his position, but also just gives John Cutie a clean shot there. Very nicely played.
And that's Jonah P going heroic actually with his teammate John Cutie inside that site. Had 10 HP, 1 HP crossing that wall too, and still wins that fight towards Graffiti. I think that was versus Calm. That shouldn't have been around here. That was taken over by Sentinels because EG had the opportunity advantage with numbers when they were able to re-clear towards that garage. So great turnaround by Sentinels.
Yeah, getting the kill and then Cortezia being able to say, but both are still there.
Fnatic crunch.
Ooh, Digizine and Bao want to start this one off right away. Nice help with the Hunter's Fury distracting. So Digizine can have some freedom up here. Still takes quite a bit of damage. Has the regen though, as he backpedals out to safety.
At least they know I was calling the Fnatic crunch, but the ult actually came in from the C-Link, something that they like to do for EG. So they understand that the Silva is actually posted up on the C-Link for Sentinels. So they are looking to re-clear towards this A side, where it was a good read at first, but the good old Okeanos, the tier 2 smoke drop, gets that pick, and a huge advantage again for EG in this round.
Making his own opportunities out of next to nothing here. Jerwin answers back. They're still numbers up by 2. So shouldn't expect any peaks from EG here as Sentinels has to source all of this information by themselves.
They're so good right now in terms of position for EG. They could just stay these 3 men on that B site.
Last player standing.
There's the turn. Ooh, Redux has to get out, already hit by 1. Vulnerable wears off, and he's still just trying to create a situation that makes his opponents feel uncomfortable. He can't feel too comfortable himself here. Does have a bit of an edge. Calm won't let him get the 1v1 though. Cleaned up, and it goes back and forth now.
EG put their foot in first here as they were trying to push down that middle. The thing is right now is you stall things up and you're able to get that first slowdown. Especially with that pick, you're forcing now Sentinels to react, and they're realizing here that weak side's towards A. They should have got dropped there by Okeanos. They didn't get the correct timing to swing outside of that smoke to really push Okeanos away from that line. So things come kind of desperate for them to hit towards that B site when they were, what, 2 or 3 players down, right? They still have all of that util from Bao that was watching Garage and the turret on C site. So EG, once again, having good positioning, understanding what's where they could plug in here these gaps, and they held that B site perfectly.
Already getting that info. Pushing right up through main, able to revert now. Okeanos back to B, a few spams through. Oh, the utility starts to shred Jerwin. He's got to find a way out into another fight. Oh, it's Bao. Doesn't think he's going to get aggressed on too quick, but Jerwin just keeps pressing W and hiding his Superman. The cape is flowing. They tear it right off. Redux finds him standing in sight.
Retake's going to be very difficult too because Digizine was still holding towards this A side. Not pulling it up for this round, still keeping his Phantom. As almost at this point, it might be a couple of seconds until you realize that they should save in this moment. You always have this threat of that lurk from Cortezia. But Sentinel's pathing for that opening was actually quite nice.
Yeah.
Faking that B site, pushing Jerwin, sacrificial lamb, but still gets a kill on top of that with the overdrive. Going pathing from B over to the C-Link, while the rest could follow on Garage. So that means those 2 players on that C site can't really do too much here. You almost are trying to play in tandem and can't even set up any crossfires because you're just getting crunched in and caught out in the open.
Yeah. Becomes difficult. You expect that damage on Jerwin. I mean, you don't know you did it right away, but hopefully, entrance damage will slow him down. If even at 48 health, activates overdrive and runs around like he's still full armor, everything. That's what you need to see out of him, too.
Yeah, and that's also the strong point you see from a Neon playing against the nanoswarms of the KJ, right?
Yeah.
You put those nanoswarms down, you're trying to pop it off, a slide doesn't do too much damage on you, and you still gain so much space. And that's why you're seeing with the evolution of Neon coming into a lot of these compositions, Haven really the only map that you see a lot of KJ still because of the information you're able to garnish on the defense, and that ult is still pretty decent on this map. But outside of that, those nanoswarms are kind of useless unless it's for spike denial.
Ooh. Oh, Timmy. Eyes on. And Digi gets seen that time. It's still going to be a slower round for Sentinels, so they're happy to wait and see if EG want to push. This A seems to be a focus now for a second or third time. Oh, yeah, they're going to actually invest in this quite hard. Fast lane goes up, relay bolts in, a little stunned, and Digizine eats Jerwin alive real quick. Oh, he's going for more. Oh, my God.
Down A.
Vandal picked up.
That is smooth. That
Spikes down.
Smooth. 2 more. Close enough. Be an ace. Com's going to get eyes on this. Easy sandwich here. They squish in Cortez as he comes down from sewers. Nokianos will follow up on Jonah P as well. What a hold by Digizine there on A.
Yeah, again, it's a different type of protocol of a flood retake for EG. Instead of giving Sentinels a chance to plant before, you're actually trying to disrupt that push. So he really bolts at least towards that graffiti so he can try to stun some players on that side, but it also clears his own path so he can identify the fight that he takes. And that's the most crucial part in that small 1-2 second moment to try to go toe-to-toe against Jerwin. Wins that, and then he overtakes that side. Beautifully done by that star player of Digizine. Seeing less ops coming out of him, probably because of that. For EG, they want to play aggro and fight.
I was just going to mention that. He's not set up on a scope on too many angles this time around. He is in the face of Sentinels just as much as Jerwin's trying to get in here. Shotgun ready as well as they start to drone out and reveal that there's quite a few forces mid.
This is a mixed buy that you have for Sentinels now. 2 hero rifles for Redux and Jonah P. Big ults to work with though still. If they're able to work this map and pick players apart, that's some upgrades with the pit they can work with in a post plant. Which, look at the space as we're just talking about it. Shotgun right inside the smoke!
Oh, couldn't get the hit again onto Digizine. You would expect it. Almost slides out of that, but Redux is able to creep in on his tippy toes here. Oh, big play from Nokianos! Thinking he could get around the pit. Jonah P was right there, ready to tap him on the shoulder.
Best thing they have right now, though, if they really want to go for it, especially on a 2v2, pull that lockdown down. There you go. You push him towards Com.
Oh, Com knew he was going to draw somebody out with that, too, and the speed that he dropped the drone.
But this is space.
Do they have enough to the other side? Bao goes. It's the peak. Oh, he's got it at half, though. Still gets to play a little bit of the situation, 10 HP, so the spam's going to go through that little foot of wall, and he's just going to go ahead and make the snip on the wire. The defuse coming in for Bao. Plays that smart, and Redux forced to save.
What a round in the end there for EG and for Bao. Com had to be a pillar on that A-side link. So for him to get that first peek and pick, allowing them to play that 2 versus 2, the Com went down right away, instantly. Bao puts that lockdown, forces the player out towards where the IGL is of EG, and he plays it to perfection. And I'm okay with him. This is the second time that he pulls out a drone instantly, and they're chasing him down. You might be thinking, what the hell's going on? He's just trying to bait as much as he could, just like on the previous round. They were able to set this crossfire. So I gotta say, EG looking quite happy. I think also the latest watch party FNS is also looking quite happy for EG.
Good curse.
Yeah.
That was you.
Now it's Sentinels watch party Tarek that's super happy.
Redux starts off first blood for round 9. Everybody's loaded up for this one. It looks like they might slow things down. No, Superman goes for a peek. I mean, numbers down, you got to look for something. Sentinels are going to eat that up. And here they are hitting C. And that's a clean one from Redux to get a second on the round. And they nicely fold this one over back for themselves as we go back and forth.
A simple round, right? Everybody walk contacts. They're catching EG off guard, even though EG has good crosshair placement. Just couldn't react on time to win the first fight. And the IGL steps in for that opener. Very nice by John Cutie. And every single one of those guys are trying to, again, break that the timing here that you have for the rest of Sentinels when you have numbers advantage or when they have sight advantage. You're just trying to disrupt that as much as you could. Fortunately, it couldn't be Digizine to help out because Digizine's still locked up towards this A site to cover it up with Oki. So Sentinels will end up being able to get a flawless round. Retake the lead in this half, but started off where it wasn't going to be looking too great for the Evil Geniuses, but we're in for a game now. We're in for a treat. Talked about it, a lot on the line. Might get brawly from here and there too, because both EG and Sentinels are kind of finding their groove, their identity, trying to fix mistakes on the side of EG, and for Sentinels, just trying to mix everything up from different visions, right? You have Redux going back into a smoke roll. You have Jerwin recently appointed back here or moving up, sorry, to the VCT stage. You have Jonah P, who has what, the mindset and the playstyle of G2 that you have to now mix with a new coach of Ewok that's from EMEA or for APAC. There's just so many different variances around Sentinels to just try to make things work.
And in their previous win, it wasn't a need to be a John and Cutie carry either. You know, the rest of the team was stepping up. We saw the younger names on top. So they are getting into that groove, into that position where it is the John can focus on calling. He focus on a little bit more and where it used to be, the position he wants to be back in.
There was actually a Cortesia carry on
that
that
was the
split game
Cortesia
against 100
carry.
Thieves,
that was crazy.
As Rob Moore likes to call him, the 100 Thieves killer. But that said,
what do you expect? The mustache.
Exactly. But as you're talking about John Cutie, I think that's another interesting point as well. The vocal players around the team will always relay that information here for John Cutie. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be this man that calls that final play that they want to do here on the attack side. So I guess the last round, he said, let me activate. Let me open things up. Kills the Garage player, and they overtake that C side. Now for the timeout, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see EG starting to come out with a little bit of a trap play or something aggro with the ults that they currently have. Usually it is the type of look you want to see here from a timeout from Potter, especially when it's a gun run right now and it's a very close game.
No way to use those, get that counter online that you've been waiting. Maybe they have something conditioned now that they can use. But yeah, Potter calling those timeouts for specific reasons here. And it's, like you said, a back and forth game. It's not going to be a repair timeout. It's going to be a, hey, let's start to get this in order now and execute. It looks like they do set up, and they're a little bit quieter in Garage with the backup they have for each other, and even trying to source out info sewers.
Yeah, everything that you're looking so far right now is you're now funneling players into mid control, right? You drone towards the A side, you're trying to push them towards the Digizine, and if there's actually going to be some sort of pressure, like I call them already moving back here towards that A link, already somehow still has a Hunter's Fury. So I think that's the main game. Keep them away here from that A-side line and try to support those two players stacked up in Garage with the Hunter's Fury. But what happens here? Sentinels waited the whole 40 seconds, so now you just have to readjust for EG. You have to rethink where the positioning of Sentinels could be starting out from because they have 0 on their side of where Sentinels are starting off.
Just playing, waiting for the wall to come up. They're using that as their line of scrimmage on the side of EG. And Sentinels, they want to get a few of these kills, see where that ult might be coming from. Well, they know where Digizine is. Calm is sitting in spawn right now, waiting to fire off the Hunter's Fury to slow down the initial take. Goes off right now. They're going to preemptively hit this one, thinking it's towards A. Ooh, catches the toes. Redux didn't like that at all as he's jumping around.
That's an important tag, too, because Redux was trying to find his timing to walk in. But now Garage is open. There's no alarm bot there. And Superman, he just has to hold the C line. He might get spammed down. He might not, but he's trying to stay alive.
Oh, he's going to be right next to him. One judge. Oh, my God. It's so hard to see just on the edge of the wall, but they're able to find the guns. Find a way to take him down. Jonah P just on the edge of keeping John Cutie alive here as they protect backside. 30 HP for Digizine, activates the overdrive to try and squeeze the pressure onto Sentinels. And it's enough for them to turn back and forth, wondering which way to look. It's not enough. And EG's timeout will strike hard onto Sentinels.
That was a huge responsibility for Superman as well. As they hear the thunder footing from that B site over to the C site, what does he have outside of that pit? Still has the one-way on the top of Garage and a snake bite to delay. So that gives a lot of value for him to reposition, for him to get a judge kill as well, and to delay well enough here for the last 3 players of EG, maybe even 4, to come in to win that round in the end. Very nice look at the beginning here for EG with this ult round that they had, but they had to expend every single one of them to be able to win that round. Sentinels now has the upper hand in terms of ult economy, with Cortesia leading with the rest of the team here with potentially this lockdown into the standard sewers.
Oh, TP's moves already. Oh, double ping on these guys that pushed up. Jerwin and Redux are known. Oh, Digizine's either a one and done or one and none. He's actually able to get one. Goes down. Ult as well. But this is a backside hold for Okeanos. Wants to go with the Paranoia, expecting the timing that they'll hit. Blinds out the drone, so Sentinels aren't too aware of what's going on here. They're just going to use bodies to get themselves in.
Interesting for the ult that he used here for Sentinels, because you could still stay on site, but unfortunately Okeanos got caught repositioning. Yeah. Advantage back here for Sentinels in the pulse plant.
Oh, that's hot. That's, oh, okay, safe. Goes for a plant. Hopefully doesn't catch a shock dart. Those have been used out. Great spams back. 20 health for Jonah P, 26 for Calm. Everybody getting some good hits in here before the full retake.
Dart's about to be ready as well, so Superman's just trying to find his first timing.
Gets a little help from that. Smoke to go in, but it drops, and he is left out in the open. Nobody really able to help. Shock Dart's keeping Bao at bay. And it looks like they're going to have to back off of this one as well. The Redux is going to go hunting.
Right here.
Gets an ult out of this.
No chance.
Oh, he tries to go for the wide swing. Calm knows that. He's been around.
But around in the end, still for Sentinels. Felt that we were a little bit timid, though, for Superman inside that Viper Orb, because that's an attacker one, right? So while it's up, you got to find your timing and try to push through. That recon dart for Calm was supposed to create some sort of pressure so that he could find his timing by pushing into Hell. But as it gets broken, as it pings one player, I think he was so focused on the player being pinged that he just lost his timing to just fight into Hell while that crossfire is being blocked by the own attacker side smoke. So very hard to do nonetheless. You're still on a 3 versus X scenario at a disadvantage for EG. We continue to go for, continues rather to go for this low smoke into the sewers. Last round of the half with no ops at all for EG. Digizine still with a rifle round.
Sen have really just worked the mid and the right side of the map. EG trying to find info back on the left side. If they have gone C, it's through that garage. And again, send towards A. So EG should know they can just set up here and hold this. This is the hold ready. A Paranoia for Digizine right behind. Follow up. I don't know if Sentinels is going to give it to him, though.
Yeah, they have to back up. You can't really use that Paranoia anymore because the drone didn't really see anything. And especially now that Cortezia is going for this wall bang into B, they're knowing here for EG that there's some sort of pressure on that mid line. And I like the beginning where you double push down towards that C side, but now you're just leaving Superman alone with a Bucky. And you've also just given up that space on garage. Yes, the turret could maybe still help out, but Bao is pretty much on an island.
Getting ready to explode into A. 30 seconds, and they're going to anchor inside sight here, so big things have to come from Okeanos and Digizine in this situation. He gets pushed back by the relay bolts. Sherwin's already behind him here for a backstab in the same situation. And one's going to have to get out of the site. This is tough. Calm onto one. They're doing a great job of holding down the site for now, but it's going to be a run back. It's got to be Calm to get another one, and he does. Spike's planted, that spawn side. And they're just waiting on Supermen. It's all about the time.
I get it.
Oof. What a look from Cortezia. Looking at his watch, he knows there's something else going on, and he gets the timing. 9 bullets for Calm. Easily enough to make this happen, but Redux has the angle and the cut to take him down for 3. A great first half here from Sentinels to pull those last 2 back.
There was a world where it could have worked out, though, because Cortezia was going for that late lurk into the A-link, and then Superman was joining up very much later. But unfortunately, only a Sheriff to try to retake that 1 on a 2 versus 2 doesn't pan out for EG, but at the end of the day, still a strong start for Sentinels. Winning that pistol round, finishing in the lead by 2. We'll see how it turns out here on the second half, Riv.
Heading to a break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to see if Evil Geniuses can come back in the second half.
Come on, Yassine.
Okay, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. It's time to get back onto Haven. Time to get back to Evil Geniuses versus Sentinels. The coaches are prepared. A quick sip, the wet of the whistle, and we're going to get back onto the map, Vansily.
Indeed. I don't know how to follow up with that. But yeah, EG definitely starting off now on the attack side, and seen Digizine, we talked about it week after week, though, that Digizine is always a good win con for EG as well, but being able to put these numbers up as that one, disrupting these sites on the retakes, phantoming for the team, works out well. It probably is going to be the similar type of opening, well, should I say, vision and protocols for EG, because attack side off against a double controller, not really what you want to try to use here. We start things off with an open C site for Sentinels to play a full retake, and if you're looking at it from the side of Sentinels, though, there's what, a Bandit, a couple of classics.
Right here.
Lots of util for them to flood retake.
Strat gotta go fast, executed to start, and patiently retake looks like it's gonna be used here on the secondary. Nice little backstabs to help each other out. Supermen waiting just outside the fight, but the trades are good. It's a 2v2. Redux whittles that down one more. Oh, the trades are insane on that round. They were instant. But you thought Com had a chance, and then that just went out the window with the kill.
So just mentioned before, the best thing here that EG actually had in terms of counter util against what Sentinel would have on a flood retake was just a paranoia.
Yeah.
But what started off quite well for EG to suffocate really Sentinels from really getting a clean execution on that retake was that flank from Superman. But then it comes down to the micro, watching each other's bodies, covering each other up, and John Cutie gets the instant tap trade. So that's both pistols now for Sentinels on EG's map pick.
Make it tough. Spike's going to be down for this as EG want to figure out where to go and maybe if they can get a gun out of the hand of Sentinels. They're one of the teams that will play these rounds like a real gun round and play it slow enough to make it work. Let's see if this is one of the ones that works.
Well, you can see from the minimap that we have John Cutie committed inside there. Might give a chance for the full exec to do some damage if you're not falling back.
Toxins going up.
Oh, John's delay is disgusting.
Yeah, maybe that's good enough.
Oh, no.
I mean,
nobody went the other way.
Exactly that. And I think because you're trying to move forward to get rid of that turret, so you're trying to slide through, you're trying to break it apart, and once it does, you just have a snake bite underground here for John Cutie and a beautiful crossfire setup between both him and Cortezia. Stingers on the board, preventing the plan from happening for EG. It's just Okeanos and Calm right now who are looking to re-hit towards his B site. It won't work because nobody rotated out for Sentinels. You just play power numbers. You still have all your util up.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, the full house. John and Cortezia in B to take it down, and that just, it looks like a trust the system situation, right? It's just a clean hit. Quick anti for that hit that's going to come in on B, and they can get back to business in the gun round.
Agreed. This is something great that, you know, Sentinels is talking about. I don't know if you've been watching the vlogs here after Sentinels' victories, but after the one they got against 100 Thieves, John Cutie had a beautiful speech talking about, hey, you guys know what it's like to win right now. And now when you have these two players that are also stepping up to the plate, owning the server, it really helps the newcomers of like Redux, Jerwin, and Jonah P to rally behind that, to get that confidence going to this game. As they have the confidence going into their bonus round, just trying to play the basic information once more. It's a turret this time watching towards sewers, though, instead of playing towards his B site. So they are anticipating a little bit more of a leniency from EG over on this A side. But the reason why they had 3 players stacked there is that they're trying to funnel it into Jerwin's Outlaw in that window of garage.
Yeah. He's going to be forced to move here. It looks like EG is still milling about the map. And I feel like this might be what we get for this half, fans, right? They want to make Sentinels feel really uncomfortable in their starting positions, make sure they move. Doesn't matter where they move, just take flight. Don't be in that early protocol.
Ooh, this is where it's good for EG, though. They find the timing where the gap is.
Exactly.
Outlaw only does some damage.
Oh, the fight
long.
Oh, no. No. You didn't. Oh, you touched him. Superman bumps into Redux.
He fake cleared it. He actually looked in that spot and turned back towards that front side. A free kill there just for Redux. Upgrades it to a free weapon, and now they're just pinned into the pulse pad on C side. They have to re-clear down towards C.
If he gets another one, it's bad. Oh, he does. Okeanos clears, though. 10 HP for Digizine here. He's going to be the first wall as they come into sight. That Outlaw might slow him a bit, but Sherwin can do much more just sliding in. Oh, Digizine still pushes the 10 HP. Audacity. And Okeanos even quicker, actually gets a few steps onto the smoke forming, hoping it covers that audio. And it works. For the timing, it's traded. It's calm. A third round where he's the last one alive here. Will he be able to secure this? Sees it going towards half. Knows he can get one quick jump. Doesn't even get through the regen armor. Doesn't get close enough even on that one. It's going to be a hold. Cortezia fires. He runs out of the ammunition needed, and Calm comes up with a round for EG.
That's just experience from Calm, right? You're using your shock darts to try to get him off the spike. Now, as soon as you go for the re-tap on the side of Redux, you know that it's the low sound.
Yep.
So it wasn't even halfway, so Calm could keep playing that time.
That was a big confirmation.
But this right there has to be so frustrating. Not only as a player, but for the whole team. Superman's going to hate himself for that round. If especially they lost that round for EG.
That's
Thankfully,
true.
they stopped the bleeding a bit for that round. You're able to salvage it at the end with the clutch and that 1v1 from Calm. But remember, this was a bonus round for Sentinels. They have an Odin now for Jonah P. And you have half shields for a couple of these players where that's why Jerwin pulls in again. Another Outlaw.
Walking up with it. Freely taking that space. But it also looks like Superman wants to get something back from that last round, too. He's getting active here in sewers as the team is working the left side of the map.
Drone it up, too. I don't know if it's saw Cortezia on the left, though. So this is still a prime position on a defense for Sentinels. Counter-droning back for information in the mid-round. Is Jonah P not spawning anybody yet, but you still have that aggro line of Jerwin. Yep.
Cortezia not cleared, and he's going to actually play through the utility to reposition. Redux takes his spot and actually takes a hit.
Stalls around, though, and they think they have an opening because of this lurk, but he's going to walk right into the Outlaw's position.
Oh, yeah.
Spike down.
He sort of knew. He sort of knew, right? He pre-fired the shot, jump spotted. They knew where the gap was. Unfortunately, just couldn't get it. Jerwin staying stoic there.
Oh, this slow lurk through sewers pays off big. Do they know they have enough time to get back in? No, it's going to get smoked off right away. And Bao is going to have to go coast to coast pretty fast because it doesn't look like Sentinels want to wait here.
Thankfully, that smoke's still up, but they got to move in quick. Shock Dart's already ready to deny that plant. It's on the back of Okeanos. Baits it out first.
Player standing.
Yeah.
No.
Spike down A.
That's tough. He sees it and getting one more. Just a consolation prize now here for EG, who had the sight but could not get the plant down. Sentinels squeeze them out of a round.
And you see the idea of what Calm was doing. It almost looked like he was giving his life away, but again, he's just trying to bait that shot. If Jerwin somehow misses that shot, it still gives more timing for Superman to come behind him and get that pick.
One enemy remaining.
But there's a reason why Jerwin got picked up into this roster, right?
Yeah.
He's had so much experience coming in from the Tier 2 scene. And by the way, Jerwin, who's also tried out for EG during the offseason and lost his duelist position to Digizine right there. So for Jerwin to play against EG today, a victory for me, thinking about Jerwin would mean a lot for him. Is able to help here Sentinels convert into the 10th round and gets the collat in front of B.
A second collat of the game. For him alone, one with the Bucky on Garage, another with the Outlaw now to shut down EG on what is a hero rifle round. And they don't look like they're doing much with it, rather. But Digizine will still look here. And there it is. The rifle's taken away.
They're just desperately trying to move for a spike plant now. That's Jonah anchoring solo towards that back of that A side, but he's got the Odin to work with. It's looking pretty confident. She's on the top of heaven, even easier for them to look down that line.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh.
You gotta chuckle with that one. But yeah, it definitely seems that right now the game's slipping away from the grasp of EG here. It was very back and forth, a 7-5 at the end of the halftime. But ever since this second half here for Sentinels have been playing a very strong defense for Sen City.
I was wondering if there would be a timeout coming through. Everything just seems a little too smooth right now for Sentinels, so even this timeout to get in the ear of EG and slow Sen down is a good thing. Potter having a talk with the crew.
Just had a little bit of a chuckle because you don't see it, chat, but we actually have an in-game feed, and then the camera was moving to the beat of the music. And I'm like, that's got to be Prius. That's signature Prius observing right there. That said, though, let's focus on what's happening within the game, too, with the conversation between EG. It almost feels like right now how they're trying to move around the map. They're still trying to find, or still able to move quite into like these line of scrimmages on different portions of that map and finding gaps here and there. But when it comes down to that solo player trying to find a hero player or something, that's something is still really missed and not checked. Or no util breaking a turret, something like that. So Sentinels, they could still play with a little bit of peace of mind, knowing that the KJ util is still quite up for most of that round here for Cortesia. You have to think things through here, especially if they want to play these slow rounds. That's some of the protocols you have to do, and you're defaulting.
Coming out of the timeout, could be to kind of set up Digi once again. Once they get to the site. A lot of, again, EG's rounds have been kind of sitting here back at the line of scrimmage, seeing if the pushes are happening again from Sentinels. And that early info would really benefit them.
Oh, the early info that they got is not too much here. EG has made a lot of noise to just take Sewer's long control, but this is all a bait to start. They're trying to force the hand of players of Sentinels, maybe over-peeking on middle of garage. Shot darts are coming through, trying to break util, but the alarm bot's actually inside the garage.
Ooh.
That's a great start, though.
Hello.
That's a great start.
Jonah P getting find out. Digi down to 9. Let's see how they're going to take the rest of this round. Let's listen in.
Someone is there. I will omen blind, okay?
Okay, I'm working right now.
I hear you. Let's pump out with my drone in your ult, then execute with my dart. I hear you. That's good. Because he doesn't have outlaw here.
Yeah, let me
first. Let's pump right now.
I'm holding for a reckless short.
Listen, just throw wall. I'll omen ult short. Get ready. I'm gonna pump now. Looking at heaven. Omen ult top, come short.
30 seconds left.
No one top front. Take it out. Remember the arc. Ready? Peek. 1, 2. One split spawn. Body backside. One drop. Yeah, heard. Viper spawn. I got spam. I'm on HP. You're good.
Spike down A.
They have Viper ult.
You guys are good.
Nice!
Oh my god!
John KD, don't peek!
The hits from Bao, kind of realizing the Viper all dispersing where it could come from, and then the secondary shot really getting the crack on that. See how that happened, honestly. That was beautiful.
9 HP remaining on that one as well. But you see how they understand the setups and how they can try to work every single round for both of these teams. When the wall came up from Digizine, it was a simple tap as well from Derwin through 2 smokes to get the pick as well, right? So that's just players understanding the pathing, what the agents kind of do around their kit. They're doing a lot of damage there, and yeah, indeed, that double kill from Bao was quite dirty.
That was nasty, and then Sen's like, Ewok's like, no. Let's go ahead and just give that a breath. Pauses it real quick for a timeout for their side. See ultimates coming up, maybe discussing which ones there can be used. Jerwin is going to be a big factor in this next one. Once we see that buy screen, the operator is coming out, so they have an idea of how to shut EG down and what this comeback might look like.
Yeah, this man right here, Jerwin, he's been looking quite comfortable for the last 2 games. I think his debut was quite decent. On the stage 2, he had to kind of figure out the environment of playing on the stage.
Yeah.
Now you're going to week 3, you have to try another environment again because you're playing now in a smaller stage, in a closed room environment. And there's a lot of getting used to for him. And for him to show a performance of a double outlaw kill, double Bucky kill, it's just another game for him.
It doesn't seem too affected, though.
No.
Doesn't matter
That's
who
the
the
thing.
opponent is, whether it's a 1v1, a 1v2, it takes it the same way. And like I said, even that low health play earlier, it was really good to see that that was such a solid hit.
And now you're talking about the ults, and on top of that, Sentinels have purchased an op in this round. Already going into funneling towards that right side, but Jonah Peace trying to get some contacts in. Fortunately not hitting until Superman tries to find that timing in sewers. And they get met up by Jurin with the operator. That's probably the first operator who's seen this map. And it catches EG by surprise.
It's tough. They've kind of had that space for free for a while here. I think Sentinels realized it. Take it back with an op. Oh, hello. Eye in the sky here for Jonah P. Oh, duck. That's a tough one, but there's enough to protect him. I don't see him getting into the site even with that relay bolt. So EG is hitting with a lot, but they're not fully hitting the site.
Yeah. I mean, when the smoke's coming up and a drone pings one, you have to call for a stall.
Yeah.
And Val feels like he could find a timing moving up towards the garage ramp solo with 3 players from Sentinels there. Not a good look, unfortunately, in EG. Yeah, they're in a tough spot now.
Sentinels has all the right angles to look at. This push here from Jerwin just lets them lock in on long garage. B's covered. Okay, they lose the operator for a moment. Jerwin gets a little happy, thinking they've got the route locked up. Who else? Calm, still going to be alive back there.
Ain't going to flank, though. He's got to plant.
No, he's not. 15 seconds. Goes to Neil for this one. And he's going to have to be praying while he's down there. This is going to be a tough round. Actually gets the damage onto Redux, but the kill's not there. And Sentinels clean that one up for another round.
Almost tried for going for that wallbang kill, but
it was close.
That ping that came out from that owl drone, it almost felt like the one reloading. That was Digizine overextending his stay right down that lane. You saw how long that drone was up in the air getting all that info.
Yeah, saw both of them.
Yeah. Again, everything locked down for Sentinels.
Match point on EG, or game point on EG's map.
Silver lining could be 12-8. 3 big ults here. They could get a lot of space. It's looking to be a garage pop, so they could try to push Jonah P away from this garage line, although Jonah P has not played this spot yet. So again, it might surprise some players here.
Oh.
But I'm liking this, right? You got to move up towards that B site. You got to force a little bit of that rotate, get into garage, and maybe get that B site garage ult from the lockdown.
Jonah gets Digi. They trade it back, though. Get some upgrades as they go through here.
There's that ult.
See, I was going to say, Jerwin has such a juicy return on investment. Everybody's got 25 armor. He's got the Outlaw buy here for a final round.
You see what a difference is when you don't break that Killjoy lockdown. You can't stick. You can't still get your timing in the back of Gong. That's what we've been missing here for EG to do that kind of stuff, but at least the pit still goes out towards spawn.
Not in yet. Jerwin creating the pressure from garage. The rest of the team might try to funnel through the ult here, and they're not going to be able to funnel through much. Oh, they're going to keep the ult up and just go through because they know they have the space here. Oh, there goes the Killjoy ult. A little early. There's still a lot of time to defuse this. It's going to come down to the firefight, down to the smokes. Cortezia going for a defuse. This could be the first map for Sentinels as they're just dropping EG left and right. They retake the site. They take the map. And pretty handily, too. A nice one by Sentinels.
And Sentinels were really good at covering any type of pressure that was coming out from EG on the attack side. As soon as one falls, there's always another one falling behind. Almost very similar looks as to what EG had here on their defensive end when they were trying to go for a lot of aggressive plays.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the attack side for EG was just a little bit flatter, unfortunately.
I think a lot of the time was spent looking for Sen. They weren't giving that information up. And when they were retaking the sites, it was dangerous.
Yeah. They really need to probably hop into FNS's chat now between the maps and ask them what they could do on that second map of
Absolutely, absolutely. Look at that, phone a friend for EG as we come into the second map. Don't go anywhere, there's more VCT Americas on the other side as we hit map 2 of our first series.
Sentinels vai até o final. E a EG vai confirmar esse ponto, round quebrado. Ace do DG.
No pé para não deixar ninguém passar. O tempo tá esgotando. Olha o cortejo! Olha o cortejo!
13-7 on that map of Haven for Sentinels and Ewok. I remember week 1, I was asking you a little bit about your coaching style and when we were going to get the chance to see it more. And now we're starting to see it with the success last year in this first map. For this map in specific, you were really good also at finding gaps that Evil Geniuses had in the defense. Was that just a really good read from John Cutie during the game, or was that a little bit of the preparation too?
A little bit of both. I would say I think they were reading the game really well. I didn't have to take a timeout on the attack side and also managed that we can have 2, so whatever happens on defense I can have a lot of input. But it's also, of course, we do our prep and then they listen well and then execute well.
And something that is really interesting is that recently we've seen Redux that getting a lot more aggressive than before in this Omen. What is it like when you're going the one-on-one coaches conversation with him? Is this something that you're enabling from the beginning? Is this something that is just naturally his style, knowing that he used to be a duelist?
Yeah, I think in the solo duelist comps, you need to make sure that your Omen player is aggressive as well, and he fits that role very well. And he's also someone that learns and he asks a lot of questions. So if the guidance is there, I feel like then there's no reason he can't be a top player.
Sounds good. Thank you for the insight.
Welcome back, everyone, and just like that, Sentinels take EG's map pick of Haven, and I have Athena and Wyatt here to break it all down and tell us all about how they made it happen.
Yeah, it was crazy. They won.
Was it crazy? Because I personally feel like Sentinels didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Like, was this more EG dropping the spaghetti? It just felt very like straightforward.
In some ways, this felt unremarkable, possibly because we were just seeing the two comps that are very meta from like last year into this year, so it didn't feel fresh and new, and Sen were just better with the comp. EG's defense macro I felt was pretty lackluster. I don't think Sen did anything unbelievable. They were just better with the same thing that both teams were doing.
Yeah, I think we saw like a couple cool strats from Sen where they had, you know, the fast C split through B, stuff like that. They had a couple of those fast rounds, but other than that, they were defaulting and they were just getting a lot of those picks. Even when they were down numbers advantage too, there was a couple rounds where they were like down in a 4v3 or a 4v4, and they ended up winning those as well just because their post plants were pretty good, but I also think EG was a little lackluster on those retakes.
Yeah, I feel like as well when the sides swapped, EG just had no answers for German buying scoped weapons every round. He was just harvesting with the outlaw and then the off layer. So many
don't
free
speak.
picks.
They're right behind you.
About who?
Don't look, but they're all right behind you.
Fans?
All of EG. All of EG. No,
okay, but you know what?
Well, I have a piece of advice. Deal with Germans off offense so you can win. Come on, guys, please.
They stood right there and were like, we're taking notes. Yeah. Why they're saying. You know who did stand out though? For me personally, Redux.
Me too.
That was exciting.
Yeah.
That was the most exciting thing in this match, in fact.
I think we talked a little bit about this in the pre-show about his aggression on this Omen and how phenomenal it's been. And I think this map has just kind of solidified that. He is so good at getting a lot of those picks. He's so good at being alone too on that attack side, even if he is not necessarily lurking, but just holding on those defaults. He's gotten so much of that information, and especially on those post plants. We talked about how EG was struggling to retake. One of the main reasons was Redux. The amount of multi-kills he got this game was kind of insane.
100%. And I think that he was also a player that was exploiting the moments where EG were in awkward transitional moments around the maps. They weren't completely coordinated with the fundamentals, with players playing off each other. And if someone was alone, he was taking advantage of that, and he was finding easy kills. They were also just contributing to the fact that his KDA was crazy. He's putting up sick numbers that game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone else want to say yeah?
No, though. But okay, let's look ahead though at how EG can possibly bring this one back. These pillows are so cursed. Like I cannot overstate this.
You don't like Mimi's zoomed in face?
I love it. It's everything and then some. We were heading to Bind next. That's right. And we haven't seen either team play Bind thus far in stage 1. We saw them both playing it in kickoff, both losing it in kickoff in a different meta though. So what are our expectations?
I think for me, without looking at the previous history of both these teams, when you're looking at just specifically this, EG picked Haven. They've beat FURIA on Haven. There's a reason why they picked this. they've now lost it. They're going into Bind, which is a much faster paced tempo game. And I feel like for EG, we've constantly seen them being that slow default heavy team and not necessarily being able to play really well against super fast tempo. Whereas for Sen, I mean, they have the momentum. They've shown us that they could be super aggressive and take those aggro post plants. It's kind of looking a bit scary for EG here.
I would just say, too, that heading into this map, Sen have so many options as to where they want to take their composition because of the flexibility of players like Redux, that they could lean into a double duelist look if they want to. They have different options here, right? So I think if you're EG, you don't really know what to expect outside of there's like a 99% chance that Jerwin is going to be playing Neon. And there will be a Brim. But like other than that, you know, probably a Viper, but the other two, who knows?
On Split, Cortezio was just using an Outlaw half the time in mid, scoping down mid. So I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if we see him on the Viper still doing that stuff towards Long B, just being really annoying, really aggressive. And I think when you're Sen and you have so many of these good players that can just take those aggro fights and essentially win the 1v1s almost every time, like why wouldn't you?
Well, I'm sure the wrinkly brain of Potter has something in store for us as we're heading into map 2. Let's see what she has to say to Dryad ahead of this map.
Bind is map 2 between Sentinels and EG. And Potter, this is an interesting one because we haven't seen it from you so far, and we also haven't seen it from Sentinels. But there's a lot of things that you can do. We've seen some teams play the Chamber, some teams willing to play the double duelist with the Phoenix, just a little bit of everything. And I remember also used to be a big fan of the Vito back in the day. So are you cooking here? What's going on?
You know, Bind it's an interesting place. I think we can expect to see Harbor this series, potentially, and maybe a Vice. I'm not sure. Bind is all over the place for us right now. But for us, we're trying to still capitalize on, you know, I don't want to give too much away, but we are playing it right away. It's the double duelist still right now. Douglas is feeling a little sick, so he needs all the energy and all the support from us.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to VCT Americas as we hop into Bind with Evil Geniuses and Sentinels. Sentinels coming out with Haven pretty strong, and it was EG's pick. So this might be, and will be an uphill battle, actually, first EG coming into bind.
Both teams are going to play into the unknown, though, right? You haven't seen it since kickoff, and already looking at the agent select, we are also changing different comms for both teams. EG in the past were still leaning towards a double duelist, but utilizing the Yoru when it was still quite strong. But the interesting thing to keep an eye on right now is a double duelist for Sentinels, but the addition of the Harbor with the Viper for that side. I think the Harbor is going to be very good. I guess at the end of the day, White is wrong. He said 99% of the time we'll probably see Brimstone on both sides, but no Brimstones here for Sentinels.
Getting in, players look ready. Sure, Potter had a chance to talk with the team. They look pretty good. We saw them between games. They kind of walked by the stage, they walked by the smoothie bar, and they did not look that down. It looks like they knew exactly what was going on, EG, to bring themselves back here for the second map and make this work for themselves.
Still gonna hurt though, right? It was your map pick on the first map of Haven, and you just fell flat on your attack side. And that means now starting on your attack side on Bind, also having to think extra steps to play against this new comp from Sentinels. This is a lot of work now, not only for Combat for Potter and also assistant coach Cole, as on the attack EG 4-1 setup. Something that Bao has been mentioning a lot too. They want to stay as a group right now to try to go for some better executions as a team. It does do a little bit of a tap though from the other side, as you do have a little bit of HP drop down here for Okeanos.
They're setting up. This is going to be great info coming in from the Trailblazer. It's going to have to activate EG on this push. They get to use the Waylay again, so a little bit of info for themselves here. And, oh, Jonapi is able to just stop Digi in his tracks. Nobody else can cross the bite. And, man, what a slow down here from Sentinels. They're feeling great insight.
See how annoying this is for the wall to come through. Now, it kind of just gives a chance for EG to plant, but you can take more space in the back of that site. But thankfully, Superman's able to get a pick and put it on a 4 versus 4, as now it finally opens up as the high tide falls down.
Bao on last shot. These guys are crisp with the Ghost right now, and they have 3 of them, so they can keep together, keep it long range. As they get that spike planted. Somewhat. Get that spike planted. They just got to source out John Cutie behind the Harbor util. And that's to a very clean pistol round from EG, and that'll start to build the confidence they need.
That's actually quite nice for EG in the end. They're going to take advantage of that high tide falling down. So now we'll see what happens as we move through. I mean, as the high tide comes down, they have the Cove on the right side, so you're just kind of naturally filtering everybody from the side of Sentinels over on the left of that site. So it just allows here EG to have more bodies and pick them off. Going into this bonus round for EG. Same look rather. All 4 of them trying to move forward, and even then trying to get a Cove up just to get an orb. Break it, get a kill. That's huge right now. And confidence for EG.
Ooh, actually thought he threw that nade against a wall for a second. Still gets it out long. They're fine, forced to back off, but there's a whole battalion here for the side of Sentinels ready to guard on that B, have Hookah lockdown so they know this hit is not for real just yet.
All right, they're going to be fine here for EG. You just got to stand still. Going to catch some players off the rotate. If not, go for an exec. You still have bodies. You still have better weapons. This is a clean anti-eco so far for the Evil Geniuses. That dog doesn't really clear under Hookah, so that's going to be the next step to clear when you start walking in now for Evil Geniuses.
Nice entry by Okeanos to get a little elevation there. I should be able to just drop these classics down quick, right? A classic and a bandit. John, again, behind the Harbor util. He always plays it so sneaky. They know he's there, but like, we can't do anything just yet. Buy a little time for Redux. Ooh. Just buys himself a ticket straight back to spawn, and Bao's going to do the same for John Cutie. A second round for EG, only losing 1 in the first 2, or 2, I should say. 1 around for the first 2.
Once the economy starts building up as well into the later rounds, we'll see if Redux is going to play out the operator for the side of Sentinels. That was probably one of the biggest win cons as well for the Sentinels in that kickoff game. Nary was the one playing the chamber and I think dropping over 20 kills in that matchup.
He swung, he swung, he swung!
So that could be, again, that win con that you might have now for, I guess maybe even Jerwin could do it for the team too. Both of these guys are prominent with the ops. Scopes would be good, but after losing pistol and your eco here, not doing too much damage against the opponents, it's hard for you to build that econ up.
Ooh. Oh, the shower play. Dizzy's had to be scared now. He didn't even have the second come out. They left him wondering, but Okeano still gets a play across the map. Now, do they go fast or slow it down? I mean, let's think if they're forced to slow it down now. What a shot to take down Superman. Oki looks like he wants to dive in. They're going to waterfall out of Hookah. Doesn't look like EG's too deterred by losing some members, and that's exactly the way they need to play right now. They can't be worried about what Sentinels is doing. They have to play their own game.
I felt like Cortesia's gun was sticking out to his own wall, so got easily punished. That's an upgrade for EG on a 3 versus 3, and they have positioning inside this site. Nobody playing off. Trying to delay towards that spawn to give that timing for Calm to flank.
A jump over top, and they find one close, but it's still a trade. Sentinels are in the site, and they're making quick work of the rest of the members of EG. Okeanos with his quiet shoes on, and it's not quiet enough. John Cutie will always know. Gets the kill there, and the defuse comes through.
Apologies, Okeanos was on that flank and not for Calm here, wrapping towards that elbow.
Easy mistake.
Yeah.
You're always going to think that's Calm.
Ends up still being quite good for EG, winning this, or at least getting the plant down on the bonus round too, and making it slightly expensive on the camp of Sentinels. Even though they felt like, especially from that expression from Potter, that they should have had that round down. Because 2 of them were actually playing in a double swing scenario if they could to fight towards that spot and give that timing for Okeanos, but at the end of the day, you had to delay a little bit more and not be so aggro if Oki doesn't have that timing. Ooh. Yeah, double on the top is interesting because now Redux is going to show himself, and if he drops down towards the EPC, they'll never expect Jerwin on the top of that truck as well.
They still have shower cover from that position too, so they can keep it until a real tight situation comes up. All right, Seekers online. Don't have too much left side of the map cleared, so Seekers could get them a shot at B back. But right now, they're over towards A.
I've got your
It'll be a simple Seekers from that side, too.
Yeah. Dumping in the util. Here comes the delay. Okeano's not going to worry about it too much as he gets a full waylay push in, doesn't take the refract. But where's the pressure? Oh! Jerwin readies himself. Takes down Okeano's quick. And they stall it on that. There's a lot of space just gained by 1. Losing their U-Haul control mostly. They have to take everything back slow again.
Go, go, go.
That'll help Digzy coming up from showers, and he sees a few more. They have to worry about what's going on the left side of the map, though. Is Superman going to be able to get a kill? Do they turn back and get a TP? They're really pausing here on A.
Go, go.
It's nice for them to do this, actually, for EG. They are looking to refight, though, into the A site for a plant, but that duel finally comes in for Jerwin's advantage. The lurk, not working either.
And they just TP'd. So now it's going to be a ready Cortesia. Anchor King so far for his team in these games, and it looks like he's going to ask for the crown. Once again, a triple kill as they're forced into his arms, his waiting arms in B.
I still like what EG is currently doing in terms of this mid-round, because this high tide is so annoying to deal with, right? With the exception of Okeanos pushing towards that back of the U-Haul and losing that fight, I mean, they try to pop flash for him to fight towards backside. I understand that. But for the rest, they wait for the high tide to come down. There's not too much room to be able to stall anymore for that side on defense here for the side of Sentinels. So we're actually able to go for some nice duels and pick some players off. So at the end of the day, if they continue this type of style here for EG, firepower might get them out of these tight scenarios. Because there's going to be less util to block vision for the side of the defense. And you get to have your star players like Digizine and Superman going for these picks.
Oh, Jonah P covered well in Trailblazer form. And then he doesn't even need it after the fact. They're trying to rush in. We see Orbital strike up and 1. So they're going to try to get the smokes down and see if they can't make something happen. Slows it down. We have to get this so quick at the beginning of these rounds, and Sentinels react so well. But these are even numbers here, and if they can circumvent Redux's outlaw and get close, they could have a sight to themselves.
The thing is right now, though, with these picks that they just got in the eco for EG and switching around some weapons, they might take advantage of this convergence path to hit. I know Karma to use his flash in the front of that hookah side on that drop. But maybe the third on a refreshable will allow for them to pop back into the A site where there's only Redux watching it passively. And there you go. That answers our question. It's Redux going to be the one scoping for the team for now on this raise.
30 seconds left.
And they're walking right back into that Outlaw. Have a bit of HP for it. No, they don't. I was looking at Sentinel side for a moment. That's going to clear all of them. Do they use the convergence path? They hit with a guiding light just across the front of the site. No confirmation, so the smokes deem it safe to plant. Special delivery right onto the spike. Actually, a little left. Damage is still dealt, though. A Harbor all cruising through the site as Cortezia creeps up like a rat. Gets another one for himself. The push is good, though, from Okeanos, needing to make a move. He can't wait for the action to come to him. Misses a few shots. And now Redux is knowledgeable about the situation. There's just a lot of stall going on right now, but Sentinels is getting closer and closer to the spike, and that's exactly what EG doesn't want. Oh, Okeanos fixing the aim and sitting Sentinels down.
And he's standing up, but stays super quiet. That face that he has was what he had when he walked into the arena today.
Yeah.
Tried to say hi to him, just a fist bump, straight face. He wants to win this game, and he just carried EG on that round.
Holy moly, a Red Bull clutch that will kick EG into gear. It's exactly what they need right there, but they got to keep it going. Sentinels, I mean, both of them on Haven did such a good job of punching back at each other. Let's see what can happen here.
They do have an attack side scope, though, for Digizine after that round. And it's good. Look at the economy for the side of Sentinels. Every one of them one-shottable. And that is in the hands of the one that has the most op kills on this stage in the Americas. Currently at 17. Neon's at 16, just one under him.
Poison's off.
Clear towards long. No info for Sen, so they're going to keep their position right now off of that Jonah P flash. Actually, flash back as well, so they get a little info that EG is searching the left side of the map, and even more so ready for a hit on the right, that is a fake. Both teams reading each other really well right now.
So right now, Digizine's just creeping out, and I think what they could do right now as well is if they really want to try to hit towards the site, you might be able to just dash in and recall for Okeanos to get the info where the players of defense could be.
In out. Digizine trying to make an impact here, getting a scatter from Sentinels, but they still have a bit of control over the positions because Cortezia holds that short side. They can still fight from it. Okeanos finally cracks the defense a little bit more, but it is EG dwindling in this situation before Digi now drops one. The answer of Jerwin and Jonah P, however, weigh the odds in Sentinels' favor now as they enter, look for Calm, and take him down right away. Sentinels do indeed take it right back.
Very nice for Redux on the top of the boxes to protect his teammate inside that pit too for Cortezia. So all he needs to do is focus towards that front side. Takes down that lurk again. It almost feels the game plan is really to try to pit Superman against Redux so far in these fights of blind. But it's always Superman that gets tied down.
Down Aspas, adding mini Pook to the equation doesn't matter.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Thank you, Zelsis, for the added analysis
yes.
on that one.
Try it. Well played, well played. Round 7 as we jump back into bind. It's going to be a few of those scopes over on the side of EG, but it's all the lower buys with the hero, Okeanos.
It's a lot of contact in the beginning. I mean, the econ's fairly low. Trying to leverage, again, Digizine to find an opener. But so far in all of these rounds where you're seeing these different setups from Sentinels, they're not really letting themselves exposed to op lines, scope lines, which is quite good. With the exception of that jump shot at the very beginning for Cortezia. We're going to leave that into his hands where he's not going to be punished too many times for those jumps.
Everybody's creeping back. You hear that. Marshall shot, you know there's going to be follow-up. They're trying to get a sneaky kill on, and they don't want to get caught by Digizine there. So as EG goes back and forth, inserting now Okeanos into hookah, making sure long is covered. And they have something towards Shower. Usually Superman just really trying to get an effect on the last portion of a play. Let's see if he can get the backstab onto Jonah P this time. Into sight. Redux still from elbow, uncovered when one flash hits him in the face. The rest of the team comes up big to slow EG down. And yeah, they've already gone and left. Superman's over there being able to get a few, but the round is dusted here for Sentinels.
At this point, too, especially on eco rounds, it's starting to be readable, too, that EG are consistently going for these 4-1 scenarios. Which is why every single time right now, Sentinels are never really rotating an extra player or fully clearing out of sight because they always expect Superman to be moving up somewhere. So to me, I feel like EG is going to have to change up that scenario a little bit more, be aggro as a team, especially potentially being able to get an orb control under Superman in the next round will allow for them to go for a pit.
Just so comfortable for them right now.
Yeah. Like I said, nobody's really pushed down any lines so far here for Sentinels. They're able to anchor perfectly. When they're trying to jump out, there's still too much utility for EG to deal with to enter the sites. Especially with the way that Cortezia has been anchoring so far. He's put up huge numbers. Also at kickoff when they had to play against 100 Thieves. Actually, not kickoff, sorry. When he was playing under the MIBR banner against 100 Thieves, he was putting immense numbers on this map as well. So quite a dangerous character to play against on this map.
EG with a timeout here at 3-4. And it's not a normal EG we're seeing either. They are locked in, but there's also, like you said, the serious phase for Okeanos. Sometimes that's more standing up, getting in the face of the opponents, but they don't have that luxury right now. Everything's got to be more locked into the game.
Yep.
Really nothing else surrounding that competition but focus, teamwork, and comms. And they got to figure out where that's going to come from now, because Sentinels have the answer in spades to just keep doing what they're doing and kind of slowing EG down to a pace that's uncomfortable.
So you're seeing after this timeout, almost looked like Superman is trying to meet up with the team, and they're going to set up this molly to try to take some early B control. I think they also want to take advantage of what the speed of this Neon and Waylay can very much do here for our team. Jura wants to answer back, though. Wall up to see if anything was happening towards Sands.
Ooh, big detection there off that. Flash coming in from Jonah P. And a little bit of a heal from the follow-up util that may have followed through. Still, they left one in the teleport, though, having the Neon run out. I wonder if they're going to be aware of this. TP's back across. They're not even going to want to play with B at the moment.
Double orb to get the ult here for Okeanos. So it's not the pit, the win con. It's the entry here. That's not even needed. Nice entry by Digizine.
Takes down Jerwin right away. They'll still have to clear U-Haul. Oh, that's a big one. Redux is just going to try and create a trap in here, and he does a very nice job. He's only down for one, though. Can't ask for much more when you got a whole team bearing down on him. But Sentinels is already in the site. They've made such time here. And now the noise is U-Hauls. The rest of the team creeps behind enemy lines already as they take this space back. Nobody's on the spike. No taps just yet to get the team to come back around, and Calm knows this space needs to be re-cleared. Super well played as they're aware of what's going on, even if their backs were turned on the side of Evil Geniuses. And they stave off Sentinels without really even seeing them on the retake. Calm there to get a last touch on the round. That was nice.
Little molly on the ground, too. Not even allowing Sentinels to get it at half. But it all came down to a huge opener right here. The walk contact, catching Jerwin off guard without using any util. Then they open up the site that way. But a nice little shot that we saw from Redux from U-Haul. That was actually quite insane as he's hit by the convergence path and still hits a Neon, jumping across his screen. They're planning to set up to stall here towards the A side. That orb being thrown up just to delay if they do hear some noise from Sentinels on EG's exit on that A side. But they want to stop that right away. Look at Redux moving forward with the operator to cover up towards Palm.
The solo move, too. Ready for a kill, maybe a blast pack out, or just ready to go down with the ship. You won't get anything just for yet. No.
This setup that Sentinels currently has right now, though, leaves a huge gap towards Showers. So as that smoke disappears towards that front side that it just did, and as Viper Wall comes down as well in a defense, they're going to have to start repositioning. There you go. You see John Cutie moving back to watch towards that side passively. Although EG, they don't really know that yet because they never really inserted anybody at that spot to try to create any pressure. Superman slowly is trying to find his timing too.
Util back and forth. It's kind of just a deter. U-Haul, they have another one? Looking at Com. Yeah, Com's still good for another one. Just a miss. They're going to try to get back into this?
Yeah.
I said one shot, you know he's going to back off, so see if you can keep them on their heels. A nice wall to divide the site, kind of create the double retake here that's necessary for EG. And they're just going to pit themselves in as they go ahead and crawl right to that plant spot.
That actually walled Okeanos.
Up top, great elevation coming in from Oki as he gets into the face of John Cutie as well, pushing Spawn. 2 left for Sen here. EG, watch them walk away last round, and they're going to have to find him this round. 11 seconds left. Spike's going to have to get picked up, and it's actually crossfired from both sides. This is not looking good. That's Sentinels picking up the round in a position they never should have been able to grab it.
Yeah, especially with the space that Okeanos just took from dashing up there. He solo-handedly cleared the back of the site, yet somehow EG still couldn't set up on A. Thankfully, you still see a little bit of a smile on his face, though.
I think maybe it's because they have an answer. They know they can do it, right? They're just, it's one part of the round that they have to clean up. Should be able to do it. Should be able to make this one competitive.
But that's Sentinels, sorry, for those 2 occasions. Having some great flanks coming in, too, from the back line. It's not really being looked at by the side of EG. Somehow, as they're still playing 4-1s, there's still some gaps that are left unattended, and Sentinels are taking full advantage of it.
Oh, the Seekers go right to B. EG knows they have A, but the TP comes in. This is about the setup now. We're right to the portion where EG needs to fix, and we get to see it happen now with a 5v5. They have a lower buy on a few, some Guardians in there, and Jerwin gets him off to the races right away with a kill on Digizine, one of the best to start off with. A breather moment between both teams as the walls are up, and this is Sentinels trying to encroach back into space. Nice from Okeanos to find the elevated shot. It's not over yet. Still a lot of Sentinels members trying to bear down on this. Oh my gosh, Okeanos right in the frying pan. And it's Sen have swarmed the spike. This now puts the pressure on EG, who felt good before, and 3 come up right away in succession with the molly on the floor. Bao gets 2 classics, and that is a round that EG pick up for themselves that didn't look like it was going to go their way.
How do you finish a round with a molly and 2 classics for the victory for EG? That was insane. But the game plan was already drafted out by Sentinels in the first place. They were looking to flood retake behind that Reckoning. That A site was just a ruse to let EG go in and get trapped by it. And as it got so much value on that Reckoning, though, it was the high tide that followed up again. And what happens after the high tide?
Let's go.
They wait for that high tide to come down, and they isolate every single one of these fights, winning their fights for the side of EG. It almost feels like the high tides currently being thrown by Sentinels are more of a deterrence than anything else. That puts now the defensive team on the eco. Bucky for Jerwin, pushed all the way up towards short A.
Orbital strike used. There hasn't really been a lot of post-plant in this game, so you have to suspect that's used mid-round, and then just a continuous fight we see once the spike does get planted with this bind match. Thrin, Jonah P, trying to rip off a few shots that might find ahead of Evil Geniuses, but no cigar. They still stop it. They're really trying to go for the mind games now to just make these last few rounds feel uncomfortable for Sentinels, and just gives Jonas some space. You can't give him that shot. He'll hit it every time. Oh, goes back into it. And yeah, he's got help now. Look at them, that all just, they wait, and they stand there. Hey, Jonah, we're here. Party started. He's like, hey, guys, the party's over. We got to go back to the other site. It's just EG. They seem to be taking too much time for themselves here, and it does not give them any space. Now it's going to be a double Bucky, a triple. Oh, that one doesn't take down the rest of the team, but Cortez is there to get the finishing touches. And yeah, they got the double swing. Don't even need it. Redux gets another one. And EG, it looked like they had the round, but then indecision that came in with Jonah's kills just made everything muddy.
I think there was a little bit of miscomms from both sides, though. As Jonah, yes, lands 2 beautiful shots. What happens after? They high tide to allow EG to just pick up their own spike, but also they wasted Seekers behind it where they can't capitalize on it because of the high tide. So it still gives the swing back in favor of EG because they have weapons back towards the A side on a 3 versus 1. And that one singular person had a Bucky to work with, right? Where's the follow-up behind the Neon jumping around? And why is the Neon just stopping on the bench?
Yeah.
Continue to jump around. Find the info for your team so they can trade off on you.
Already 8 seconds into the round, and Digizine's going to rip off the ultimate. Team comes through with a teleporter, and Sentinels is ready to attack with one of their own. Oki, he's saying only 1 taps. He's going to keep doing it, though. That's what they need. And it slows. Everybody takes a breather. Spike has just walked itself into Hookah, but it looks like Sentinels is just setting up to let EG feel comfortable and then re-attack. Ultimate goes down, back a sight. No confirmation there, but they still get a little bit of space. And they plant towards spawn. Kind of flip the map on this one, but they don't have full control of the other side either.
Showers is going to be hard to come out of, especially when Okeanos has his convergence path. He's already setting it up.
Oh, they're creeping out. So they're going to be hidden already. Oki's trying to see if he can catch that come around, and I mean, Bao thought he was being watched. Who's going to be next here? Oki fixes it. Oh my God, he's pointing to the fences, and he is swinging for him as well. Cortesia to close down on a few kills. Can these two do it again? And Superman gets a bite down onto the spike. It's not going to be enough. The defuse actually should be okay as he gets back down onto it. Another round coming in for Sentinels as Cortesia gets the defuse to end that first half with momentum in Sen hands again.
And what a shot by Cortesia. You had to be quick on the reaction with a small jiggle snake bite on the ground. Yet a small mistake on that 1v1. Because you still have to think about 3.5 seconds for Cortesia to stick on that spike. That gives you time to swing out and go for the molly. But these small mistakes capitalize for the round where it's the same ending for the first half. 7-5 for Sentinels.
Second half of Bind after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings. We are back with VCT Americas match 1 of the day. In our second map, EG trying to bring us to a third here on Sentinel's pick of Bind. Sen with a 7-5 first half, and EG, it looks like they're finding a groove there at the end of the first half. It looks like they can strike true, but they got to get this pistol.
I mean, it came down with a lot of hero plays from Okeanos, so to clear a lot of line of sights. And despite some of those occasions, they still lost a round. You know what I mean? So it's looking very tough right now.
Yeah, that was a 3K on the last one that they couldn't bring through.
Exactly.
It's tough.
I'm out of here.
On defense, though, we'll have to think about what Sentinels will be thinking about with this harbor around this double duelist, which right now, at least in terms of util, it's fairly similar to what the Brimstone could do. You could still block the same spot, maybe even more when it comes down to your side execs. See right now as everybody's being grouped up here towards Sentinels that could really slice out towards U-Haul and all the way of Triple.
Cut the natural smoke order of 3 across. Showers is a little late, but they're trying to get coverage here. Oh my god, Bao's just skirting the war line. Who's going to be first to get the fight in? They are surrounding it. Almost everybody within touching distance at this point, and it's going to be the first one in U-Haul. Digi with the bandit, just pickpocket onto Jerwin there as we get some neon action. But yeah, EG doesn't want to fully commit here. They like that they got some numbers, and that's a good look.
Yeah, I wonder what good stalls we had there on the other side. I think it was a relay bolt from Digizine as well. Kind of kept Sentinels on their tracks, on their toes, holding back towards that front default. Maybe it was no U2 at all. Maybe they're just tapping and waiting here for Sentinels, but they definitely got punished out of it. Now getting caught one by one.
Little reset there as the team helps each other out. A very calm pistol round here from EG. It's like they didn't get sucked into the chaos of Sentinels trying to get in fast under that wall.
Yeah. It was a big important fight too that was won by Bao into Showers.
Yeah.
When you're looking at it here from the minimap on the replay, it almost seems like it was just a simple brimstone smoke. That kind of just kept Sentinels hesitating to move inside that site to plant.
Nice! Let's go! We got a pistol!
Always got to be wary. Always got to be wary of potential shorties in there. It's funny, he says we got pistol, but he got both pistols at
Well, I
this
think
half,
he said
right?
we got pistols.
Yeah.
Maybe. It'll be more. Maybe it'll be more. Achieve the bonus. Achieve the consecutive round status. Oh, no. Back to the lab again. Redux takes down Okeanos there. Gets in his face with the classic. As Jonah P will take some damage here, but easily gets the plant down and sets up with the team for the post.
Please don't give me a replay of that one. Reminder, don't. Because that's going to hurt. You're going to have to rewatch it from Okeanos' point of view, but at least they got weapons for EG to flood back in. They also already have control at the back of that site. There's no post-plant util to stall for the side of Sentinels with this comp.
Tucks a flash in. A nice relay bolt clears to the right, but only for so long. Ooh, they eat one back, too. That's going to be tough.
Get out of here.
Trades. Cove is up. They try to get themselves back in on this one.
Thrifty.
Oh my gosh, Redux just running through as soon as he knows everybody's trying to play VIP on the spike and make quick work of EG.
You can only imagine how that round could have looked like if Redux actually died on the top of truck. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Right-click classic, picks it up, and at the end of the day, he gets 4 kills in that round.
But they got pistol. He was so happy.
Yeah.
Fans. Not like this.
Yeah, see, Oki.
You can see the despair. Yeah, it's tough.
To see that happen before your eyes and then just look at the kill feed, still lighting up Redux for the side of Sentinels is frustrating for sure. And EG goes into a Bucky buy for 3 players there. 2 of them settled up towards this A side as they're controlling here U-Haul in the front of the jump box of short A.
Toxin screen.
Playing outside the range of this util. Okay, gets seen there for a moment. I think he had his Bucky out too, so they know there's some shotgun trickery going on around the map.
It's not too bad. I almost felt like the refract was kind of wasted, but he still jumped out in the front before TPing back. Could have gotten some information, but there was already a defensive smoke being thrown by Bao.
Oh, look at the weight. Look what the weight is doing.
That's what I'm saying.
Smoke's down.
That timing is incredible, too. Just doing about a 50-second hit here. Calling the rotation from EG back to their side, and the wall gives them so much safety to get the plant down. And either side, that works for default if they want to plant default or plant the other side, putting up the shield of smoke. Easy.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to cross through this, but might have some Bucky-to-Bucky action.
Ooh. Redux clears both. Jonah P on another, and they just have so many angles watched. They don't have to second guess. Easy trust in the teammates. A flawless round coming in from Sentinels.
Yeah, so as I mentioning, like the one single dog that was thrown here by Sentinels on the short A side forced out the retract, a jump spot, and a smoke from the brimstone.
Yeah.
Once they realize that there's no noise being made and they're still walking their own vision here for EG because of that smoke, you don't really know where that mid-rounding is going because they've already flashed early on the B side to get info, if I'm not mistaken, right? So they gamble for the early rotate towards that B side. They read incorrectly. Sentinels just goes for the pop back into the right side of the A site. Now a 5-man hit. They are paying to be careful of that pushdown on that flank for EG, but most of the resources is just to try to clear this hookah spot first.
Bao gets one, but trades over the Vandal. That's going to be tough for the rest. Redux gets ult out of that too for next round here. EG have to make an impact. Almost keep everybody alive, get the economy up for these next rounds here.
I like the Cortez, sorry, was actually the high tide from John Cutie.
Yeah.
He throws it on the side, it splits out hookah, but at the same time, if you're still trying to throw these same walls on exits, it still allows for you to like squeak out from the front of that B side into the shed and also block vision from from the elbow on that B side if you want to try to flit out a hookah. So it could be some interesting splits that they could do with that potentially here for Sentinels with that type of wall.
Okay, so EG has basically all the info right now. Maybe they could be going through hookah, but this pinch is crazy. You have Supermen coming around, still have Showers control, and you should be able to just tack down on with Okeanos if they do want this site. Do Sen wait to see if they've been flanked? John already knows. But they turn. He gets the timing. That's one. It hasn't clicked in yet for Jonah P, and he's going to get time for two as Superman gets a huge flank. And that's going to be enough. Cortezia has to rush back over at 15 seconds. Isn't there? EG slip around in before Sen run away with too much momentum.
Turns out good here for Superman with the timing with that Phantom. You saw even Cortezia trying to do a little bit of econ damage before he falls down, but the idea there was you talked about a good timing on the flank. The only difference is right there is that if you actually did go for the pressure, you could TP back towards hookah, where Cortezia already took that space on B. That's why you had to activate it a little bit more quickly, especially when the dog came out to clear info on short A side. Thankfully, Superman was able to tighten up his laces here and capitalize on that 2K.
Yeah. Such a nice change. All that space being taken instead of kind of seeing EG rotate back through their spawn at that 50-second mark. They were taking all map they could.
Oh, they're expecting this right now for the Sentinels.
Oh! This is in! One more! Oh, Cortezia will not allow for one of the cleanest aces we could have had in VCT Americas. And he'll stay alive again, just about deja vu from where we saw him last round here to start off now with a minute left, though.
Poison's off.
Whoa.
Zix's watch party is going to be happy right now just seeing one guy walk down. Of course, it was a flash to support for him to swing out, but those isolated frags coming out from DG Zine was just beautiful.
This little setup flash there that we had to turn from Com. And Cortezia. Just to figure out where, when, and how.
Yeah.
4 more times.
And they were looking at that angle the whole time for Sentinels. They had 3 guys just crouching, standing in front of each other to make sure of that lockdown.
Van Silly?
Nah.
Van Silly?
No.
He actually had time to reset there too? Yeah. That's scary stuff. He is in different form this season, but EG, they're getting into a different form right now. The last few rounds looking clean behind each other and building that momentum necessary, especially off what Digi does here. Let's... Oh.
One enemy remaining.
A lot of collapse this game. Love to see it.
Oh my god! I hook my finger here.
You have an IGL just hyping up his teammate. The other one's just like, I think I know where the last guy is.
How is he there, but also on street out? Man. And, Center's still in pretty good position here. It is 9-8, but I think you just call a timeout after that because you don't let that momentum slide.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
That's potentially the thing too when EG realizing that that Sentinels are playing this double duelist, right? A Jet and a Raze. They might want to try to pop quick behind the utility, so you might not bring out an operator on the attack side. So you go with the gamble, you walk down, you try to just force that line. You're getting great value out of it. Something that I'm going to have to start identifying here for Sentinels, where these walk pushes are working out in the favor of EG. Just previously, we had the fight from Superman, from gaps that weren't being exploited, and as I'm criticizing Sentinels about it, it was something similar that went for EG in the first half when they were playing the attack side as well, right? You always had Cortezia, somebody else slipping through the net and being able to get some backstabs.
Big operator up, Digizine, and they're going to push it too. It's not to hold a fast line, it's to get in the face to get the first line. Oh, I feel like Cortezia has a sixth sense on this too. He's like his gun is right there with the judge waiting.
I'd be even down to see Okeanos pull out the refract and start walking down to clear out the left side so he can get an even deeper line. But instead, it's Sentinels that takes the first upper hand.
Ooh, doesn't know where he went. It's almost no time to find it, right? You got to look for the next target. Very nice decision making by Redux. Oh my God, the acquisition there of what to do next. Super clean for the young player. And now they're going to get a pit in sight. A little bit of breathing room now to set up and steal this timeout back for themselves and get momentum.
That was a huge showstopper kill there too, but the Seekers are getting information inside that showers. They're playing a little bit more further back, but it's a judge inside the pit.
And they have to go so far too to source these players. It's awkward, losing so much health. Just having to breathe deep as you go in for the fight here. 3 members of EG left. They try to push on behind each other, figuring out what angle needs to be cleared. Redux with 2 more on the round for 3. And this is just going to be Calm looking for solace here. Safety in U-Haul, and it looks like he's still going to be sourced out. Not enough for the 4K. And an Uno Mas on to John Cutie. Gets himself to safety there. But Sentinels, the timeout, is good for a W.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you still had a refract and walk through from Okeanos, but this time towards triple into showers. So he's able to nullify the first pick, but he tried to stall with the convergence pass and goes for the dash away. And if he stayed alive, maybe it would have been something that would have been leaning more towards EG's favor. Yeah. But the Rock had taken him down. Doesn't give a chance here for the Op to get any value for the Digizine because of Cortezia's pit outside on the A side, and they held that like a fortress. Odin, Judges, Util. Just too much to deal with for EG, and they couldn't close that entry.
Oh, almost 2. Just a little indecisive between the targets, and that gives Digizine a kill. Moving in now, the operator's out of the play, so they're going to keep going back to Vandals, playing it close to the chest. So far favors EG with 1. Redux waiting for somebody to peek their head out. Anybody out of place.
Let's try to find him.
Oh, most God. Oh, actually gets taken down on the way back to safety.
That's an audio call. Because he had Okeanos inside U-Haul, hurt the satchels. Digizine clears it, but then Jonah P answers back with the Odin of his own, spamming into triple.
Calm getting some frequent flyer miles here. But they're actually going to be ships in the night in this one.
Missing a layover.
Yep. Going all the way back through. They're going to even peek to make sure it's safe for the time. Oh, no. No, okay. Does he? Are you that thorough, Cortezia? Okay, they turn around. There'd be a lot of commitment to go all the way back down the cave and through. So they're going to get a site to themselves, but they are down a player. So it's going to be important how they set it up, and John will have ult for this. So they give it to Jonah P to get another point. The considerations if they think they have time.
I feel they have to go a little bit more quickly. You can't give an orb away. You're wall contacting, right? You can't give your position out. And now Calm clears towards short. We should have seen a rotate a long time ago here from EG.
They're too confident in just thinking the U-Haul play is where they're going to be there. They still sent 2 there. Thinking at the last moment it's going to be U-Haul.
Maybe they all thought that Sentinels were sucking in their stomachs right around the corner.
Hey. Could be a crazy play. Everybody's going to be elbow, though. Oh, no.
Orbital strike, though, for Bao.
1, 2. Almost a third one as they line him up. Bao cleans him. 10 HP here. John Cutie goes for the peek to see if he can't pick one off right away. And it is going to be the defuse. EG keep themselves racking up the rounds. And they keep a few players alive on this one, too.
Yeah, again, some great comms coming through here on the defensive anchor holds by EG. That first fight into the showers was nice to have that buddy system too. Remember when I was talking about on that first map where Bao felt like he never could really play that game against us sliding a limb over against FURIA. This time they have a buddy system with him too, just to make sure that they can at least trade things out and they make it out on escape too on that solo slide of Jerwin.
Way more active around the map, whether it's been Superman or Com, they're just sourcing somebody to be a walker now that seems to give them the upper hand in these rounds, at least for getting back in, having positioning on what Sen's doing. Oh, that looks like they actually stopped the Zerg of Sentinels on this. They want it in. Oh, he catches the toes of Redux, a big stub there. And he's happy to still sit, knows nobody can really contest around that corner. And that does slow Sentinels from their original play. It's got to be an audible now.
They use that dog too to try to clear out towards that pit to follow up with it. So they have no extra util to really push Superman away from his position here. So that pit's going to stay up, even re-healed by Com. Huge advantage for EG in this round too, with one of the big lanes blocked off. And now isolating players and funneling them right into the scope of Digizine.
Oh, I was going to say, oh no, it's the moment he's moving, but it doesn't matter what he's doing. He just hits the shot clean. It didn't even look like the dot was back on the scope then. He backs up, plays his life, and makes it feel even weirder for Sen to push up here to get him off an angle even further away.
I think that might even be a call for a save for the rest of Sentinels. Remember, they bought down to almost nothing.
Yeah.
All at half shields and having to play against an outlaw. Yeah, they're deciding that for sure for John Cutie. No wall contact. They can't leverage the ult either because they have such a disadvantage in terms of numbers and also in terms of ults. Com's trying to chase down for a kill, but Kurtazia is going to punish him.
There's the neon fall back, and then he just... Oh, that's funny. 10-10 though. EG keep bringing it back to even here. They have what it takes. It's just they got to source a few rounds together and really do some damage to the Sen economy so they can't feel so comfortable on pushing through these strats. Whew. And gets him on the crouch too, trying to get under what an opera would be looking at, or even a scope rather.
Yeah.
And here's another one of those timeouts. Oh, Ewok's being dirty with these the moment EG gets a foot in the door.
It's definitely an interesting timeout, or sorry, not interesting, important timeout.
Maybe, yeah.
Because they see 3 weapons out of that, right? That means that a couple of players maybe will have to go into the next round buying full shields, but you've only saved 1,000 credits going to the next round for those 3, or the remaining 3 players of Sentinels. And remember, they still had the the reckoning from the side of John Cutie, so they could try to retake a site or flood a site literally. They might try to find a play around that.
Looks like he's listening now. Little switch up with the team coming back as they're going back and forth. This is going to be their last time out. EG might have one they can squeeze in if Potter doesn't like what she sees here between the last few rounds. It's going to be very, very important, and it's a nice one to have saved up too, because Sentinels always come out of these swinging, and I wonder where the percent for win rate is on their timeouts right now. It seems like they've gotten every one that they've taken.
So it definitely looks like they're invested in the extra armor that's needed within this round. Redux.
Yeah.
Maybe to try to challenge against Digizine, but again, that reckoning, we're going to have to keep an eye on what John Cutie wants to set this up with. To kick things off, though, it's a little bit of Showers control and maybe an orb for Redux here, too. They're actually going to fully give up that space without even really picking up the orb in the first place.
I like it. They did this about 50 seconds last time, because that's when Com tried to get some sight on. This time earlier, 1:15, they Trailblazer. So, I mean, maybe they know he's there now. I'll just pick it up. Uh-oh. If they hear him pick it up.
I even misses him.
Yeah.
You're hoping the stall is going to be good towards that B side, because that's an opening for Sentinels to take.
They're trying to hit it. Hookah control is good here. They can kind of crossfire each other, but I don't know if that smoke, with that smoke up, they're going to be able to protect Supermen. Alt pushes them all back, floods them out of sight, but
Sen hasn't flooded in just yet. Now they start to go in. Everybody's staying backside too, not even worrying about elbow with all of the high tied up.
Right, Superman somehow gets the wallbang kill from the back. Trophy glass into the site.
This is a big round for EG. They got to come out of this strong. Digizine comes up with a huge shot on top of the tub. Can they get Jonah P out of this situation, though? He's just going to start letting this loose as soon as he sees any util or a body coming around that corner. One down. Oh, the double setup just left the shoulder peeking on the other side, and Jonah P's there for another as he gets a quick turn. This one falling apart for EG. It looks so good. But now he just squeezes himself into the corner, and yeah, that's going to be Jonah P scratching the back of Comm to get a 3K on the round.
Not only are they going to be duels at ping pong, but also duels holding a B site on a 2v4. That was impressive by Jonah P. That to still have util too. It even flashes Cortezia. Maybe there was a miscomm going through there too, but Cortezia had to find his own timing. So it picks up his kill, gets flashed, but still allows Jonah P to still win the other 1v1. Oh my God, was that beautiful.
It's the 1-2 punch from Ewok there.
Yeah.
Out of last week, we had, when Sentinels got their victory, the Jonah P interview, and he said right after the game, it felt really good to hear Ewok come up and say, you know, you sounded like a leader that game.
Yeah.
We played like a leader. So yeah, Jonah P is definitely getting back into that groove.
And you just talked about it. Potter might have a timeout still if there's something that she doesn't like.
Yeah,
but quite honestly with you, it's not necessarily her fault of what happened or EG's fault with what happened within that round. Because you had the wallbang kill from Superman into the site. You had a beautiful outlaw kill on the top of site. And then when they tried to flood retake, it was an Odin that just messed everything up. Just great positioning in the end here for isolating different fights for Sentinels on a 2v4 that went in their favor.
Yeah.
When you don't have too much util left for the flood retake, it's hard, right? So the timeout's mostly to focus on what's happening within the next couple of rounds. Money's still available for Digizine to pull out another op.
That's true.
Superman with a Bucky, though. I think he's going to play that more towards this B site. And look at that. The readjustment is not on, guys, it's okay what happened in the last round. It's like, how can we win this round? 4 players stacked up at the beginning on this side, but finally Superman decides to move back here towards A to control this U-Haul. This might be one of those looking at the B fight and then crunch right into the showers.
Up online. I mean, they're still waiting on this info. They're going to go for the TP play.
You got to.
They have to be there right away. U-Haul's actually getting squished in. Bao holds one, turns around. Superman with another one. As he racks that shotgun to get ready for a play, Jonah P sits him down. 3v3, Guardians, Phantom, and an Operator. And that op does work right away.
Is that through smoke? Or that flanker? That's Cortezia dying on flank.
The ult on the orb. Oh, as soon as it drops. Oh, Jonah P has to make too much noise on that one. Okeanos able to come through with the kill, and the timeouts are paramount for both of the coaches, for both teams, as we get another round for Evil Geniuses here.
Yeah, and it works out for EG too. Play aggro, take that line, see if anybody's there because of that 4K that Digizine had previously on that fountain. And as they see nothing there, you have to help out those 2 players on that side. Yeah, that's going to be annoying to deal against. I saw that from the mini-map of his position where people died. I was like, yeah, you can't hold U-Haul that way. But they did their job, right? They were both inside U-Haul. They still got 2 kills on their side. They made it a lot easier for EG to fight back from showers.
Yeah.
Seekers really helped out here for Comm.
Finally broke their economy a little bit to make them force for that last round. I would say save for that last round for being correct the terminology. Oh, another line. It was B long last time. It's going to be showers this time for Digizine. Moving up, gets one quick one, a relay bolt for safety, and he can't get the fast lane up to live. Jerwin goes for the op, though. They're going to want that to keep. No, he goes shotgun. I was wondering if he was going to keep that.
They're just trying to stall down this high tide, which is beautiful. You have the Brimstone smoke that doesn't allow really for them to flood out here for Sentinels, except with the Showstopper that can help.
All right, Redux flexing his muscles here. Fires it right at the feet of Jerwin. John Cutie still cleans it up. He's the one that grabbed the op in the end to bring back the shots through the scope. Jerwin gets another one onto Superman here. And again, we go back and forth with the rounds. Comm is left to search everyone out by himself.
I never knew John Cutie was an opper.
He's something. I mean, remember when he used to be with a Bulldog? Those right-click Bulldogs are pretty much the same thing. You hit a 3 burst, you hit a single shot, people are falling down.
All right, now you have to give your plan away, but at least you have the flashes. You still have util to help yourself out.
Gotta tap it. Pull him out of the woodwork here. He knows he's got a little bit of time, though. Doesn't even see a shoulder on that first peek. So Redux is just gonna have all day to play with them here. Yep, I see you. Here goes the half. Try to hold it at least. And he's forced right into the waiting arms of John Cutie for the thrifty round. Cortezia once again up out of his seat, keeping that mental up for Sentinels. And you heard it, match point off of that thrifty against EG.
It's so hard to escape when you got a Neon sliding with a Bucky there. You're hoping that the first kill that you grab was the actual Neon. Clean shots by John Cutie. Very simple with the op as well. He even picks up a rifle. Map and series point now for the Sentinels, where EG, the last time they had to face off against Sentinels was kickoff in that middle bracket round 1, where they also suffered an 0-2 loss. They're so close right now to middle pushes to a third map. He talked about the economy not being the best for the Sentinels. They had to win that on a thrifty to get the lead.
Yeah, right back.
But for EG, at least they have some sort of money to work with, right? 3 rifles, still a Bucky and a Stinger. The only thing is that there's no ults to help them with this round. Well, the Sentinels, though, they're being quite patient. Realize here in these early rounds for the last couple that EG have been fighting with a little bit more force to block down some aggro lines.
Still waiting. They're trying to at least have Hookah control if they lose B. Leave Digizine and back. Yeah, really just a default setup here where they're left up to the whim of whatever Sentinels wants to do. There's kind of no forward info here for EG. They might play in their favor, though. If they back up anchor sites, but it doesn't look like they're in that position, it's going to be the 1v1. Bao ready to just take this face-to-face with the Bucky.
Yeah,
whoever comes out of shower. Jerwin.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that's going to be a fake, too. Digizine on 1. Slides back, tries to get into a good position, but he's just squashed by 2 players of Sentinels. And even that lurk isn't going to work in their favor just yet. They took it. They take down Bao on the other side. And just so many fights on different fronts here for Sentinels. And they get back to A for safety. It's up to Superman.
And Oli has a Stinger.
Oh, they're lining up. Shorty ready. And that's going to be it. Jerwin gets the 3K, gets the kill. And Sentinels make quick work of EG across the 2 maps of Haven and Bind.
Sentinels looking very happy into that one, but another fight where a series they had to really dig deep here to close out one of these maps. It went down to the last round of regulation, but for EG's side, it almost felt like they had that potentially to push it into a third map. The most important fight was probably towards that showers when you talked about that Bucky. And fortunately for today, some of these players just couldn't step up against the aggression here of the Sentinels. So they have to try to survive with the strength of schedule for the next 2 weeks here for EG. They're not out of it yet, but they have some tough opponents coming up.
Love the recoup from both teams on the timeouts. You know it's going to be strong coming from EG, but now seeing Ewok have a lot of success here after those. Really something that a young team can use like Sentinels here. Obviously, you got your core players still there, but bringing those guys up and being able to reset a lot helps when you got guys like Okeanos popping off and you're like, wait, Digizine got that 4K? Don't worry about it. We'll reset, come out of the timeout, and take another one. Nicely done. And Sentinels, now they don't really have to go through 8 overtime rounds on this. We will have the Rise and post-match interview in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. More VCT Americas after this.
Sentinels get the win over Evil Geniuses, and Cortesia, you are so back. You're so back. You're looking incredible recently. What happened with the team? What is clicking now that didn't click before?
I mean, it just feel really good to actually see our work like working, you know, like every work day, every hours. And I mean, that's it. Like I've been grinding like a dog. I would say that. And it's been pretty hard all the weekdays, but it's actually paying now. Like let me get into the stage and now I'm feeling fine. I have my teammates on my side. I have Jerry here with me. So yeah, it's been pretty fun, and I'm just feeling right now, you know, like it's just getting natural again, and I really think that I'm gonna be better even more next week.
This is also just the second week that Jerwin has been playing, and you have been playing with some iconic duelists throughout the years and in your time in VCT Americas. What makes Jerwin such a good addition to Sentinels?
I mean, it's always good to have like a fresh blood, like as Yasin on kickoff, like Jerry is like a really good player. He was destroying tier 2, so we needed him, and he come for us, like, and now we're winning back. So I'm glad to have him here. Like it's always like new energy. Like there's some players that have been in the league for such a long year, so when it's rough, like when it's tough, like they just stress so much. But Jerry, like if we lose, he wants to improve so much, and that's what we need, like energy.
Mm-hmm. And well, you talk about energy as well. The upcoming matches. You just got 2, but the upcoming matches you have FURIA and Energy. So what can we expect for the Sentinels? We've seen kind of a little bit of almost every single map. So what's next?
I mean, we've been going for like a good momentum right now. I hope that we enjoy that and like actually use in a good way for us. Because yeah, we have some nice enemies now to face, like FURIA. Shout out to our team. I'm really excited to face him again. I lost on kickoff, so I'm smelling blood for this match. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty fun. Tough match, but I mean, we just gotta keep like focusing on our momentum right now, and we're gonna be fine.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much, Cortesia. We're gonna send it back to the desk as well, and we have Juna P and Redux.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the show, Jonah P and Redux, and of course Athena here as well.
Hello,
good job
hello.
to you.
Dude, I was so part of that win.
You were
that was all
definitely part. Yeah, it was like the 6th player on the bench for sure. How you guys feeling? Also, before I ask that question, what's on your arm? What does it say?
Luca plus Tilly, Dad. I love you. K plus J, my girlfriend.
Oh, that's so cute. Do you do that in, like ahead of every game?
Yeah, she does it every game. So, that's really cool. Shout out Kelly.
W Kelly. Exactly.
Yeah.
We love Big Kelly. Big shout out. How are you guys feeling after this much needed victory, really?
Was it much needed?
I mean, yeah, you had a slower start to the season, you know, like, but you're ramping it up right now. Do you feel good about the second half?
Now, so yeah, we feel good.
Yeah, it's over now.
Yeah, we have German.
Final form and stuff.
But yeah, we're very confident going to this game, every game. I think EG is one of the teams that you don't want to underestimate, but going into it, we're very confident with the, our individual players versus their individual players. But yeah, so we felt really good the whole time.
All right, okay. Well, you guys are confident in your gameplay, obviously. Are you confident about VALORANT trivia?
Yeah.
Good,
very
because we're going to play a game here. She's like, I don't know. Well, let's find out. We're going to play a few rounds of lightning round. I'm going to read you out a question, and you guys have to. Oh yeah, the gamer position are being taken. Hit the bell if you have an answer. If you don't know, still hit the bell and give me something, okay? And Myrna will be keeping score.
Very well.
Very well. All right. Are you guys ready?
Ready.
Okay. And we start now. Which VALORANT map is set in the country of Italy?
Pearl.
No.
Wrong. Ascent.
Oh.
Yes, that's Venice, Italy. That's where Ascent is. Now, next question. How many ult points does Jet need for Bladestorm?
8.
That was so sweet.
Yes.
8. That's correct. Yes. Okay. How many bullets are in a Vandal magazine?
Oops.
Oh my God. Impressive.
25.
Yes. Okay. 2-1. 2-1. What was or who was the first initiator introduced to the game's post-launch? Ooh.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Sky.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
2-2.
Right.
2-2. We're
Which
tied up.
agent says, "Here comes the party"?
Raise.
Oh, I was not ready for that one.
3-2.
Well, I just played her.
Which agent's ultimate takes away your primary weapon?
Vice.
Yes, that is correct. How long is each half of a spike diffuse?
3.5.
Yes. How many agents did the game launch with? Who was that?
Jonah.
Shoot. I don't know.
3,
10.
Yes.
Whoa, W guess.
How many credits do you start with in overtime?
What? 5K.
Yes.
He pre-fired that a
She
little
wasn't
bit.
even
I saw it.
What voice line plays when one player remains on a team?
Last player remaining.
No.
Are we
Wanna guess?
giving him that?
Oh.
No. Unless
Wait, which team? Which team?
What do you mean?
on a team.
No, just in
what
general.
voice line plays when one player remains
What did you say?
on a team?
What did you say?
Oh, I don't know what I said. I already forgot.
Just say something. Give a guess.
Last player standing?
Yes!
Oh, bro, I know that.
That's
I
why
know
I'm
that
the
too.
professor.
Okay, all right.
All right. Are we still? Do we have time for more?
We have more.
We sure do.
We have more. Okay, we do.
Dude,
Okay,
it's
keep it
tied
going.
up. We need to do more.
Yeah, we do.
It's
indeed.
5-5 right
Overtime.
now.
Okay, which agent is from Los Angeles?
Gecko.
Yes. Which map has the call out hookah?
Bind.
The yeet. There you go.
Wait, who said that?
Bind.
Jonah?
Yeah.
Okay, we're tied up again.
Who won Champions in Istanbul?
Istanbul. Oh wait, give me a second. Loud.
Yes.
Oh, bro.
Damn, you're cooking.
How much does the Ares cost?
16. No. 1550.
No.
1600.
Yes,
Oh, bro.
dude, you were right.
I'm
How many
tripping.
teams are in VCT Americas?
12.
Yes.
Okay, and the last question. Who won in the first season of Americas?
Oh, that's a good question.
Sure.
3.
Optic.
No.
Loud.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
GGs.
What's the score?
The score
is I won.
Yeah,
sure.
whatever, bro.
Dude, don't spoil my moment. I got one line this whole segment.
It's pretty honest.
You got 6 points, and Jonah, you got 10. Good job.
A sticker.
Enjoy that, bro.
Congratulations. Enjoy
Put it
that.
on your fridge.
Yep.
I will.
On the arm. Good job. A good job,
Thank you,
sticker.
thank you.
Good job today in the game. Good job in this game as well. Thank you guys so
Thank
much
you.
for joining
Yeah,
us.
great job.
The day's not done yet. No, don't go anywhere. We've got one more match this weekend. It's MIBR versus Cloud9 on the other side of this.
Pressure here in second. You can't be doing this to them.
It's definitely going to be a fun matchup playing against Zelsis in the IGL role. Playing with him for a long time definitely has given me the ability to know how he plays, but it also goes both ways. He knows my tendencies, what I like to do. And I think when that happens in a match, it makes for some really fun gameplay because both people are trying to adapt to what the other guy's doing. So I think it should be pretty fun. Oxy's definitely their standout player. The other one would be Penny. I think he's very underrated and he's playing really well this year. So I think he'll be the other standout guy for C9.
I think their strengths are pretty obvious. I think Tekken and Aspas, especially in this meta, they're just going to do whatever they want, and we have to try and cope with that. I think for us personally, I think you have I want to say, easier time playing against teams that are more thought out. They are a bit more meticulous in that fact, and I think that will play more into our advantage and our favor.
I think C9, they're a team with a lot of firepower, but haven't had the most time together with practice yet. But they're in a similar spot to us where they got knocked out of kickoff and they had a ton of time to just grind and get the synergy and figure out how they want to play. So I think we'll just have to wait and see what C9's identity looks like, but I can see them being very strong.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our final match of the week, MIBR versus Cloud9. So we're here back again with Athena and our loiterer, Wyatt.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
That was my official role title in the last segment.
How did you enjoy your role?
It was great. I sat over there and did nothing at all. Well, I watched Vance play ping pong.
And what's different right now, exactly?
Yeah, good one. All right.
That was a good one. That was
All right, yeah,
and
you
while
got
he's
me.
chilling,
You got
our
me.
players are putting in the work in our 1v1 skirmish side selection. That's right, we have Vic and Verno going at it. Wager your jelly beans, Verno. Who you got?
Verno.
What about you, boy?
I'm going to go with Vic on this one.
Okay.
He's down 1-0, but it doesn't matter.
The
But you know why?
starts
It's because
right now.
I think if you want to see C9 start to bounce back, it begins with
It begins
Vic
right
in the
now, yeah.
skirmish.
True.
All right? This is where it starts.
Dude, we need a big Vic bounce.
Oh, hell no. oh, come on, bro.
I think you cursed it, maybe? I think it was you. Honestly, I'm going to blame...
man.
If
Could be him.
C9 loses this game, let's just put it on.
Bro, he is actually lost in the saucer there. He's drenched in it.
Oh.
He doesn't know where to go. He's complaining about spawn hiding.
Changing settings.
This is actually devastating for the mental. All right, come on, bring it back, bro.
You just switched up real quick.
That is Vic. Come on, bro.
Okay. Oh. 5-1. You know what? It's fine. It's just skirmish. You know.
Is it fine?
It's fine.
How do we keep on hiding
okay
things?
for C9?
Well, you know what? If he
the comeback starts now. That's exactly. That's all that matters.
I hope.
Let's chat about the series, the last series of the day. Let's start with MIBR. They scored another dominant victory over Loud last week. Their second one straight, and a third today would actually mean that they're locking their playoff spot.
That's awesome. I think that
is awesome.
That's really good stakes, and I think for MIBR, obviously, after kickoff, they have a lot to prove. They didn't make it to Masters. They did lose out through that lower bracket, and so it's a little bit harder for them to kind of deal with that. But you know what the best way to deal with it is to win out and go insane. 3-0. MIBR, they've been looking so good. For me, arguably one of the best teams that we're having in Americas, and every single time I watch them, they just prove it over and over again.
I think right now you're just debating, is it MIBR or is it Crew? That's the best team at the moment, right? And MIBR have an opportunity to honestly just get another clean 2-0 win. They're riding high, and they're going up against the Cloud9 that are struggling and need to bounce back. And your bounce back week is going to be against this team that has Zekken on it, looking like, I think, the best player in Americas right now, one of the best Americas players of all time. Like Aspas in his secondary duelist role where he can feel comfortable. They look so good right now.
Have we seen any cracks in that armor?
Nope, not
No,
that's
tough.
No.
Not yet.
Yeah, the win condition, nothing. It's tough.
Not yet, not yet. Let's keep it positive here on the desk, Wyatt, please.
Yeah, Wyatt.
Yeah, Wyatt.
Yeah, all right. A lot of positivity as I just get bullied by my co-hosts. Interesting.
It's okay. Go next. It's okay.
Go next. Yeah, let's listen to something else. How about some insight from MIBR? Let's send it over to Dryad, who was checking in with Masino earlier today.
MIBR has been finding success not only because of the double duelist, but because of that support that you're giving Mazzino. And I want to ask you about the roles that you have been playing, because you're playing a lot of controller right now. But I remember back in the day with Lev, you always said that you were more comfortable in that initiator that we even saw last year. So how comfortable are you with the controller right now?
Sí, estoy más cómodo con iniciador, sí, pero con como está yendo el meta actualmente, es necesario, se puede jugar doble duelista y es bastante fuerte, y tenemos dos duelistas insanos, así que yo, como mi rol es flexear al fin y al cabo, puedo jugar cualquier cosa, literalmente cualquier cosa, menos duelista, así que cualquier cosa que necesite el equipo, ahí estoy para eso.
Yeah, I am more comfortable on the initiator role, but I mean, we have two insane duelists, and with the meta right now, at the end of the day, I'm a flexible player, and I can play anything, maybe not the duelist, but if the team needs the controller player, then that is what I'm going to do. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
And there you have it. Now, of course, if we're looking at the other side, I think it's fair to say, even though I hate saying it, that with the exception of Oxy, the rest of Cloud9 looks like they're kind of out of sorts.
I mean, it's
like
just
they're
the
struggling.
reality. Oxy came into this weekend as the highest rated player in a bunch of stats categories like ACS, etc., kills per round in the league, but that has not been enough for C9 to get a win on the board, even against teams like Envy, where you're going into the match favoring C9.
Yeah, I think like for this team, all these players individually have had those performances. Vic, for example, being one of them as well. But that last week that they played, it was a little bit of a struggle. I feel like what we saw was just a lot of this team play kind of going wrong, where the positioning wasn't really there. They were a little bit scared to take a lot of that positions. And so one of these things too was the comps, Wyatt.
Yeah, 2 times on Haven, C9 have gotten the loss in the non-mirror to Phoenix, which is utterly dominant in non-mirror matches right now. It's like 90-something%. They're playing the kind of standard old-ish meta comp. But what stands out to me is that Penny has 58% Viper pick rate. Bro is a duelist that has been signed to this team in the offseason in a meta that has been mostly double duelist for over a year now. And he's on Viper. I want to see this guy on an agent where he can play at his best. Like, I think they have the personnel to be leaning into playing the Neon Oxy, which has been great, with Penny as a secondary duelist, picking up Phoenix on Haven, on a Pearl, etc.
I would love to see that on Pearl, because right now they're playing the double initiator comp, which I think is okay if you're playing like an RG and playing a lot of those close plans. But for C9, when you have so much firepower, I want to see the double duelist come in.
All right, bring the Phoenix in, stop with the Unk comps. Let's see what they have in store for us. After a quick break, we're going to have Uber and Ender on the mics from Map 1.
For these two guys momento. É o Zeke no bombe, só perninha. Pega a primeira, pega a segunda também. Is he just gonna hold it? Is he just gonna stick it down to the wire? No! Zeppa seals it right on back.
We come to see Cloud9 here in week number 3 in a bit of an awkward position. At 0-2, they had to go up against MIBR to really have any chance of deciding how their playoff prospects look. I'm overjoined here by Ender on the couch. And a tough week for C9 last week. I think we're hoping to have seen some pretty big adjustments.
Absolutely. I think when you look at it last week versus Envy, that's a game that's kind of a must-win when you're looking at trying to get yourself into the playoff picture. If you come into this week with that win under your belt, all of a sudden an MIBR who's looking top of the group, it's not so rough, but now it feels like they need to dig deep and make, at the very least, some major improvements to give fans some kind of hope that they're going to make a push for the playoffs.
Yeah, look, and this Cloud9 team, obviously, we've seen maybe less of the double duelist style from them, right? Oxy still continue to shine in this role. But what do we get from Penny? Is there more to be dragged out of this individual, obviously, who we feel like was a high-impact pickup for this team, and obviously thinking last year back to Toronto when Liquid picked Penny up and were able to get a heck of a lot of value in a very short space of time. Cloud9 have had a lot more time than that. I'd love to see this roster really start to let that rubber hit the road here, because again, they really need to find a result here. Even if it's not a win, something to inspire some confidence. 2-3 still means you can get into the playoffs. It's just not really in your hands.
Yeah, and it requires you to then perform in the coming weeks, of course. I think the toughest thing for them is going to be the other side of things. You're asking for Penny to step up next to Oxy. You look across the field, you've got Aspas and Zekin on the other side. And as we jump into maps here, setting things off on Breeze first is kind of wild to me. C9 willingly stepping up against Aspas's operator.
Yeah, historically, this has been the kind of map where I feel like MIBR have been best positioned, maybe, you know, this and Sunset being two of their historically like best maps. Curious to see how this plays out, and C9 are also the kind of team out of any who, you know, might try and play like a Sky on this map, right? They've really leaned heavily into that. Obviously, Zeppa as a stalwart on this team. I'm very curious to see what the comp looks like, because we've got Breeze and Bind in the pool that neither of these teams have actually played yet this stage.
Exactly, and we're getting it right now. That's an ISO pickup for Penny. My question was, if you're playing against MIBR on Breeze, you have to have a solution for the operators coming out from Aspas or Zekin. I think ISO is actually kind of a cool agent to accomplish that. Just having the ability to shield that first shot gives you some real tools to clear, not to mention the push wall as well that can block away certain angles. So I'm not sure if it's a cook quite yet, but it's certainly an idea to counter out the operator.
It's interesting also that we have MIBR going without a scan initiator entirely. I actually had set up Cloud9 as the team more likely to do this, but it's going to be the Sky for Verno coming into this map, perhaps. MIBR still fancy having a flash to try and set Aspas up. He's the kind of player we always feel like wants to go in with some of that initiator util.
Yeah, it's a tough choice you have to make for MIBR when you want to play double duelist and double smokes, because on the one hand, having a scan to be able to spam people down through those double smokes is great.
Yep.
On the other hand, if you don't have flashes to fight through those, that's going to be pretty tough when you want to take more forward space. So expect to see a little bit more aggression out of MIBR, especially in the post plants and coming out from behind harbor walls when they're actually hitting into the site.
All right, off we go, folks. MIBR start on the attack side here. Curious to see how this ISO comp starts to move and shake across the map. That contingency will be great for some of these long lines. Oxy's going to challenge early, results in a trade, but Vic is very quick on the follow-up. It's already MIBR down to 2. This is very proactive from C9.
That was just excellent. The full-on walk down out from B had the read versus MIBR, went out in those fights. Still, there's a plenty of time now to be able to navigate in for Tex. Only 2 players on the other side. Penny's down to just 10 HP. And critically, C9 have abandoned the spike.
Obscuring vision.
Tough round for Tex to get out of, that is for sure. Probably not expecting to see such an early thrust from Cloud9. Also a team that obviously doesn't really have any flashes in their comp, so that's raw contact. The start of this round to really throw MIBR off kilter.
I like they fully stepped down into mid, but Tex is holding for it.
There could be something here. Oh, the timing. Penny spots him out. What? You gotta be kidding me, Tex! That is disgusting!
That was out of this world! Tex rips off the Red Bull clutch. Out of nowhere, he was looking completely the wrong direction, turns around, hearing some bullets whiz past his left ear. He's done that. Just watch it and weep if you're an MIBR fan.
Oh, that is brutal. And of course, he is stalwart as ever. Yeah, the only person on MIBR that's animated about that is Fraud. What a clutch moment powered by Red Bull to start Breeze off.
Wow. Well, if you thought you'd done something cool from C9 and you win that walkout from B in the first round, instantly, all that momentum ripped away from you.
Yeah, really know how you want to start this map. Now, it's MIBR that make the correct assumption. Cloud9 are going to have to hot-foot it over here via mid and just look to flood through.
See what they can do. MIBR did actually go for an FPX buy. This has been something that's been dying out pretty heavily, I feel like, with the introduction of Outlaws and these types of things. These early rounds swinging a little bit more as Oxy gets a kill. Now some pressure on MIBR.
Pex playing is a bit of a loose end here, so there is a minor upgrade for Oxy to take, going up to the Bandit. Also undercut here to try and set up a favorable engagement. Fast lane being made use of now. Recon spots nothing. MIBR tuck at just the right time, but Zekken is suppressed and vulnerable. Also getting hit with a relay ball. This is kind of brutal, but Aspas and Verno playing back at the site. The crossfires are in place now on Zelsis, who is run down. Expect to see that plenty from Zek in this map.
Yeah, small win there as C9 are able to kill 3 players. Only 2 of the guns get carried over into this next round. But I do have to commend MIBR being put in a really weird position there, playing full back sight in the post plan on attack. Not so easy to fight their way out of.
Yeah, working around that box, it did feel like...
Wait, so I'm completely trolling. C9 stuck to defuse there.
Yep. Oh, no, what? Oh, that is crazy.
So all the kills came down, and we just missed the defuse.
Yep, straight up. Okay.
I was wondering, like, why did the clutch come up? There's a Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, so why is it like a 3v1? Okay, folks, this has been a ridiculous map to start us off. Talk about subverting expectations. And random defuse there. All right, away we go. Zephyr going to be tucked here as MIBR do hit the site. A lot of this early controller util to get them in a contingency, maybe to allow the defenders to nestle into the back of the site. We've got multiple C9 players, 3 of them, in fact, stacked up here in this back corner.
MIBR with no real control over the map. The position Vic has right now is very big for C9. Already hearing players towards B at the start of the round. What does he find?
Yeah, passive spot on mid there for Vic. Gonna fall away behind some stall util.
There's a little gap in the smoke there. He gets a kill through.
Tells us how to pick this up, though, to some degree. Here's Oxy now. It's on Tex and Mazino, and Oxy, another. Straight down mid, spike, left loose. Tex has to salvage, this time in a 1v3.
And just gets shot down with the walkout from B.
Out of charges.
Instantly over like that. That was crazy. You'll see in the replay, there's a slight gap in the Viper wall right up against Pillar. That's where Vic gets the first kill. And it starts this snowball. You see that pocket there? Zeken's just not ready for it.
Yeah. And again, that snakebite isn't necessarily going to stop you on your tracks, but still, Oxy's there to pick up the angle. So the rest of MIBR get caught, snarled up in mid and picked off. And yeah, big grin there from Vic. Absolutely. Especially considering how Cloud9 got kind of flabbergasted after that first round. This is a beautiful recovery on defense.
And MIBR buying fully into that last round too. Just gonna have the Vandal for Aspas as he runs up into mid.
Not a lot to see.
Yeah, C9 have bodies here. But it requires Aspas to go fully out there. Now he's used up the tank on his dash, so no real option to dive into the site.
And no chance to really split this A side, so you really are putting a lot of faith here in your controller util to get you in. And already, I kind of like this defense side high tide to disrupt as the hit comes in. Vic can play now amidst all of these walls. Really hard to dig out these defenders. Ooh, okay. Until Zekken slides on in to make short work of Vic there. Nicely done, Penny. Blinded up briefly. Cove also protects him for a time as Zekken's trying to get ahead. Shots through their box, so far not so gainful. Contingency also obscuring vision. It's Penny out in the open. Aspas with a double down. Here's only Zelsis and Zephyr left to work with. And that'll be it.
All right, MIBR fire back. 3 kills out of Zekken, and that was the question. Can C9 actually deal with this duelist duo from Aspas and Zekken? Answer is an emphatic no in this round. After it was looking good, C9 were just cycling the Viper wall on top of the Harbor wall to try and choke MIBR to the site, but that fight past the wall goes beautifully for MIBR.
There are some teams who, like, if they have a flash in their comp, we saw this from NRG, for example, like they want to throw that a wall midway through the hit and then flash into the attacking team to disrupt it. C9 here just don't obviously have that option, so they just try and have players entrenched in weird spots amidst all of these walls.
Look at Oxy, already quick on the flank.
Ooh, sharp, this is brutal. It's a scrim, and this was the first round. Again, C9 try and take the initiative. What's Oxy doing? Gets killed with Classic, so no harm, no foul, I guess. It's on Tex. This is another MIBR gun round that's falling flat.
That spike stuck out in the open. I mean, this game is going as typically as your normal Breeze game goes. The eco round's very flippy on a map like this. Hero's able to take over all the time.
What is the game plan supposed to be for Tex here? Penny on the low side. So we've got that kill contract ready. Honestly, given how this game's gone so far, I believe anything was possible there, but Penny will end the round with 3. And so far, this ISO is certainly finding his place amidst these sort of retake attempts for C9, giving him a way to get behind the wall a little bit. Honestly, this undercut has definitely been pretty valuable in many of these fights.
Yeah, I was wondering, Oxy ran out of the juice on his ultimate after the sprint down, so that's why it looked a little bit silly, but because those shots went so well for Penny's ISO at the start, it doesn't even matter.
God damn, I can't close this shit.
That's tough out there,
all right, Oxy.
Gotta really line that lid up, bro.
Gotta work on those mechs, man.
All right, we have Reckoning kill contract at the ready here for Cloud9. This is a bit of a jump on by, though, for MIBR, and that's pretty quick about it. This time, straight into connector. Already sort of disrupted a little bit by some of that Harbor util, and Aspas is in and on the site. So Seekers as well deployed by Verno. As Tex is trying to find a favorable engagement here if he can.
C9 have 4 players in mid, just choked out in this point, and Zekin just lights up the kill feed.
Kill contract, though. This is obviously a little bit awkward. Double tap at the ready for Penny. And he actually has it cracked pretty early. Still able to win out, though. And then he emerges right in front of Aspas.
I don't think there's enough time to actually play out this round from C9. They never actually made it through double doors. Even the kill contract going favorably for Penny just slowed down anything C9 was trying to do in terms of coming back through that point.
Yep, I mean, Penny comes out of kill contract, but he's in mid. Like, they don't have any, like, considerable map control. Aspas is also, again, able to find a couple of kills post-plant on that A side. Scrappy round here for MIBR, and honestly, quite the investment on the Cloud9 side to come up without a W here.
Yeah, they're down low, though luckily they carry over 2 guns, and they've got 3 players above 2K, so the money should be okay. Not sure how they feel about the ultimates being thrown into that one. And really, this entire game, it's felt like whoever's doing the quicker play off the rip is the one winning. You think about all these eco plays from C9 when they're just running them down, C9 are winning those rounds. If it's MIBR on a light by just ripping that hit onto A, because C9 have stacked so heavily onto one side of the map or not, MIBR find a light side and play an easy post plant.
It's kind of 2 double duelist comps, but very different flavors here with the ISO mixed in. C9 always feel the need to find a trap play or to break conditioning with early timing. If it's going to be flashed out before the pick comes up, that is still going to make it tough going for MIBR here in A main.
And mid will be the problem for MIBR with C9 having control of it for now. So MIBR need to move back out, clear out these players in mid to create some threat that they could be back on the B side.
This might be one of the first times this half where MIBR are actually going to, by necessity, work the map a bit.
Yeah, and it only comes down because of the pit, right? C9 not playing a true Sentinel means usually MIBR can blitz through the setup of the Viper, but not so similar with that Viper's pit.
We have an angle being held here on the B side by Penny, and look at this pull of defenders up through mid. We've got 2 players top elbow for Cloud9. Promises to be a bit of an engagement here as they emerge from elbow. Look at Oxy taking space down mid at this moment, but that's a line also being held by Mazzino.
Yeah, Aspas doesn't continue forward, moves back to the team. Really, it looks like MIBR might end up trying to sell a fake onto the B site as Mazzino gets a great pick in mid.
No punish! Okay, Oxy's able to find him, but the code comes up. Oxy going to announce himself, but no trade opportunity there at all for the spike carrier. Verno didn't fancy it.
But now C9 know it's not a fake on B. There's actually a walk out of B main from Zelsis too, trying to catch MIBR, who only have 20 seconds left.
It's actually really nice timing. I think MIBR are priced in their work in his A side, and now the pick can still be made use of by C9, even if A main has been circumvented entirely. They've just got to watch out for the Astra there, but time is ticking. 12 seconds left in the round, plenty of sound being made now, and Oxy already strikes. Aspas out of the picture, and Oxy is going to make mincemeat of him. 4 kills on the round, and it's an ace for Oxy. Tex can't do too much but be a speed bump in the road.
Not every day you see Oxy getting out of his chair like that one. Feeling himself after that round. And this is a player who, even in the loss last week to Envy, was tearing up the server. He has some help behind him, but here just takes the round into his own hands with this ace and spinning around for that last kill too.
Again, he dropped 27 kills on that last map of their last series, and even though they only managed to find 9 rounds, he's hitting the ground running today. And MIBR, they, air quotes, they work the map, so to speak. It's Mazzino who Takes the timing in mid, and unfortunately there's no trade for Verno on Oxy. That round could have gone very different if things were lined up for MIBR.
I think theoretically running fake hits can be pretty effective when you have the double duelists. Like if you're sending in Neon and Jet utility with some smokes, that's a pretty decent sell. The problem was, as you say, the pick went down in mid, and then immediately Zelsis is like, wait a second.
Out.
He just called their bluff. He walks out, sees that nothing is behind this hit whatsoever. And all the while, Vic had never left A main. That was the thing that MIBR saw at the start of the round that they never dealt with.
Yeah. No interest in trying to work into the pit. There's no scan initiator for MIBR, so Viper's Pit is even more of an insurmountable task for them. C9 inch into the lead, but it's definitely been a couple of back and forth rounds that have found us here. Hardest Fury at the ready for Zephyr. Oxy also ready to hit that overdrive. He has 11 kills in 7 rounds.
He already used that overdrive once. Ready to go back at it. Interesting, though, we've got both teams geared up on B, and C9, like the pistol round, could threaten the walk down into elbow.
Yeah, I'm seeing this, them nose pressed up against the barrier like a kid in a candy shop. Cloud9 fancy the fight, but it's actually a foray into mid and not elbow for them. Penny's been holding this line constantly. Decent timing off the undercut. You'd think it'd slow things down, but Zekin's going to walk ahead of it anyway. Straight through the poison orb. So a foothold on this B side now for MIBR. High tide being attempted. Let's see what the comms are like for MIBR as they hit this.
You know all after.
Yeah. All smokes. I have elbow.
Okay, I'm gonna stay emo.
Bro, I'm going on near side.
They're back left here.
I'm going on near side there.
Yeah, do one if it's,
When it drops. Yeah.
Call smokes, guys. No.
Side in.
Close. 3.
One dead close.
Two more.
Close.
One more.
Nice.
Dead.
Viper should be here.
I saw backside.
Nice. Unknown.
I'm planting.
Could be anywhere.
Could go elbow now, guys. I'm playing life to play suck.
Yep. Holding our flank.
I see nothing on spawn.
He's backside, I think.
Backside?
Not sure. I think he crossed, but I'm not sure.
Mid, double door.
Okay.
Go in elbow, yeah.
Okay.
Tunnel going elbow.
I'm not peeking, bro.
Yeah. Good peek here from tunnel.
He might be going for damage.
Yeah.
Care him being like here. Let's walk up, be main together. Yeah, come.
I'm gonna go spawn.
Yeah.
I take side back. Don't see. I left.
You just live under window.
Yeah, we're
nice
good.
Round, guys.
Good job, guys. Nice plan. Just like that, boys. Nice plan on the left side of the site. We fought together. Yeah, very good.
Like that a lot, and I mean, we see MIBR get a foothold of the edge of that B side, then they stop dead, and they call another, basically new execute through that layer of controller util.
And being aware they're calling when the smokes are going to be coming down, when they can refresh, etc., helps a lot. I do feel like maybe there was a missed opportunity from C9 in that as the hit comes in, because Zeppa had the Hunter's Fury from the beginning, and one of the beautiful things you can do with an ISO in your comp and the Hunter's Fury is you hit them with the undercut. All of a sudden, they're getting one shot to the laser beams, and I think maybe that's something they could have run that round. Might look for in this next one.
Yeah, I would have had to put that together pretty quick because it looked like off rip, Penny sent that undercut.
Yeah.
This time we're much more distributed across the map. There's no aggressive thrust down mid. So the Harbour Smoke on the attack side is in play. So it could be a split as far as C9 know, and that's kind of why Vic's just pulled himself back off this A side. There's no anchoring presence right now for the defenders.
Can't really play for anything, just stay alive back yellow at least. Make sure your team can get back in somehow.
What? Huh. 0 damage done by Mazino, just for those keeping track at home there.
And there's only 3 players on this site. Tex is on the whole other side of the world.
Hunter's Fury waiting for it to come out, and Aspas is caught by it. Zeppa having to clean him up. Zekin and Verno have to play off this entirely. Post-plant through all of this controlling util in A main. Not a great strategy, but there's a flank timing coming in from Tex. It could be instrumental.
How long can they stall, though? It's only Zekin alive here in main.
Ball's going to come down here. Zekin's going to have a heck of a lot to see. A proper shooting gallery. You've got to get through the cove first, and it's not to be. Harbour util creates a safe haven for a defuse.
Yeah, that first kill going down into mid, no stall whatsoever, means that Tex was just way off sides into the post plant. Needed more time to be able to work with. And honestly, credit to C9 for finding the first kill. This time you get the kill here, then the Hunter's Fury came into play off of the ping. I believe the vulnerability too. There was an undercut and a snake bite, so it doesn't quite work that you get double invuln, but pays off.
Really timely stall util though, because it meant it meant that MIBR couldn't fight off the site, right? They were kept on their side of pyramids.
Quick into mid from MIBR, but maybe they want to fight top mid. This is new.
Big, oh my goodness! Oxy has his head knocked clean off, and Aspas chimes in as well. Both duelists from MIBR doing their due diligence, paving the way here on towards this B side, but Vic is hard to shift. Stalwart here, trying to hold B. Eventually will be brought down on a 1-for-1.
That's a great look out from MIBR. Remember, C9 have not seen MIBR play this map in Stage 1, and so far they've seen a lot of mid control, but it's always pivoted back into A if it's down through bot mid. This time, very quick out of that smoke. Zekin just tears a head off.
Yeah, I mean, MIBR conditioned nothing but the Harbor Orb in mid, and have basically left it, or maybe tried to feign like a split towards A, but this is the first time we've seen this, so a lot of different looks from MIBR on a map that we frankly expected them to be highly impactful on. Not just because there's Aspas and it's Jet, but there's not really much for C9 to do here. This round was over essentially as soon as Vic dropped at B.
I do wonder how much power C9 is going to have on their own attacking side of the map. I think really with the ISO coming into the composition, that's what I'm looking at, it breaking a lot of these, opening engagements that MIBR will be trying to take. So I, in my head, want to favor C9, more on the attack side versus the defense. It can sometimes be hard to work that Harbor on defense too, but we haven't seen C9 play it either, so it's kind of hard to say.
This is some slick stuff. Again, it's just a sky flash. This is why you go without a scan initiator, so you can actually have something to pop through.
Exactly.
All of this can double control you two with.
And, the Neon Stun is good, but on a map where there's so much space players can be like Breeze, that stun is less effective when you're trying to go out into these open areas. It's great backside B, or when you're trying to, dial in on someone where you know exactly they're going to be planting the spike, but a little bit less effective in a situation like that.
But this is where you're kind of concerned about C9's attack side, right? Like, what do they actually have to, flood through with?
Yeah, and we'll see, because I do think, actually, back in the day, before the Harbor rework, I would say Harbor and ISO were two of the best agents in terms of dealing with ops, because you had the Harbor push wall.
Double tap,
was so good.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was
Cascade,
great.
yeah.
Exactly, Cascade was still into the mix too. It's not the same story of Harbor being great versus ops anymore, but I still think there's a lot of value potentially for Penny to have. Also, just in terms of when you have the ultimate, to be able to kidnap a side anchor, that can be really impactful too if you're snatching away whoever's trying to lock down a choke point.
Speaking of which, still no real defense side ops being folded in. On the C9 side of things, Oxy obviously going to be making his overdrive work in concert with the shorty if possible. And this has been back and forth south. Neither team really able to stabilize economically.
You look at these rounds, back and forth. Only C9 have won 2 in a row. And that was off of the round 2 where they full stuck the defuse.
All right, we have Seekers and Reckoning up here for MIBR. Zeppa really early drone off the rip here, and again, this will slow things down. Are you going to push off this to C9? Yes, Oxy wants to play into those affected by the undercut, but he's been kept at arm's length here by MIBR's Harbor utility.
Yeah, the Harbor, I mean, he still gets the pick down bot mid. The rest of MIBR were just waiting for him. He catches away Tex. He's just about to complement MIBR's utility like you were mentioning, but now they're walking into 3 players stacked on B.
And there's no pulling the wool over C9's eyes in this round because they've got Harbor in mid. They're watching across. Look, rotate back.
A main too. Vic's all the way out. They have to hit B.
And they're fighting it. They're absolutely going in now. Reckoning in play. Mazzino out of the picture though. Oxy's able to pick him off as well. And 3 players from C9 grouped up here on this right side of the B site with flank pressure from Vic.
So now MIBR have to win a post plant. No smokes available. C9 can come at them from all 3 angles. They can only win if they shoot better.
Disastrous if they've losing both their controllers in this situation. How the heck are they supposed to buy time? They're just going to go for the throat. Try and find a weird timing. Push into one of the arms of this pincer, maybe. Vic will see this crosshair. Requires a crosshair adjustment, though. That causes him to take some damage. So Zekin gets across safe. Relay bolt thrown out. Now we're going to have to push up onto the site, and it's Zeppa waiting with a shorty. Oxy did fall, though, as he tried to get involved. And Zelsis is fortunate to be standing still, but that's fine, because Zeppa backs him up.
Credit to C9 taking some liberties to step out of mains. It's been a consistent detail on their defense side when they get big information. Here seeing 4 players from MIBR in front of B. Even though Oxy didn't kill those players in main, he saw them. That just allows them to swarm the entire map and choke MIBR out.
It's funny how just the actual role of plays that you lose in those first few seconds can really change an outcome of a round. Tex and Mazzino both dropped first, something that MIBR really want to try and avoid.
Get out of my way.
The sweet tunes end. We're back to business now.
Late storm for Aspas. This is a slightly lower buy. Some of them. Bulldog here for Tex, but outside of that, still plenty to work with. And that Reckoning is... Whoa! They're looking for Vic! Okay, Zealous is also going to chime in there. It might be awkward haphazard as they walk up onto the site. Converno now with some precision salvage a situation. It's a nice flash to set himself up, but Zelsis is stalwart, hard to shift. And straight through the wall finds Aspas, a 4-piece for Zelsis.
Messy coming out there onto the site from MIBR. Zelsis collects 4 kills into the round. That was a shocker. I don't know what quite happened on this first kill. Vic was fully stunned, but Zekin's bullets did not connect, and then Zelsis gets 1 honest kill, player that he saw. Okay, he gets 2 kills, people that he see. 2 through the smokes.
Yeah.
How about that?
That is a 50% dishonest kill rate.
Yeah.
That is pretty absurd stuff in that round. Right, pretty tight half as Cloud9 lead at the break by 2. Stick around for the second half of Breeze.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No holds barred brawl here on Breeze as Cloud9 are fighting to keep their prospects of Stage 1 playoffs afloat. Whereas MIBR, honestly, you know, they got through G2 at the start of this stage, and then last week was probably a less telling result for this squad, but we still feel like they're one of the best in the region. They are being tested, though, by Cloud9 on their map pick here.
Interesting, seeing Breeze for the first time for both of our squads. And now is really where the comp comes into question, I think, for C9. How effective will Penny be on the attack side with this ISO?
Bro, this pistol win round rate is brutal for C9. Holy!
Oh, it's rough, and it could get worse. There's a sheriff in Aspas's hands. See if C9 walks straight into him. For right now, just playing the map 1-3-1, trying to dial in on what the hold is going to look like. And you'll see this wall often, I think, from Harbor teams on attack, trying to split back into this A side, where MIBR, they're just playing full retake.
Deep one-way forces an L drone clear of A main here, so some of the util being drawn out of Cloud9, but they will have their plan. It was a bit of a gamble here for MIBR towards B.
MIBR cutting back in through mid, though, and I'm worried about them with Vic's position and teammates backing him up in A.
How effectively can they flood their way through? They've got that Sky Flash still. That will be instrumental in setting this up. Already the high tide's being put in place. He's Penny going off a swing here.
Seppa behind!
Oh, buddy, this is nasty stuff. The Aspas able to find 3, and now the double swing coming out for double door. Zelsis, unfortunately, not able to repeat his heroics. Verno wins a crucial pistol round here for MIBR.
Very close there. Verno having a little bit of fun out there as well. I thought C9 had all the tools they needed. There's even a flank coming out from the door. Out of Zeppa, I believe. But it doesn't matter. They turned around and dealt with him.
Last player standing.
Brutal stuff. Yeah, but there was a player wrapping around. Okay. MIBR. Looked like they actually could have struggled and been contained there by some kind of pincer. They just shoot their way out of that situation. I guess that's a reasonable solution. And the pistol round win rate for C9 is in the doldrums.
We're down at nearing 25% now, I do believe, which I guess lines up with a tough start to stage 1 for C9, but regardless, need to dial in quickly or else this stage is going to disappear from them and the regular season heroes will be no more.
Oh, this is a dirty little spot for Aspas, and yeah, Penny's unfortunately not going to be able to respond adequately. The Jet can access some parts of the map, but you've really got to account for it.
Yeah, a lot of teams on the attack with the Harbor will throw that dropping one-way in B main these days, but once it drops, there's still that little angle Aspas can peek over.
Well, that certainly takes a little bit out of the C9 sails here, but it was a See, it's an eco round as it is. See, up on the site, Xeno will be waiting. He'll be set on that default spot here.
Wow, Zelsis is one off of the Harbor ult after a good pistol, getting the spike plants and farming the orbs.
Xeno here. Probably wants to play a little bit more safely here. Doesn't want to be overwhelmed. Eyes on Oxy. Continue to reposition now as we've got players that are starting to flood in the backside. We've got back yellow positioning here. The Sky of Inferno is in play. Just cheeky little peeks now. Zeka would love to get his hands dirty. Post plant in the faces with the judge. Probably more than enough here as Vic can only really just sort of walk out of double door and hope to find something. Still 5 guns maintained.
Yeah, very different conversion round for MIBR as opposed to the first half.
Yep,
Yeah.
that was whack.
Absolute insanity back then, but MIBR did fully buy in on the defense. On attack, they went for the FPX. This one, they're going for it. So we're still a ways away from a Aspas operator, the promised.
We do have the chance, though, to start to assess how effectively Cloud9's comp can actually fight into some of these sites. And,
Yeah.
and it's just going to be behind this ISO Youthul and hope to walk up and contact.
I mean, this round it might just be behind a Harbor ult. They have a little cheat code this round, but it's wild. MIBR are playing defense almost exactly the same way C9 were, where it's just 4 players stacked on one side. The double duelists want to fight. The other side plays weak, so that's the other little game of chicken C9 want to work with is how much do you actually commit when you hit into the site if you are anticipating that there's not really going to be anyone trying to stop you here.
And Mazzino takes up the pretty safe spot here, back yellow, and even gets off the site. So full retake here. Set up for MIBR, of course, they can make use of this harbor wall to get into some degree. That's given a little bit of a safe pocket. Well, you'd think so for Mazzino, but Cloud9 are pushing ahead of that. Look where Oxy is at the back of the site.
I love Oxy's position. Now Zelsis has the ultimate as well.
Aspas here. Getting ready to make his way in with the tailwind. He's going to have to be quick about it, though. Does he hear Zelsis? Oh, Oxy picked up in that advanced position. Aspas is able to spot him out of the corner of his eye. And look how low Penny's going through those wallbang shots. Zelsis, Vic, Zeppa with it all to do. We've got one player in A main. The other 2 sat here close on the site. Mazzino was going to wrap. And MIBR going to start to set up some of these crossfires. The Spectre somehow accounts for Zelsis. It's not the cleanest one. Vic is low and the swing comes through from Mazzino. MIBR stitching the rounds together to even up the game.
Yeah, down to the wire on this one, out from Mazzino, but he's got the time to stick that one through, no problem. 3 in a row to start out the defense for MIBR after, remember, that first half was back and forth the entire time. And it comes after, first of all, Oxy thinks he's being covered on the left side. Didn't think there was any angle for Aspas to get him. And then that Spectre kill is brutal. Oh.
That's tough for Vic. He knew he needed to give himself a bit of space. Mazzino also went pretty low after dipping his toes in the snake bite. But this is MIBR getting themselves ahead in this game crucially. And Cloud9 say, right, we need to slow things down. They end up hitting this A site without pretty limited advanced information, right? They don't know what the setup is. It's simply just a fallback from Mazzino when all of MIBR get ready for a retake. Admittedly, with some weird weaponry.
Yeah, and it really comes down to the details out from C9 in the post plant there, because it seemed, first of all, how is Oxy out in the open there? How is he not being covered? Or just, is Oxy slightly in the wrong position? Should he be more further forward so he's covered by yellow?
Yeah.
Maybe. Need to go back and look at that one. The other one is once he falls, everything fell apart. It felt like C9 now are kind of fish out of water where they're all sort of playing maybe not so complementary lines. A Spectre gets a kill that somehow goes untraded. Like, the details,
Mazzino swung into 2 people, bro.
Yeah! How is this happening?
Well, this is a time indeed for the Outlaw to be picked up by Aspas. Cloud9 wanted to fight deep into that A side, but it didn't pay out.
It's a great Outlaw purchase, too. C9 choose to go for the buy. It's full half and regen shields. Aspas, I mean, luckily for C9, as Aspas is on the wrong side of the map, but I'm worried for him still.
Yeah, that Outlaw will still be well apportioned if it actually gets into the fray. So again, there's a Harbor one way to contend with, but this is actually just walk, so no need to waste util.
But look at Aspas. He's all the way forward B main. So now MIBR know it's an A hit. Now C9 are going quickly enough that it doesn't super matter for them, but the rotates are already underway.
So it looks like this retake might even be earlier this round than it was in the last one.
And
of how quickly they pushed off the side.
Exactly, and there's going to be an element of this double flank from our duelist. Vic is the only guy that can hold them down and hear these players coming in.
Yeah, surely that's been heard now by the Viper of C9. In we go. Looks like behind a reckoning though.
And me.
It's go time. Okay, kill contract active. Penny and Mazzino going in. Jeez, I would not want to take Mazzino on, but Penny's able to find some success there. It's going to be a controller out of the mix, but Verno's already dived on in. Decayed up briefly. Still the toxic stream to reckon with, but there's Penny double tap. I'm going to save him here. That's a lot of the close side presence cleaned up from C9. Now they're forced to play off of it. A main, Zelsus is the closest player. Sees Verno at least walk up into the shot, but it's a defuse at work here. And who's supposed to interrupt this? Vic attempts it. Aspas, though, takes the fight into his own hands, but can't get the defuse.
No time for Aspas at the end, so we're tied up again on 8. That round was wild too. It seemed like MIBR played it well enough on the retake coming in.
They look like they'll be there quick.
Yeah, they got the kills. Double headshot there from Zekin is real nice. I think the surprising one was Oxy. Slow to peek out there, I think, between pyramids and also not connecting the shots.
Yeah, that ain't a code, guys. That is entirely permeable. That's such an important round. And you know what's funny? Again, it's in the details.
Exactly. That's what these post plants are all going to come down to. Breeze is a map that can just get ahead of you. Finally, MIBR playing both sides of the map.
Oh, Zekin pinned out as he tried to play off the one-way. He can get across. Makes only a small amount of damage. Mazzino also picks up this line, and there's Aspas pushing off the B side again.
Exactly. Back-to-back rounds. He didn't actually show on the flank last time, so C9 not ready for it. That Outlaw gets its first victim.
Oh, and this rotate is bone-hurtingly early for MIBR. Maybe too early. C9 have actually given up that B-side control with Aspas repositioning here to Crow's Nest instead.
It's hard to blame MIBR after C9 have never canceled a hit this entire half. And yet Aspas might even get the timing still back into elbow.
He can repost this corner. That is wild. He is low though, in fairness.
36 HP. But doesn't exactly matter when you got this weapon in hand.
MIBR can't really re-clear a main right now, so this info is not going to come in until...
Nice.
Perfect.
And that's the shield. That is the ISO at play there. There it works beautifully versus the Outlaw. We'll see that continually in the game. But you have to have the right reads of where and when Aspas will be. And there it was perfect.
MIBR, both controllers though are still in the game. And of course they got 2 Sky Flashes to play with, so they have the tools for this retake. They've only really lost that duelist presence. Here's a run up onto the side, Zekin a little bit low to the Hunter's Fury, and Zephyr brings it down. Tip of the spear broken, Verno needs to improvise. Ends up going 1-for-1 now as Tex and Mazzino need to get busy, and time is of the essence. Mazzino pulls up short as Oxy notches 3, and Cloud9 are back in the lead.
Yeah, good call there from Zeppa to pull away from the Hunter's Fury. I think he only got 2 of those beams out, but him switching over to his gun is what allows C9 to stabilize the fight over backside. That comes after Oxy's doing some mad stuff on the other side. Oh, I do believe he got the 3rd one off, but regardless, gets the kill, and it's good for the next shot too.
Yeah, that's so chaotic, that Hunter's Fury.
I'm with you,
Up
baby.
close
Let's go.
on the side. Yeah. Beautifully done though. I mean, every part of that round after, you know, Vic gets picked off from Cloud9 is a great response. The cancel on A, the punish of the Outlaw line, and then the execute.
Well, MIBR are now into a broken buy. Glass Guardian, Glass Marshal for Zekin. See what they can do.
Oxy's able to get onto the A side comfortably enough. Is it a very impromptu little harbor wall?
Yeah, it's kind of cute.
Spike
Gives them some control for Oxy to step up into the pocket.
Welcome to
And Oxy caught the back corner. This is going to be counted out essentially by his Viper's pit though. Verno suppressed as well. It's his ugly Oxy though. He's haven't seen Verno come his way. The judge going to go to work inside this pit, and now it's Penny thinning the herd even further. There's no way MIBR are getting in here.
Tex just backed into the corner. I like the idea from Aspas trying to float down into the pit, but no dice at the end of the day. A flawless round for C9.
Oh, do we need to see MIBR actually try and anchor this side a bit more doggedly instead of like fighting back into it? They've got what they need. They've got control util mid-round. They've got the flash from the sky to get them in, but it seemed like it's been a little bit dicey trying to fight in as opposed to be anchoring in this side to start with.
I wonder if there's some elements coming into play now that are messing MIBR up. We haven't seen Aspas save for an operator. I think that is directly because of the ISO on the other side.
Yeah,
and
like
as a result,
matchup.
yeah, because I think what you would love to do typically, once you get out of these early low-buy rounds from MIBR, is you want Aspas to be playing the anchor side of the map, or maybe have him with a buddy, with that operator that can post on a forward line, and then your stack looks great. As a result, instead, what it's been is 4 players fighting on one side, but your solo guy is a Astra or Harbor, and they kind of want to play back in spawn. So as a result, you're doing nothing on one side of the map.
It does feel like this is also proof of concept for the ISO, designed to shut down a star player who likes to pick up the operator, who still just wants to run the jail on this map whenever possible. Aspas has been relatively neutralized in this second half. I think he comes into this half like, 12-9, so has a solid start to the game. But MIBR have to make a decision. There's a genuine fork in the road here. Do they let Cloud9 keep walking up on these sites, or are they going to fight forward? Try go for some of that early aggression we saw from C9 on their defense side.
We'll see. I think MIBR might also want to start taking some timings in the mid-rounds to get a little bit more aggressive. If rounds are able to, slow down a little bit and stabilize, if you want to be the ones getting in front of the exec from C9, don't let a Neon run into you. Don't let an ISO do that. You can do a little bit of that yourselves.
Nothing particularly new yet here from MIBR. It's a pretty standard Zekin wanting to play off the one-way. Aspas passively through mid.
Oh, look at this defense harbor wall, though, holding on to A main.
Oh, they're trying to flip the map to a degree, but this could be MIBR getting pincered now. They've got to be careful. Here's the contingency. Let's hear into Cloud9. This is about to get messy.
I'm gonna go bricks. I'm gonna go bricks.
They have Astra for post.
I'm gonna go left. Cold left side.
Okay.
Oh, here. Left side one. Can we hold the cross for them? Hold down. Can we peek the cross? Usher, maybe. Usher. 3, 2.
Backside one. Or, yeah.
Swing off that, Princess.
Yeah. I'm sliding off.
Up.
Just hide, Eric. I'm gonna volley first, alright?
Can you volley when you come?
Yeah.
You have to run up close to the wall after Vic, after you volley.
Yeah.
You guys gotta go through together or something.
Can't sec.
You can play in the orb or no?
Can't sec. It's half, probably. I'm done. I can jump too. Wait. Done. 112.
Oh, that is a tough one there. Of course, the Cosmic Divide obscures or blocks any of that sound coming through, but Cloud9 had a misconception, I think, about how much time they had.
Multiple different times, whether it's the double swing back sight where Oxy doesn't have his gun out because he's getting ready to slide, or the calls there coming in saying they can't actually stick the spike. Seemed like they knew it had been gotten to half, but still weren't anticipating that he could just go for it here.
Tex, to be fair, I think the half on the spike was very early, much earlier than Cloud9 would have expected. It happened as soon as the Cosmic Divide came down.
And yet it's stopped C9 from running away with this half.
MIBR foothold in this game, and Zekin inside that smoke. His kill contract for Penny is going to be pretty important. Mazzino only has a Bulldog to work with now. You've got to win these, and Penny does, comfortably enough. Aspas, though, will be waiting for the emergence of his teammate. It doesn't happen as, well, Mazzino was bested. Here's Zekin, though, time for an overdrive, time for a hero moment. Oh, the damage is good on Oxy through that high tide. Penny in the back of the site, noted by Zekin, but does he know about the player close? Cove to break up some of these shots. Still no spike plant, and C9 are down to 2. Zelsa's had to take a timing, find a moment, but the best he can do is 1-for-1, and again, it's Tex. The spanner in the works.
The 2K at the end there to even up the scoreboard. That was a wild round. Again, it feels like actually Penny is just bullying Mazzino, continuing to grab him for the duels in the ISO ult, but all of a sudden, things go horribly wrong here. Tex really quick to react to that second player swinging onto a screen.
It's really important. You do want that player rotating into the site to be like a turret. Tex kind of does it all. Round 21 shows us an even game with no ults of consequence necessarily, unless Mazzino's able to get himself an orb. Let's see what the play is going to be for C9.
C9 love one thing, and it's absolutely disgusting. It's the A splits, but finally they're switching it up. Actually taking a play out of the MIBR book, going all the way top mid.
Tex, I think, is holding this. Ooh, man, he's sharp.
God, he's steady.
That's Penny out of the picture. That's the contingency, no longer available.
I'm worried about B main. Look at Zekin all the way up on the corner with the judge.
Yeah, Berno, though, might not be able to be traded here. It depends.
What?
Go. No one sees him cross. Vic's going to win these 1v1 as well.
But Zekin is still here. No one's cleared him.
He's far, though. Too far for the judge to really connect. And now it's Aspas and Mazzino. A little bit split. Aspas going to be quite late getting over to Archers. Mazzino, no chance to build up that reckoning here for a retake.
C9 choosing to dig their heels in, play back to the site. Not giving any long lines, really, for MIBR to work off of.
Still, this controller utils in play. The site can be cut up a little bit by Mazzino. Maybe give Aspas a way in.
Good start.
Cross. Yeah, he is going to be waylaid heavily here. Ping on Mazzino now as well. Confirmed that he hasn't really moved in positioning whatsoever, and Aspas essentially is alone. Mazzino doesn't really have the time, nor the teammates to pull this one off.
Don't place.
Still step up here, trying to obscure vision, get on that spike, quickly activate the bullet firing mode, but Oxy straight in there with a shorty. Once more, Cloud9 inch out in front.
That was an impressive round from C9 because this entire half has just been these off-the-rip plays, blitzing into the side, trying to overwhelm.
What happens here?
But here, it's this slow contact play. Even after they lose the first person, every single guy wins their fight after Penny went down. And if any of those fights are lost, the amount of time it would take, the amount of attention it would pull from C9 players, I think that round just spirals out of control.
All right, round 22 on the docket.
Late storm for Aspas.
Both Harbors have ults as well. It's pretty lightly held B side though, with some of this Astro Stall util in play. Fastlane is going to be drawing this out. Gravwell popped, but look at how far ahead of it Oxy is already. He is deep in that side.
Tex under immense pressure trying to call in reinforcements. Now he doesn't need it.
He's so sharp. Those Blade Storm there active as well. Look at the dinks coming out. The damage is real. Penny drops low, but Zelsa's able to get ahead of it up on his corner. The jet on the side though. Tex is still fighting. This guy is unflappable. Oh man. Keep lining him up for him. He will knock them down. Bring me another, he says. I'll take my fourth and wait for Vic to serve himself up. It's going to be an ace averted, but Vic's 5 HP and nothing to do with it.
Just a ludicrous round out from Tex there. My word. I mean, there's 5 players swarming into his sight. There's darts behind him. He's got a break. He's gotten hit by an undercut. Didn't even matter. God, that was impressive. Too, just seeing the shield of the ISO on the other side, too, and getting the dink through the wall. Like, he did so many things that weren't even just getting kills that round, that even if he drops, would have set up his team up to win the round.
See, Aspas was getting into the side. Remember, it was Tex solo on the side that round. Aspas tried to fight his way in past some of the attack side util and got owned straight away. Sick stuff. Hero moment to keep MIBR well and truly in this game.
I mean, I bet C9 are surprised with that one, too, because the weak side of the map from MIBR has always been hiding back towards spawn. It's one of the first times we've seen Tex actually take a fight early in a round. He's always the guy that's picking up the kills at the end, winning out in the post plant. This time he's like, nah, I'm just going to win the site.
And that Cosmic Divide has been developed yet again for Tex. Crucial in that sort of defuse stick a few rounds back. So I think like 5 kills over the last 2 rounds has got him there yet again.
Yeah, I don't even think before this Tex was lighting up the kill feed or anything, but he'd had a few hugely impactful rounds in terms of multi-kills late in the round too. But here, even trying to keep his head down when he jumps up. That last kill, it's nice.
The ace eludes him, but still, I think the impact is felt regardless. This time, might have an early mid-thrust here for MIBR.
For C9 too. Players over by elbow and bot mid.
They're doubling back very quickly though. They see the high tide hit B.
Fake on B and then rip it back A, but it could be a problem. Aspas and Mazzino still here.
Yeah, how effectively though could this be double faced?
Whoop. Yeah. Bad timing.
And Aspas can't do anything really.
Well, hold your horses there, we'll see.
In that engagement at least, yeah, like he didn't have the sideline to back up his teammate, but
I don't know.
They're gonna check for this.
They do. Well done.
Didn't want to be right this time, I'll be honest. Here's Vic to create a bit of spacing with that snake bite.
God, C9 are all over mid as well. They've only got 3 players on site.
Yeah, it's an immense amount of map control. I mean, look at what else is doing, bro. Just in case there's like a late flank.
He's hanging out, having a good time, that's for sure.
Okay, it's a matter of getting to the site. Verno, up close. There's Vic. There might be something now as a flash gets Verno in. Absolutely checking, trying to preempt this now. Zekin and Verno doubled up. Look at C9, just looking no around pillars. They're making the move. Zekin, I like the idea to try and get that defuse, but his teammates fall like flies. And the Cosmic Divide, unfortunately, just doesn't have the backup this time around.
If that divide came in just a half second sooner, all of a sudden, completely different round. That spike was not planted for the flanker coming in, and if Oxy isn't sliding through and getting those kills, all of a sudden he's having to run through the wall. That could have been very ugly.
And really nicely done.
It's a good catch on the timing too, killing the Astra.
They sold the fake beautifully. High tide thrown over to the B side of the map keeps 3 players very interested. And then Mazzino dies for free with util in his hands at double door.
Yep.
It's just a bit of a, an intuition issue there for MIBR in that first half of the round.
Yeah, maybe first time seeing them play the Breeze here in stage 1 in play, but now they're trying to play to keep alive in this map. Only have 3 rifles in the round. Aspas got to get out of there.
Yeah, dangerous though. He's going to be caught by Oxy, sliding on through. Aspas just able to get out alive, but there's a contingency to get Oxy in, potentially. Aspas was checking it, ready to fight it.
Hitting the brakes, and already Zekin is preempting the rotate to B, but it's just got to be the re-hit from C9.
The reckoning from Mazino is what slows C9 up.
And Zeppa held on to the recon dart as well, so doesn't have to wait for that. He has a Hunter's Fury behind it too. When C9 choose to go for this, MIBR could be in some serious trouble trying to deal with the dart, trying to deal with those lasers, as well as a Neon just sprinting at them.
Yeah, MIBR are so afraid of over-committing here in the face of a fake that they still got 3 players over towards the B side of the map. There is no help from Mazino and Aspas here.
This is trouble. Shield up from Penny.
Aspas trying to get ahead of the smoke as it drops. And his wave doesn't know where those bolts going to be going, just praying it doesn't come anywhere near him. And his faith will be rewarded. Aspas sitting tight on the site. Zeppa takes a...
MIBR are 4 players here already. They're ready to go for this one.
Okay, gonna have to fight in the pit though. This is where it gets a little bit dicey. Remember, no scan initiator to fight into this Viper roll. And they're gonna walk up on it. Oxy traded out. Mazino's gonna find a connection there with the shield. Look at the angle. Mazino able to fight down. Are you kidding me? Fight 3, picks up the Vandal, goes to work, and now it's on Celsius. He'll be on the outside looking in dismay as his team are unraveled. We're off to overtime, baby, and I cannot believe it, nor can MIBR.
No way, man. Mazino, mission impossible for him inside of the Viper's pit. Even upgrading to the Vandal mid-play. Look at that. Look at this wide wrap. Good lord, 2 kills on the Sheriff.
He's max decayed. That is wild, man, and that's what you get with this MIBR team. They are all shooters, basically all with spotted pasts as duelists. All with the ability to take over a round and or a map.
Raise your hand if you thought this map would be a banger, because I don't think anyone thought it. You come in C9 after a tough loss to Envy, choose to go to Breeze versus MIBR, sitting 2-0.
Oxy has to drop 26 in regulation.
Seriously. Unbelievable, and yet here we are.
I'm out of here.
And a chance for MIBR to play spoiler, though.
Yep, I'm feeling it. Here comes round number 25, folks. Just early action over at A is a feint. Heavy mid presence for C9. And rare. It's a committed presence too.
Yeah, it's rare for MIBR to play so spread out at the start. But gearing back up to pivot B, the fact that C9 have 3 players in mid though means very quick rotates onto the B side. And that could be some serious trouble for MIBR.
No interest in fighting elbow though.
Maybe.
All right, tell a lie. It is a double back here for Roxy. Towards mid at least. Okay, how do you respond now? You see this control neutral starter coming. Zekin on the site. Flat. Benny didn't have to see him. Just sprayed him through. Still in the middle of that fast lane. Caught inside a grab. Good shield. Aspas couldn't capitalize. The shield was there, but Penny had a player to play off him as well. And now, MIBR are locked out of this B side entirely.
Yeah, great hold from Penny, and the rotates are so quick. Mazino's got to come up with something, but there's absolutely nothing to be had. Now that spike out in no man's land too.
Verno too low to assist with Mazino there, and he's going to watch Tex fall as well. Cloud9, great responses. The mid-presence means a pivot to B is trivial. And Penny, taking contact first, finds 2 huge kills to stop MIBR flat in their tracks now. It's Verno looking to buy some time for discussion, perhaps. And the defense side round for Cloud9 is practically perfect.
Yeah, this is a round where you probably call a timeout immediately after it for MIBR. Your IGL is in the clutch 1v5, so even if this round is looking completely dire, he can't really get those gears turning for the next round.
Yep. Yeah, no discussion to be had. And a flawless round there for Cloud9. Moving to match point. This is obviously going to move MIBR over to defense now. Look at Penny. I mean, they undercut there to set him up. And, oh, man, he was stunned up by that Nova Pulse, but the double tap saves his bacon there.
The timing on that shield coming in is just brutal. You saw, I think that was that Zekin who pulled off of the kill after he gets the headshot, only to realize, wait a second, that guy's not dead. Big trouble, and for the first time all game in overtime, Aspas goes for the glass operator. Wow. Against the ISO. Trying to come up with something. It's been a tough game.
Certainly no coward, that's for sure. Zekin trying to fight into this, but against the double tap that thwarts MIBR entirely. Mazino is just brushed aside. As in numbers, Cloud9 storm this A site, and good luck MIBR, you're gonna need it. Trying to retake into this with a glass cannon operator.
I don't know how you do it. Verno's trying to create some pressure on the flank now, but there's a guy waiting for him right on the other side of this. There's no way you win that fight, Verno.
Right, Vic with the rodent spot, not a damn thing you can do. And Aspas is going to be peering in with no setup, no harbingers ahead of him. Simply peering in with this op, hoping for something to be served up. He does get Oxy at the very least. We'll start from here. Zephyr in the corner. That's 2 for Aspas. Now takes ahead of it. That's 3. Now we're even in numbers. Aspas gets himself a Vandal to hand. Anyone here to disrupt? There is Zelsis on the site, but he's wrapping all the way around. Snakebite just landed on the spike. Vic taken down, traded out instantly now. Tex is low. He's going to go for it with the full stick. Surely no. Zelsis secures the map, dives into the smoke, and gets Cloud9 out alive.
Zelsis to take map 1 at the end. Shut out his former teammate on the other side in Zekid. That was a gutsy call from C9 trying to go into unknown territory with Breeze as a first map pick versus Aspas, coming up with an interesting composition. And to stay in it through a tough OT to win, hats off to him.
Genuinely sick map there. Oxy wondering where his friends have gone. They've got a different idea. It starts with this disgusting clutch from Tex. I mean, yeah, it's quite a throwback. And then the next round, things get turned on their head. It's a classic Cloud9 lose pistol and then literally win the anti-eco in that first half. Oxy gets to run roughshod. He comes into extra innings with 26 frags. Zelsis is clutched, instrumental in some of these moments, man. MIBR, for all their firepower, they went up against a really brutal comp for them, and Aspas, unfortunately, got shut down in the second half.
It wasn't until round 26 he picked up the operator, but hey, that's one map. We'll see if there's anything more to this C9 upset on the other side of this break.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Is he just gonna hold it? Is he just gonna stick it down to the wire? No! Zeppa seals it right on back.
An overtime win for Cloud9 on Breeze and Imi. This was really good for the team, really aggressive. And you talked about it in the podcast, how the team, what they needed the most was to be aggressive, to take space. And also how you tried a little bit of the double duelist before and it didn't work out. It felt like both things were fixed for this map. So what was it like, the preparation for this past week? And also, should we expect that coming up next?
Maybe you can expect it. But basically, I just went back and I looked at our old VODs. The scrim VODs, and I just realized it's mainly our micro, which is why we were bad on double duelist, so we worked on that. And then also, I think Waylay was just not good for us more than anything. Like, we didn't know how to go in, dash out, trade. I think it was more Waylay than necessarily double duelist.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. C9 finally giving us exactly what we wanted to see. You guys spoke it into existence, if I may say so.
Yep.
Yeah, you're manifesting it. We want to see double duelist. We see the double duelist, Penny in action. Interesting insight there from Imi as well, right? Like that the Waylay just didn't work out.
Yeah. Imi had mentioned in that podcast as well that Dryad brought up about how prior to last week, because of the scheduling, they only had 3 days to try and work things out, so they didn't feel like that's enough time to change stuff, so let's just work on what we had. But now with a little bit more time, they're switching things up. You had time to go back and figure things out, like he was explaining with the micro, and I'm glad they did, because I do want to see Penny playing more duelist where he's going to be more comfortable. And, on top of that, also, while we're looking at the stats, a lot of credit to Zelsis. He played lights out on the Harbor. That was a sick performance.
Yeah, he was really good on the Harbor. Even that last round, it was so scary to watch. But it just feels like C9, they finally found, the issues in what they're talking about. And in that interview with Imi, he did say that a lot of the issues were just the micro stuff and the small things. And I really love to see that they've come back from it, and they've come back with a vengeance, because of course this is MIBR that they're facing. Like, it's not just any easy team. There's so much firepower, and I think for C9, they just did a really good job at finding a lot of those weak spots, and obviously they're all fragging out like crazy.
I think it was very obvious that they came here today with something to prove.
Yeah.
Like after the start to stage
could really
1.
feel that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Genuinely.
So yeah, this is a great performance from them individually as well, right? You just we just talked a little bit about the Harbor. Oxy also on that neon lights out.
Even within the last couple weeks of the losses for C9, his stats were outrageous. And here, now getting more support, better performances from everyone around him, that gets him the win. And he is not slowed down individually at all. He absolutely diffed Zekin in this head-to-head matchup on Neon, which is crazy to say given how good Zekin has been as well. But yeah, right now it is Oxy on top. He's clearly the MVP of this game and is still just in outrageous form, stage 1 for C9. Like, if they keep firing on all cylinders, he keeps this up, they genuinely could run it back and still make the playoffs, even though their schedule is tough. But it feels like it's doable now.
I mean, I think this is also enabled with the comp discussion that we had with Penny following up on the ISO or being with him with that. But of course, with this stat line, you can see Zekin not performing as much as we've normally seen. And I think a big thing for that from MIBR was the fact that they weren't as aggressive on their defensive side like we've seen them do previously, taking a lot of mid control, pushing down elbow, just being really annoying. And it feels like we didn't see that at all from them. It felt like they were playing a little bit more of a passive game. A lot of retakes on the line too. They wanted to do those retakes, just play back, let Mazzino just kind of fall back into sight and wait for everyone to retake. So it's definitely interesting to see how both these teams have switched it up. We have C9 who's gone double duelist, super aggressive, fixing their comms and their issues. Then you have MIBR who's just hoping that C9 didn't fix those things in a sense.
But on MIBR's defense though, the retake approach initially seemed to work out fine for them. Like, it wasn't a bad idea or approach.
Yeah, it was working out initially, but yeah, ultimately it isn't a game style that's going to result in setting up your star to go crazy like how C9's approach with Oxy was. But heading into this next map, I'm interested to see if C9 are going to switch anything up or if they're just going to continue the approach that they had in the prior week where they did get a close win over Envy. It was 13-11, but I would not be mad at them coming out and trying something new here as well.
What would you like to see? Would you want to see more double duelists?
Genuinely, yes. I think, again, when I think about Penny's best agents on the duelist, it's the traditional ones. It's the secondary duelist roles. Yeah, and you can play Raze on split. You can play Phoenix on split. That was working for Leviathan as well. So with the additional time that Imi had to cook up with his team in the last week, I would not be mad at seeing a switch up. They know against MIBR, they'll be up against the double duelist with the Raze and the Neon here, Aspas on the Raze. So maybe give them a little mirror match.
I think I wouldn't mind seeing Penny on the Raze, especially because the way that Aspas plays it is so cool. He's using all his Raze util to break Cypher trips, to break whatever kind of util is on this side that they can break and just go in. And he's using his satchels to get that verticality and to get the entries from different spots, whereas Zekken is just going in with Neon, going super fast, using his wall, obviously, and just getting into sight. So I think the way that they've kind of thought about this is super sick. Aspas, yes, he's a little bit more of a supportive duelist, and he's not on the front lines, but he's still doing so much work in order to set up Zekken for success, which normally we see on agents like Phoenix, so just the flashes, but he's doing it really well on Raze too. So I really like how MIBR is playing split, so this makes sense, but
yeah, it should be an exciting one.
Going to do the same thing.
There's a lot of tape on MIBR on this map, though, right? Just in this stage, they played it twice, went the distance as well in the second match.
OT game
exactly.
G2, yeah.
So like it went the distance. So there's a lot of footage that C9 was able to look at heading into this and prepping. And now that they're changing it up for themselves as well, playing that double duelist, which we might see today as well, it's going to be exciting. Let's hear what Coach Fraud had to say ahead of map 2.
We're going to split next, and Fraud, this was your map pick, but it is you already played this map twice. This would be the third time, and one of them went all the way to overtime. How do you make sure that you keep innovating in this map in case there's a little bit of counter-striding happening on the other?
Yeah, I mean, we practice that, and we really just focus on that. So depending on the maps that we play in matches, we kind of focus on that just to make sure that we kind of not start anew, but create like a really good game plan going forward. And you know, the other team, like, they're playing really good right now. We're playing a little sloppy, so as long as we pick that up, I think we'll be fine.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Well, credit where it's due. It takes a lot to get Frog to admit that your team played better than his, that's for sure. It was evident in some of those moments on Breeze. Cloud9 not only coming to the map with a comp that seems tailor-made to turn Aspas into a potato, but also, honestly, some fantastic individual moments on that map. Let's move over to Split now, and both teams with a different twist on the double duelist tag.
Yeah, it's going to be the same duelists coming in. MIBR sticking to the comp they were running in last week's match, but I do believe C9 have made a minor adjustment. Previously, Penny had been on the Viper, and they've been running a Viper Vise. Now they are themselves running a double duelist try and meet MIBR head on. It's not a different twist in the sense of Breeze where they had the ISO in the mix to disrupt. No, they're just trying to go head to head versus Aspas and Zekken.
Interesting though, there's no flash initiation potential for MIBR. So again, now this time it's the Sky on the side of C9, which is much more, something we're much more used to seeing. We've actually seen a fair bit of split from MIBR over the course of this stage, and obviously that recent outing against Loud was quite decisive. But that's also a team that's playing with their assistant coach, and there are a lot of other, factors, tangible or otherwise, affecting that outcome.
I still think MIBR's attack half on this map is very scary. This is a team that seizes space so quickly into the game, and their preferred plan is diving into Mail at round start. Watch, it's a thing of beauty watching Zekken travel behind the Prowler up into Mail, and C9 are waiting for this fight.
Yep. Here's MIBR grouped up. Just waiting for the vulnerable to come off them. This time's a bit more of a stately walk up mid. There's actually going to be contact immediately through this smoke. Here's a flash, catching on to much of MIBR, but they are ready for the fight. And my goodness, Cloud9 come off second best in that little engagement. Second finding a fade off as well, leaves Penny and Zelsis with it all to do.
Yeah, that was brutal. The MIBR members were so far forward that the Sky Flash was actually behind a couple of them, so the blind doesn't catch them.
It might take a few rounds for C9 to get used to MIBR's attack side pace. That wasn't even as fast as it gets.
Yeah, well, that's crazy, is that was kind of just a full contact walk up, whereas usually Zekken is just running right off the ripper after a couple of seconds.
And those pace variations are going to be pretty important for MIBR, as Cloud9 are going to look to try and find a feel for that tempo.
Pretty deep hold from Penny here. I like his odds.
Zekken dealt with now. Verno doesn't want to take the challenge, not in a position to do so. That haunt does mean that Penny has to play back now with Zelsis, but he drops down and nice bit of util forces Verno back around that corner. This is falling apart. Hang on. Vex now sees the paint shells come through. Is he going to have to save them again? He can't. Penny exits the round with 4. Foreshadowed beautifully by you there, Ender.
I mean,
what a clutch.
We were talking about the details back on Breeze and the post plants for C9, and sometimes they were getting away from them, sometimes they were dialed in. Here, though, the details go awry in this, as not everyone is flashed. But how Penny chooses to play it, backing up deep on Raptor, not taking the fight right when they come out of main, means that first kill is completely unexpected, and then he comes back into double swing high-low with his teammate from the ground. That was great.
That snakebite also denies a crossfire.
Exactly.
Zelsis.
Yeah.
Sick.
Zelsis, the unsung hero there for sure.
Okay. It might be not quite a spring in the step. It's C9 with a pistol. Just want to put that out there. It does take a 4K from Penny. But they will be more than happy to add that to their tally now. Okay, walk up into this Nebula by Zekken.
Also, Aspas, Sheriff in hand. Yeah.
Well, that's Valorant.
Sometimes these things happen.
Okay, relay ball to catch on to Mazino, if I'm not mistaken. And so, Penny is farming them.
Oh my god, that's 7 kills in 2 rounds. Penny is 1 away from the showstopper. Now, C9 won Breeze, and it was a close game. It was an impressive game. But I still wasn't like fully believing, like, okay, split, it's MIBR's map pick, MIBR, they're a very strong team. But if now Penny can dial up, get the ultimate in this round, use that,
this half,
convert in round 3, they're going to make a believer out of me.
Yeah. Yeah, this is more than we've seen from C9 this year, I want to say.
There.
They are looking very, very good, despite being 0-2 this series. Feels like it's been a turning point so far. But people only remember the outcome. So need to land this plane.
C9 all the way down into mid. Look at that. Oxy wasted not a breath, and MIBR respond in kind all over B.
Awkward for Tex, though. We didn't feel like he could cross Ramen there. He might make a late flank back into mid, but it is going to be proper late. There's a Viper wall there as well, so tough to lurk that. Mazino and Zekken controlling this space as they get into the B side. Little lackadaisical for Cloud9. Again, somewhat these bonus weaponry may be letting them down at times. Zelsis might have an upgrade though, and he does. Gets a Phantom in hand, and Vic will join him up here.
How much can they do here from up in heaven? Aspas down on 24 HP. But there's no utility to actually flush these players out, so yeah. Good luck, and even now the refreshes, the smokes come down from that MIBR camp. Ooh, wow, 3 HP and a prayer.
Oh wait, Vic thinking about running this. Okay, gets ahead of the Astra.
There wasn't time for it, even if he wanted to. So Zelsis doesn't even play for an exit here. I think he's just going to hold on to the gun.
Yeah, I think Valley's out over keeping a lid on the burgeoning MIBR economy.
Yeah, he's already a rich man too, on 3,700 before the save.
This is how it all sort of played out. Mazino was okay. We're only honest Valorant players here.
Yeah. Now, what I'm curious to see is, so far the early conditioning in this half has been a lot more controlled from MIBR, responding to what C9 are showing on the map. Even there, they were walking into B main. They didn't exec until they heard the sprints coming down through mid. This is a team that was activating much quicker in their last showing.
Yeah, like standing inside that nebula and then like popping out.
Exactly, exactly. And I thought their A hits in particular were very impressive. So far, they've stayed away from that side of the map, trying to maybe disrupt some of C9's early planning against that play.
Yeah.
But one of the things, as they do shift back towards A, they love to do, was they love to just ignore Heaven. They would almost feign like they were hitting up into ramps, and then instantly Zekken would slide back down and hit into the site. And it was that sort of fake out that was catching off their opponents.
Oh, Oxy, can he get away with this? He's going to come back into it. I love that. Fast lane, though, as he realizes he's done more than enough here. Aspas was pretty reluctant, actually, to commit to taking a trade.
Still, though, that is just Tex on the Vise, so MIBR can still make a go at this. Only 2 players holding down on site.
Yeah, but look at the anchor movements now for Cloud9. They have got Zeppa back in the site properly. Oxy playing this annoying off angle. No Heaven positions at all for Cloud9.
Well, that's the first one.
And Oxy, look at him repositioning here as well. He'll be waiting for Aspas to potentially show. The guy's being crossfired. Not going to win it out, though, is Oxy now. Zeppa feels a little bit exposed, but they're not ready for him. He guns them down. Here's that showstopper that, frankly, will be more of a footnote on this round at this rate. Aspas stays alive, though, dealing with Zeppa. He's up against 3. Would need to ace to take this away.
Still, though, C9 are going to give him the free plant. Vic's still a mile away, so Aspas has some time here to work out how he wants to play the round.
Pain Shell forces him forward. Smokes everywhere here with the paranoia now. Yeah, your options are becoming severely limited.
Good util from Vic.
Aspas expecting a push out of this smoke. It's not coming. Now, though, he might be able to find an opening. He's being chased down. There you go, Zelsis. Penny on the defuse here. Aspas has to swing into 2 players at 23 points of health. Ooh, I like the pre-fire there on Vic. He takes that kill, and it's possible. That would have had to be a massive ace, though.
Yeah, ended up getting closer than I think C9 would have thought that round would have been, because Aspas gets that first kill out from Heaven, and as soon as he gets that, I think that's when the showstopper came out. It ended up being a showstopper in a 4-on-1, but that was kind of right as those kills were going down, so you can't really blame Penny for pulling the trigger on that one.
These rounds are looking really good so far. Oxy, obviously, with a great opener as he pushed off of that A side, and then just started moving, bouncing around the A side, being very hard to catch.
MIBR back over towards the B site. This time, Cosmic Divide, if they want to go for it. But C9's solution, I think, to their homework against MIBR has just been to run a lot of early plays, seize map control. I mean, Oxy's already back in MIBR's spawn.
Yeah, that is very, very quick. And this is slow for MIBR. They're being slowed up in fairness in B main.
Still a paranoia.
They're going to be flashed out here. Have to get back behind the corner. They're just in time, and there's Zelsis to the rescue. Yeah, C9 commit to the site when they see that, the divide come down. And Oxy being able to find Tex is massive now. You're kind of boxed in for MIBR. Bit of a flub there from Vic, but Oxy's able to dig in and find another at 30 health. He swings! Well, that is diabolical. Aspas torn to shreds. Another 4K for Oxy. And Cloud9 threatening to run away with this game.
Just silly scenes here with Oxy. Never slowed down in that round. Sprints out of A main to come all the way around the horn over onto B.
He's 30.
Unreal.
That early flank is so nice. The timing, the push off the A side. It's too easy for Oxy here. He is brimming with that intuition.
MIBR have to make some major adjustments coming out of this round. They are going to call a timeout. And I feel that they almost have gone away from the playbook they showed in their last game to try and not be so predictable. But what it's turned into is a lot of this heavy stacking 5 players on one side of a map. C9 have been able to sort of corral MIBR in a couple of these rounds. And it means that MIBR, unless everything goes right on the plan they're trying to activate on, they have no actual plan B to go back into, right? Yeah. You have no lurk on A if you want to do that. They have no control over mid either. These full B hits are all or nothing.
Yeah, maybe they can like leave a lurking presence towards mid. I mean, this comp obviously, it's annoying because there's like a Viper wall you got to contend with from Zelsis, but like maybe you leave a loose end, like someone in mid to give you some purchase, and you can actually make that pivot mid through ropes, and
yeah,
actually you work the map a little.
For sure. I think one of the things that they really succeeded at previously was taking control over Mail so many rounds. Like they could not be beaten in mid. Now this round, they don't have a lot of money. We'll see what they go for. Personally, I'd like to see them go back to the drawing board a little bit, which was just their full sight hits on A, where they didn't give too much attention to Heaven. But Aspas does have a showstopper, and often the angles can be better for you if you have Heaven control before you want to go into the site for that one.
Yep. Yeah, smoke Heaven and just fight the anchors is an option for MIBR. Guiding Light obviously confirms the presence of at least one player. Zelsis ready to slow this up, and Heaven actually being given up by C9 as well. So maybe they've also read into this tendency for MIBR not to allocate any resources up there.
Well, MIBR down into the site. Now that's a double paint shell kill. Oh no, Zekin somehow gets a couple, but this round is chopped.
Yeah, I mean, Zekin made it interesting here, but look at MIBR. They are pretty scattered across the map. Penny in the smoke. Going to see a classic play. Oh, he wants. Okay, never mind. We're chilling. 4 for Penny, by the way. Just a random ace in the works.
Yeah, how many? Is that 3 4Ks we've seen this map already?
Yeah, Penny, Oxy, Penny.
Uh-huh. Not a bad start for a team that's already leading the Series 1-0.
Also, your duelists getting fed orbs is best case.
Exactly.
Mazzino does not fancy mid in the welcoming party on A. Vic has also been drawn across to keep an eye on Heaven now, or rather, screens. So Mazzino will slip the net for now, but Cloud9 have their heads on a swivel.
Yeah, you have to crouch here so no one back all the way on site can spot your head going through a window.
All right, we will try to screens play, but this is an angle that's being held by Vic. And Mazzino will walk up into it. Cat's out the bag. There it is, Cloud9. I mean, we talked about how ferocious this MIBR attack side is. The pace they play with, I don't feel like we've seen that necessarily. This round made sure, okay, fine, but they run into a paint shell. They lose 2 players to it. They're on halfway anyway.
Yeah, a little combo piece with the snake bite, bringing everyone vulnerable.
One enemy remains.
But this next round, this will be the tell for MIBR. Right now, they've maxed out their loss bonus, lost 3 in a row. They've got major ultimates to deal with. What is the best play in the book for MIBR? Well, it's going to be Zekin going up into Mail.
Yep. That might well be the move here. We'll see Aspas joining on the other side of mid. Okay, Cloud9 actually want to get active, walk up on this. Will this be read into? I would agree. It is. Oh, Verno for 3? Big success there for Verno. And I think there's a lot to do with Aspas also swinging the other side of mid at the same time. It's a lot for Cloud9 to adjust to.
Definitely. Now it's just Zepp in a 1-on-3. Doesn't quite have the timing on the late lurk into mid.
Trailblazer active. Well, no interest in making use of util in this round. Great opener. And
Well,
there's a spidey sense tingling for MIBR about that C9 walk-up.
And that round is even better than you think, because what did MIBR not have to use to win this? Any ultimates. They still have the 3 big ones that they were carrying into. Great marksmanship from Verno. And it's funny because I like the idea from C9 to try and quietly get in front of MIBR's plan, but it just doesn't work when a guy is going to do that to you.
Now, what does he move for Vic? Is it going to be a TP across here into main? Unlikely given where Penny's standing.
Yeah, he wants to bait as much as he can for Penny's position.
There might be a run back this sort of 3 players in mid, this 1-3-1 look.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's quick.
Yeah, and on the other side too, Prowler up into Mail. So these are the rounds that I remember from MIBR, fully dominating the mid space, but it's not so easy to advance from here because A main, there's 2 players trying to hold you down. And B's not so easy either.
Oxy. Okay, relay on Tex. Yep, Zephyr's going to be there to help him out. Here is this fast rotate already in the works. MIBR might actually turn into this, though.
And that's where there's the 3-stack from C9. This is a great setup from C9. Really only Mazzino hearing this player back in spawn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Oxy has been noted. He still has the wherewithal, though, to check ropes as he crosses past.
Showstopper in fence, yeah.
That's probably destined for elbow. It will clear the side, not that that was needed anyway.
Destined for nothing, man.
How is Oxy still checking this? Oh, he's so aware. Oh, he's so aware, and still Mazzino wins it out. Zephyr quite low. Maybe he was grazed by that showstopper in the end. And Zekin doesn't need to push past his line of scrimmage. Okay, a little bit shoddy, but Zeppet does go down. It's 14 health, so the paint shell accounts for the rest of his HP easily enough. And Cloud9 say, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, they eat up a couple ultimates there in the post plant. Don't want to go for anything. That was a little bit of a mess, but you can see how difficult the map can be to play from C9 when you don't have any control over mid, and that comes after. I loved their play in A main where they re-clear against the lurk. You have the Seekers that you throw a stun directly behind. That's an easy kill. But even after you get that, it comes at the cost of what? Well, now MIBR, they can waltz up into heaven, they can waltz into your site. They know you're that far forward.
If I'm Imi, and I'm seeing how that last round went, where there's a contact walk up from C9, they get ruined, I'd be telling them, guys, do not be dissuaded from doing that again. Do not be conditioned away from mid. You must try and challenge MIBR here, otherwise they'll just take the map.
The thing is, C9, a lot of their defense is somewhat of a guessing game. They have to strategically give up space because they don't have permanent information to be able to place down. You don't have tripwires or anything like that. You don't have a real sentinel. So instead, it's about, okay, what timings do we make an aggressive play where we then figure out, okay, how many people do we have outside of A main? How many people from MIBR are attacking towards B? And then from that small information you pick up, you have to make the right decisions to work around, and sometimes it's just not going to be the right play.
And so Oxy's been trying to relieve that info pressure by pushing off A side and almost like, you know, threatening that flank.
Exactly.
But still, there are times where there's like gaps left in the net, like Mazzino in that round is able to get the drop on him, even though Oxy was convinced someone was going to be coming over from sewers.
Yeah, sometimes you might even know exactly where they are. Like, it's no surprise to C9 that MIBR are going to be up in their heaven, you know, but sometimes you're just still going to lose anyways because the way that A site in particular is structured, there's not a lot of places where you can actually hang out as a defender.
Yeah.
You know, especially if you don't have control from heaven.
Like you're behind screens, you're in elbow, you're tucked to the sort of other end of the site.
Yeah. And even if you have a main control, you don't have clear lines to be able to really shoot at players that are trying to flood into the site from heaven if you just get smoked off the line super easily.
Too easy to cut that off with controller util. All right, here we go. That was a Cloud9 timeout. And it does look like they still want to insist in controlling mid. It might be other have different plans. Look like it might be a death ball play through B lobby. They haven't gone here in the last couple of rounds, so we're really ready for this.
Well, Boombot here's one player.
Now remember, it was Penny and Zelsis on the Cosmic Divide attack side round from MIBR that ruined them. Like a 2v4.
4 players from C9 here.
Penny position to capitalize. Here's the fast lane. Okay, but he's going to wrap around very quickly. It's actually defense side fast lane. Look at that getting deployed here. How's Oxy going to make use of it? For now, slow and steady. Nova Pulse catches onto the Neon. Oxy needs to wait. Aspas with some spray here with that Nightfall. Rather insightful from Verno. Overdrive active, and there's Oxy making a swing. Connection. The push up from Zekin though, the flash follow-up is brilliant. There it is, MIBR ready to throw down, ready to fight for real on B.
Yeah, Zekin just there, ready with the lightning hands as soon as the smokes go down, trying to create some amount of chaos. And maybe we'll get a better look in the replay how some of these trades went through from MIBR, but I think they were absolutely on point. That wasn't one person lighting up the kill feed. That was a lot of people just having each other's backs. Utility comes in, and yeah, Zekin has the first kill. He goes down, but the trade is right there from Tex. Just all these kills. MIBR have a couple of players trained on one guy from C9. C9 were way more isolated than MIBR were.
I think under those conditions as well, it could be hard to make sure your crossfires are tip-top because of controller util, so good adaptation from MIBR.
That's a raise ult all the way down mid while MIBR prance into the A site.
Okay. Again, they are just straight up hitting these sites, and Cloud9 are too distributed to really slow them down.
Yeah, just 2 people hanging out back into screens. They are in front of the wall, so C9 hear the spike plant go down and have ideas. They're actually giving up ramp control right now to try and punch out from heaven. Aspas working the wall.
All right.
Steel Garden just shuts it all down, though.
That's going to be a little bit uncomfortable for Cloud9. They're going to have to wait for their chances again, and by the time they get moving, though, Aspas, that's going to always be over. Aspas, that's just a solo play. Now Heaven control firmly in the hand of C9. They can work from here. Verno also very much a solo endeavor, trying to find a timing is punished for it. Down to 3 at MIBR, and now they're going to fight for their lives out on the side. It's Tex in the open. Penny from up above, those able to deal with them. Vic's out of the picture, but Penny will keep going. 14-3, this raise has been problematic. Penny doesn't get it to half, though. The profile pulls him off. Time might not be on his side. Zekin wants to disrupt as much as possible, but it's no tap, no real tap here at all. Zeppa able to find Zekin, and Cloud9 just get there.
That is crazy. The shorty tried to slide in and take out the defuse, but no dice from Zekin. That was a wild post play in stark contrast to the previous round, where this time it's MIBR that are kind of out on their own trying to catch these timings into heaven.
Yeah, I mean, and is that necessary? I mean, Aspas goes first, and then Verno tries to pick that up.
I don't hate that play out from Aspas. That's something you'll see some raises or some Jets even sometimes do, trying to peek out from the smoke, but I think it was actually the paint shells that forced Verno out. Verno didn't want to take that fight. Got forced into it.
Stressful round, though, for the Cloud9 coaching staff. Here's Oxy. Ew. Oh, we love an orbital like that. He might be tested further. Caught in the mud there. Slowed down briefly by some of those shots coming in, but he is able to abscond. And with the pit down in mid, I think the options are pretty limited for MIBR here. Look at this Astra Util being thrown towards C9 spawn. 1 star in screens as well. Could be disruptive, but Penny's going to make use of this Nebula himself.
How wild do MIBR want to get? Is it just reset and hit into A, or do they...
No, go through spawn.
No, that's what I was saying, but no, it's just going to be back into the site. Zek can slide in through for an easy kill.
That's dirty, and that's the A site now, cleared of any anchoring presence, and Penny's still sitting inside Nebula. Found his second, and Aspas will receive him gladly. This is going to be a cancel called here for Cloud9. No more action to be found for the defenders.
Yeah, you can see in that round the high position Aspas has playing on the other side of the smoke is real nice at catching people coming out from screens. Last round, once that smoke goes down, you have the decision. Do you drop into the site and play with the team, or do you go for the gamble?
Man, I'm sorry, but when did this match have any business being so compelling? I mean, after Breeze?
Honestly, it's a great question, yeah. This is a game where you sort of looked at the matches coming into the weekend, and you're like, oh, well, the last match of the week is kind of a bummer, I guess. You know, MIBR, they're gonna run away with this, surely.
You can't tell me people didn't write off Cloud9 after losing to Envy in that slobber knocker of a game.
Absolutely, absolutely, and yet C9 win a close game in overtime on Breeze, and now on a map that MIBR are willingly walking into. This is a map they look great on. It's within 1, and it's C9 with the edge.
Yeah. Enjoying this immensely from Cloud9, and a solid defense side in general. It's Oxy with that little opener.
Tech's having a tough time this game. I think he's been shut down really effectively by Oxy. Whether it's, I mean, in a round like this, you know.
He peeks Raptor and kills me.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He's bullying you. He's picking on you. He can't lurk on this side of the map. He can't even walk with his team. He's just getting killed by Oxy every time.
That's how the chips fall sometimes. Can be tough, though, for MIBR to hold those sides in the post-prime. Will advise you to go on early in the round. Round 12 coming at you, last of the half. This time, no early pick as we cross A. It's just second, though.
There.
On very much a solo mission, maybe even going to be inserted here on ramps for a time.
What's the idea?
We're going to walk this. Okay. Oxy just impales himself on the bayonet of Zekin, but he's down to 16, and I respect that snake bite.
Oh my god, Vic just chewed him up in mid for 2. Now Paranoia forces Mazzino into it where he's getting a kill somehow.
Cloud9 so ready to take these fights. So unwilling to let the round get away from them. Inferno, though, much the same. Happy to throw down. Zeppa just swings into a hail of bullets, and it's on Penny, who honestly opened this game in fantastic fashion. He's also snuck ahead of this Prowler.
Penny has been the guy to beat on C9 this map. Now finds himself in a 1-on-2.
That Prowler not seeing him means that Penny has a 1v1 for a time. If Verno gets too happy on some of these peaks, Penny could set this up to his advantage with that late flank potential for second. Evens up the game. Generally, sick half a split. These two comps are quite drastically different, I think, in their approach, right? We've got the Fade, we've got the Sky comp, man, but it was really about the duelists for C9 early.
Oh, yeah, it has been fun. Penny almost gets a 3rd ult in the half, finishes off 14-5 on the scoreboard. And really, this just gets you thinking, what could the rest of the stage be like for a team like C9? They're going to have to see this one through first, though. There's plenty more left to be done.
Absolutely. Cloud9 would absolutely be overjoyed to get a win here after a disappointing result in that last game. Can they land the plane on split? Because MIBR are looking hungry. Don't go too far. As we get the second half underway, hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for in-game rewards with advanced and pro plans right now. You have landed yourself smack dab in the middle of a pretty darn exciting series between MIBR and, checks notes, Cloud9, who are a map ahead, even at the half here on Split, trying to take it away in 2.
Yeah, where have these guys been for the last 2 weeks? C9 definitely stepping up to the occasion on this map, but it's still very serious. Emi was not pleased with how that last round slipped away from C9 at the end, and now they have to try things on the attack side up against MIBR, which will be no easy task.
Yeah, and again, he's got the very Kaplan coded, even winning rounds. He looks very stressed.
Yeah, that's the Emi way, keeping it real.
Tough to keep this guy happy, but again, there's much more that needs to be done outside of this if you're a Cloud9 player or fan. These guys are 0-2 here in Stage 1. They've had trouble choking in the playoffs in the past, but we'd like to see them at least get there. Well, the fate's still in their hands, and a win here could help them along the way. So C9 here hitting the A site pretty quickly. Ender, flash on the site, turned though briefly by Zekin. Paranoia though, not so much.
One enemy
That's
remaining.
tough. MIBR just come flying out from heaven. Aspas for a couple already, and Vic backed up into the corner. That round just ripped away from C9 right before it began, and this has been a consistent problem for C9. Before this game, coming in 30% on pistol rounds, just continues to get worse.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, they get the one at the start of this game, but that looked rough for them. Rapid response from MIBR. They snapped to attention on that defense side, and that A hit is shut down entirely. Again, very quick round. But look at the setup. Haunt shows 2 players more. And Vera's happy to oblige.
Well, you think about it, too. The Haunt is landing right when 3 people are jumping out from the heaven smoke. So you're kind of ruined either way if you're C9. Either you turn and break the Haunt so you don't get spammed through the smoke, in which case you die to those guys, or you fight the guys and you get spammed through the smoke.
But we're talking about how hard the sightlines are from heaven if you get smoked out. Not if you have a good scan initiator that can light them up.
Exactly. I think this fade has been something that's a little bit slept on Split, but Verno's fade has been consistently elite so far this year. And, well, some up here too, why not?
No, wait, bro, please! Eventually Verno's going to be brought down, but damage certainly done. There it is. These are quick rounds, and MIBR get ahead by 2. Nice little opportunity here to convert with plenty of decent guns in the mix.
Yeah, honestly, to expand on Verno a bit here, I think one of the things that has been separating MIBR from me this year is how well they time how they fight around the Fade utility. And I think a lot of it doesn't even necessarily have to be communicated. I think they're swinging through smokes at the same time that those Haunts are landing.
Big ass head, boy.
They're using their big old heads to figure out how to throw the C's in there to big effect, too. I'm trying to gas them up, and what are they doing?
Yeah, I love that irreverence, though, toward Aspas. He's like, no, you're one of us, mate. You are not immune. You're not immune from the banter.
Oh, it's fun.
Yeah, okay. A little awkward on the timing there, except punish him pretty badly. Oxy took a ton of damage there, though.
And not quite the range you want to fight with the judge at, but see what can happen.
Just over-eager, perhaps.
Yeah, might have been trying to reposition up more forward in mail and just caught a raw timing.
C9 here are congregated in Heaven and B-side. Something, though, has tipped them off. They don't want to be testing that side here.
Yeah, but they're going into a judge.
I think this is scary. He's healthy in the ropes, but just overwhelmed there. Target-rich environment now does him.
I really like that protocol. One person jumps onto the box, the other one jumps straight down, so you have to adjust, even if it's just slightly, making it a little bit more awkward for the player to get the one-shot kill.
They're going to cancel on this. That is dirty. Might be a re-clear. No, I thought maybe Verno a re-clear, but he doesn't have a Haunt yet.
30 seconds left.
Aspas got a nice little tuck spot here. It's going to be hard to trade this guy. Verno now getting involved. He's back on the B side, wrapped around, but completely blinded up. Nice flash coming in there from Zeppa.
Yeah, the paint shells too. Good workout from Penny. So Plant goes down. Zeppa's just 2 off, and Tex with the Spectre from up in heaven. Don't love his odds. We talked about it a little bit in the last, but had a really tough first half on the attack. Never got to activate on the lurk. Hoping that he can find his own here now on the defense side on the Senti.
Really, all he needs is for Cloud9 to come to his site.
Yeah.
Because he's obviously got plenty of that sort of arresting util to slow down the pace that we know that Cloud9 are more than capable of, something Oxy wants to leverage early and often.
Yeah, good for him. He upgrades the gun, gets on out of dodge.
Hey,
No problems.
you're a Sentinel that has to rotate in for a retake solo. It happens.
Good Sky Flash, though, and they know exactly where he is. Tex, 1 for
Damn.
1. Hey, he'll take it.
Yes. No choice but to there. Still, MIBR obviously ready to buy. This is nice from Cloud9. Bit of a rocky start to the second half for them. It's an important round win. Again, you mentioned the protocol to overwhelm Second there and ropes, and they bounce back to B.
Because you saw the first shot from Zekin, it hits his feet, right? Because he's waiting for that body to go all the way to the floor. Unable to hit center of mass there means you're never going to get more than 1 kill, and didn't even get the 1.
It's a 1-round game, though. Heading into round number 16. Nightfall already for Verno. A nice little 14-8 scoreline posted.
Yeah, him and Penny putting up numbers for sure. Just ripping through the ults.
MIBR wise not to challenge mid this round with a crossfire set up early.
Yeah, that's the thing. As soon as Zekin engages on these players or vice versa, Mazina will get into the mix.
This is a real trap here for Cloud9, but it does leave the B side very light.
The thing is, Verno, a staple of his play, he plays so aggressive on an anchor, so he's forward in B main, constantly checking this position.
This next swing could be, dangerous.
That's the thing. Sometimes it's great, you get forward information. Sometimes your Nightfall, you don't get to use anymore.
Yeah, he swings and crouches into it, but unfortunately it doesn't work out. Zekin's early getting into the side, but he's going to be forced to move, and this is a pretty compromising spot to be in. Only a small pocket for Zekin to play in now. He's found a way out, though. Or has he? Vic gonna fire some shots and is retreating back here, and Cloud9 sniff out this overcommitment to mid for the defenders and hit the weak side.
Kind of a miracle that Zekin survived as long as he did there, but good work from Vic to lock it down. And unfortunately, as C9 keep hitting away from Tex, this guy's just like, will you let me play the game, please?
This is just the Sentinel lifestyle. I mean,
Dude,
just don't want to hit his side.
It's so sad. Especially because, like, C9, they're not doing any funny business. There's no lurks going down on this side of the map. They're not even letting him have an honorable 1v1 if he wants. No luck.
Is there a reason, if you're Verno here in this round, to be actively swinging that angle instead of holding?
Yes, honestly, it's because Zekin is on a shotgun, I believe, and they're playing so, like, passively almost around mid. And because your Vise is on the A side, you also don't have a forward line there.
Yep.
So I think the idea is they want some amount of information in the mid round, and Verno thinks, hey, you know, they're not going to just own me on the first shot. Thinks maybe he can get the upper hand, but yeah. Sometimes that happens.
And the lockdown side pretty admirably here. I mean, the util's great. It just doesn't give Zekin any room to breathe. There's a snake bite behind him, a boombot in front of him. Just nowhere to go with that judge.
Now money is brutal. Back to the judge for Zekin, buying down to 0. This is the Neon lifestyle. You actually just never have to save. It's really fun.
What is... Okay, so we might slide into B main here. I mean, Tex is going to get some action. Finally,
Hey.
a use for this rifle he's maintained.
Come on, what you got for us?
But his util's a B. Some of it, anyway.
Yeah, he's throwing that spread out Thorn setup so he can influence both sides.
Shield wall, Oxy trap. That's how he likes it, frankly. We find. See, even there's a mind for Penny there to set Oxy up here with his paint shell, create that spacing for him.
Ooh, that deep orb. Here we go.
Push into that smoke. There's a pocket created here for Oxy. This could be devastating. Penny, showstopper on the site. MIBR don't want a bar of it. They're going to have to retake behind this Nightfall, but their weaponry, frankly, is pretty mid.
He's alive?
Well, in a matter of speaking. Eventually, he's going to be brought down, though. Mazzino gets himself a Vandal. And how MIBR can really work this retake. Look at them now. Dispersing out, getting some ramp presence as well. Prowler to check it. They don't spot Vic, though.
Nightfall into the site. This is big for MIBR.
Depot able to find one despite being decayed down. It's a little bit uncomfortable, but Penny's going to chime in as well. Aspas, though, gets into elbows. Zelsa's ready for it, or tries to get ready for it. Tries to get ahead of it. Satchel thrown down. Now a double swing. Can't be put together. It's going to be Aspas alone with the stinger. So far, not too shabby, but time is working against him. And it's Vic. Hard to shift, and Vic could have been anywhere as Omen. Cloud9 get back into the lead after a slow start.
Man, all the way down to 1 player there on the anti-eco. Kind of shocking MIBR made a go of it, but ultimately C9 are going to be happy because that's, hey, no more Nightfall to work against.
See, I think Oxy is just not sure if he wants to push into that smoke. There's a poison orb there as well.
I wouldn't be surprised if the call of gas running out on the orb came in a little bit late from Oxy because he looked very confused with the shorty in hand when he was trying to make that escape path for himself. And sometimes when your whole team is, you know, gearing up and holding down the site, those comms can get a little bit lost in translation.
You have no Rafters player either in that kind of situation. So MIBR here calling a timeout. They expend their Nightfall to try and get into the site. And unfortunately, they just lose those first couple of players early. They have outside of that, pretty limited information. They don't know what the setup is outside of the fact that Oxy was solo inside Heaven. And this has been close. Aspas, you can see them trying to put together like a double swing in elbow, right? Aspas with a stinger, got a lot of mileage. So it's still a reason to be concerned if you're Cloud9. The buy here might see Aspas like go for a defensive op and maybe try and just play deeper on an extremity here, play some contact against these comps, and also give you like that early information flow that you've been kind of struggling to come by in these mid-rounds.
Exactly. Now it doesn't have to be Verno on the forward line. It can be Aspas. That's all right. And frankly, I think MIBR have just been beaten because they've been giving up so much space for free at the start of these rounds. It's been getting yoinked away from them real easily, and the op is an answer into that.
And rounds like these, Cloud9 would just push Oxy off of the A side, right, and go for like a really quick flank.
Right.
It's not the MIBR way at all.
Yeah, Aspas just bunkering down in vents for the time being. You can see, like I'm saying, those forward lines, Zekin on a ramp, but it's really not committal from him. Tex isn't in a position to swing off him at all.
Yeah, he could fall off that right at a moment's notice. Shoulder peek.
Yeah, but he can also, he can call in the showstopper if he wants. That operator turns into something very different when Aspas smashes X.
Aspas is just trying to get set up on a contact line, making sure that people are actually going to test him.
Yeah. But it's cool how MIBR are moving around the map. They're trying to find where C9 are so that Aspas can then move into the right position. Yeah. And the whole shift comes in. So now Zekin's judge is up in B heaven.
C9 are trying to play around this as well.
Exactly.
Again, they don't want to hit A anymore after this little reallocation.
This is a cool round. This is very different than anything we've seen. And finally, a lurk that Celsius wins. Big news.
That's big, but how are you supposed to play off this? Seekers to sell a fake it. B might be the play here.
Spike over to A.
Celsius actually got taken down there as well. Aspas picked him off.
And so the spike comes back. All of a sudden, Vic back with the team, but nobody on the B side.
Oh, you're getting turned around now. I think it might be pulling off this B side, thinking C9 was still committing despite Celsius falling at A. So they're not really entrenched in these anchor positions at all.
And MIBR don't really want to fast flood, or do they? Zekin goes for it.
Yeah, and he might be able to go for a second wave push up here, but Penny has a range advantage there. He knows someone's above him on ropes. What? He's found his third. This is dangerous. Aspas, though, quick flick gets the job done, and the showstopper sees Vic. It didn't kill him. He's 35. He's low, but Aspas is just as low now after falling down. And the Cosmic Defiant is in the way. What are you supposed to do from here? Aspas falls off this line, but doesn't know where Vic could have repositioned. Is he just dead?
He's just gone.
God.
That was so sweet from Vic. The reposition behind the wall to take the high angle too. That round was crazy. And it honestly comes down to MIBR pulling the trigger to rip the retake before Aspas comes in there. Right, he gets the pick over here, but Zekin's going into the site. And as a result, they don't have the showstopper for the retake. I think MIBR go a little bit too quickly. Aspas still gives a chance at it, gives a real go at it.
The Cosmic Divide ends up hurting Aspas. That is MIBR's wall. But Vic's able to get behind it before the showstopper claims him. Bizarre round.
And it brings MIBR back to 0 again, and we are in dangerous territory. C9 up on 10.
What's the move supposed to be here? Again, it's this non-committal sort of jiggling of ramp for Zekin. No forward position on the B side, though. It looks like MIBR want to have the ability to fall back off that side and like stack Heaven in case there's a push-up main.
Yeah, Aspas just retreats a little bit. B-side's so weak. If Verno were to drop in Vents.
Verno's going to be forced out this time. He's looked good from that position. This little C's though, isn't it? That's going to buy you some precious seconds.
C9 really starting to work the map now. As soon as space is taken in mid, look at A main. Zelsis hanging out there for now. What C9 could look to do is feign some pressure into Vents, maybe back into Mail, or just go for the full-on pinch on main.
I like his commitment here to try to clear this spot from Zelsis. Oh man, he is overwhelmed. Now, look, immediately, C9 pivot over towards the B side, but that is teaming with defenders.
Going straight into the stack. This is going to be madness. Aspas up from above. No kill to be found just yet. Still alive, Zeppa and Penny rip through MIBR.
Mazzino here having an anchor, but he is the only player at the site for the time being. He'd have to have gone hog wild to get his team out, but as it stands, it's 2-on-2. Post plant now for Cloud9. These are hard-fought rounds. The util though for Verno isn't really there. He's got a judge as well.
And C9 are playing together.
player
Double
standing.
swing, it's beautiful. It's so good. And now there might be a weather Verno's with a judge. Obviously has a chance to maybe switch that up here, but dangerous to be up on that line, and there's to confirm. It's so hard for Verno to win. He almost does. I believed it for a second. Vic, though, notches 3, and Cloud9 take another big stride towards a win on this map in the series.
That's a heartbreaker for MIBR because they worked the map near perfectly, right? Forcing all these players into the stack. They just didn't have the weaponry, and C9, I think, were clean enough coming back into the site, playing, tag teams, swinging off one another. They inch ever closer.
Yeah, that is huge. These are hard rounds, but man, yeah, exactly. They really have been on a run. And not to mention, they're coming now into some of these powerful, powerful ultimates. Post-plant pit potential? Say that 3 times fast, but they've also got a showstopper for Penny.
Bring them down.
MIBR's duelists up in mid. MIBR have shied away from this fight consistently. This round, everything changes.
Oh, they are less non-committal than MIBR.
Ooh, warning shots.
Let's take their claim to mid, though, here. This is C9 who are a little corralled onto the A side of the map.
MIBR have the read for now. Those mid players getting up into A heaven.
In theory, Penny can rip the showstopper and clear the room for an A side hit. Prowler meet your counterpart in Trailblazer up ramp.
Can you actually catch Zekken, though? That's the question.
Oh, it's going to be a tough one. Zekken actually gets active on the site, and there's Mazzino bringing down Penny mid-flight. And then he's just going to duck back inside screens. This completely declaws Cloud9.
The only way back in is now Zelsis.
The lurk again is being relied on.
Oh, he saw the hand.
Yeah. Is Aspas ready for this? Up on the corner! Yeah, you know the GOAT's going to deliver.
Yes, sir. 30 seconds left. Time to make a dash over towards B. Hey, I said that.
I want to point out as well that the money for Cloud9, despite 5 rounds in a row, it's far from stabilized.
Could start to get away from them.
2 versus 5. Tex confirmed in the back of the site. Aspas, though, always a wild card. Zephyr really only grazed by those tank shells. Now it's about setting up a nice little crossfire here in this post spawn. A big job. A tough ask for C9, but I love how Zephyr gets ahead of this. Vic, though, whoa, what? Tex dealt with, they knew it was there. They picked him out early with a flash. And now from above, Zekken delivers MIBR a much-needed round win.
These late rounds are getting wild, is the lightest way possible of putting it, I feel. So many different guys just taking these timings to step on forward, and that was the start of it, the shutout of the A site, right? There was a showstopper invested from C9. It like hardly even got fired.
To be fair, this is one of the rare rounds where MIBR are actively anchoring the A side of the map as opposed to just giving it up for free.
And it comes after Zekken was in mid at the round start, read that the hit was coming A. He repositions all the way back into center site.
Round number 21, it's a 2-round affair. And yeah, Cloud9, after winning so many, their buy is broken so quickly.
Yeah, trying to save up a little bit. MIBR have consistently, even in round losses, had good macro reads. So even though they trail, C9 are not out of it just yet.
Such a different setup, though. There's like no early ramps presence. Look how deep this lurk for Zelsis has gotten already. And they are anchoring A.
Yeah, on the eco round, taking all liberties they can.
It is a deep position, though, in B lane. See what Zekken can make of that spot with a judge in hand. Looks like maybe like a kill potential and then a late flank.
Yeah, it's tough for C9 to really figure out what to do from here because MIBR have just denied any possible fights over. See, Verno drops the C's, falls back.
Aspas here, saw him in this spot last round, made short work of Zelsis and does much the same with Oxy.
Good stuff. So now C9 going to regroup, hit into A, where they anticipate the Vises on this side of the map after finding no fight against their lurker.
But their pings are over towards the spawn side. I don't know if they're anticipating Tex to be as entrenched as he is.
Definitely not.
Committed now. Trigger the sheer wall. Aspas also getting in position that was pinged earlier on. Mazzino's going to have to be cleared. This could be troublesome. Crossfire set up there. Tex lining them up beautifully. 2 with the Guardian to be found. And Aspas with a deeper angle to punish Zephyr.
Again, these quick rotates from MIBR. They always have 1 or 2 more guys than you're ready for. This time it's Aspas filtering into screens for 3 kills and to bring it within 1.
Some proper signs of life now for MIBR. Really, though, fighting tooth and nail for these rounds. But the variation here on the defense side has been great. They've got this deeper B lobby presence and the anchoring aspect of the A site works out.
I wonder how much this lurk, finding nothing except that deep Viper, or Viswall rather, is going to encourage C9 to play this side of the map, because usually Zekken has been playing a forward line over there on ramps pretty early on.
Just like jiggling it, right?
Yeah, but I don't think C9 have actually seen that. So it is possible coming out of a timeout that MIBR could confuse them off of that conditioning from the last round.
There is a degree to it. If Cloud9 don't find like early action where they, like have their players set up in middle, there's a nice crossfire. A lot does hinge on what Zelsus can scrounge up. He's kind of, even on Sentinels as well prior, he was that kind of player. On maps like Lotus, split, set out, try and scrounge something up, at least some valuable information that can inform the positions of the rest of this attack side.
Yeah, especially when you need like some way back into a round. He'll be the guy that will just take it upon himself to go figure it out. If he dies, he dies, but if he doesn't, they can spin something up around it.
Now, of course, we are locked in and sat forward because MIBR are within spitting distance of Cloud9. After winning the pistol, they go off the boil. Now it's a one-round affair.
And the last rounds of regulation are going to be madness too, because for a while we had like no ults in play, and now everyone is starting to get them online. Major tools to try and swing things around if it comes to bear.
Might be a little bit of mid-action here. Zelsus's lurk won't be digging up too much, I think, for a while.
At least off the rip.
Spot for Aspas. Yeah, tucked in that corner, a little bit of an off angle.
But now no dog to get back into mid. That makes things a lot more challenging. You consider a Fade on the other side who would have a second Prowler to try and work back in. Sky now going to need to commit a little bit more.
We're going to walk up, flashing towards Mail. Fast hit for Roxy as well. And look at how that relay bolt just cleared vent for them.
C9 still have options in the round though. Had lurks on both extremities, but now calls Zelsus back into the rest of the team.
How do they use this Viper now, though, the return to the fray? Like, overload, maybe leave a player inserted, Mail.
Viper needs to protect their back against anyone else coming in through mid.
Yeah, and that's what Zelsus is watching for, but here comes the push over towards Mail. It's slowed up a little bit. Zelsus will find contact. Relay bolts actually force him away, but here's Oxy coming with the overdrive. The big side is clear. The pressure is in heaven, and Zelsus can't stop the backstab.
Second just too quick on it with the judge. Smoke comes down, but that's only going to stop MIBR for a moment.
Smoke's, though, in heaven, still, MIBR have to respect them. Now they might look to try and flood out from CT?
There's a steel guard and all these players on site going to be in trouble.
Burner still has plenty of that util as well. Horde could be massive now. Steel guard and Cloud9. Okay, they clear the area. Still gonna have access to their primary, so they'll have to flood back in, but this is awkward. Both teams colliding now. Both teams trying to flood into the side at the same time. And here's Zekken trying to work the corner. C's there. And he's sliding straight on through. Zeppa set up on the site, brings Zekken down, and now it's a 2v1. Zeppa with it all to do. Zeppa almost, but Aspas a showstopper. This time, gives him the clutch he was looking for.
Man, Aspas steps up to tie things here. And that comes after Zeppa plays a beautiful round. This guy is locked in. Just nothing you can do in the face of a showstopper, though.
Finally, in a 1v1, the showstopper pays off for him. This was weird. The Steel Guardian actually forces both teams to hit this side at the same time.
It becomes this ring around the rosy where C9 run around their left side of the pillar. You got MIBR around the other side. And it comes so close, and would you look at that? Yes. C9 broken again, trying to buy what they can to still have enough. I mean, this was C9 in the driver's seat. They had won 5 rounds in a row to get up to 11. Now they're on scraps going into the end.
And Zelsus as the lurker hasn't been able to make use of this Viper's Pit properly. This has got to be the round for it with these close-range weapons, and that's why Zelsus...
Where's Oxy? He's just in vents already.
Very, very deep. Sheer wall obviously triggered. Zelsus needs to play with the pack now because that Viper's Pit needs to go down. They are going to run themselves into Tex and Aspas inside Mail. Zelsus finds success, and Tex is going to be forced back. That's a great paranoia there from B side, and now Vic TPing forward, taking his space, maybe setting things up for Zelsus to join him.
That's a stinger in hand, though. He doesn't feel confident enough to continue forward.
Zelsus is really slow into heaven as well.
It's a Viper's Pit, though. Stinger for 2! Are you joking?
Well, we've got ourselves around. Zelsus with the pit, pre-plant, by the way. That's how serious this is for Cloud9. This is crucial. Vic a little bit low. Zekken's going to dive on in. He's too quick with that judge, but Zelsus is still at large. The pit remains in play. And there's taps on the spike, but Zekken, too canny, knew where Zelsus will be coming from. And MIBR inch out into the lead.
This might, against all odds, genuinely be the most fun series of Stage 1
Bro,
so
how
far.
mad is Wyatt right now? Just like 1 to 10, bro. be honest with me.
You see, I get to swap with him for one day. And we're like, oh yeah, this will be the game that's a little bit one-sided. No, it's the tightest you can possibly imagine. Even here, Vic nearly clutches up to just win it here.
That is just so nice for Zek, and that intuition, yeah, firm handshakes on that one, knows exactly where Zelsys is going to be coming at him from. Last round of regulation. Cloud9 to stay in this map. They've kept it competitive. They've had a great run in this half, but now MIBR are threatening to shut them out.
And they're just ripping a B hit. No time wasted at all. So buys utility to stall them out. And Aspas might have some ideas to peek his head through.
Again, MIBR, though, going to give up the space. There's no real interference in this site hit. They can play with a Cosmic Divide for retake.
Exactly. C9 have to play on the site, and Zekin has Overdrive available. He is going to be a menace with the rest of MIBR flooding back in through these smokes.
The ingredients are there, the recipe's in place. Now it's about putting them all together. There's the Overdrive, pop Zekin over towards the site, but Zeb's going to take him down through the smoke. There's Vic, Mizzino, it's dealt with. No Cosmic Divide access now for this retake. This is uncomfortable. MIBR have to get info piece by piece, but they are being brought to their knees, and it's on Verno, who has to get them out of this. I cannot believe they have dragged this kicking and screaming Cloud9 to an overtime. Verno would have to do the most ridiculous thing ever, and Penny says no. I'll have 3, a flawless for Cloud9. Another overtime guaranteed.
Penny might just be having the game of his year right now. He is tearing it up. 28 kills in regulation on the Rays. I think that was 14 kills in both halves. It's been so consistent out from him. He has been the determining factor from C9. And this comes in, you challenge Aspas and Zek into the head-to-head. You're matching duelists. You are matching them in the server. Penny's outperforming both of them.
They have Overdrive and Cosmic Divide for the retake. I really feel like it's ripe for MIBR to take the map there, but it's a stumble. And frankly, Cloud9 were in the site, ready to fight in that post plant. That is some fantastic composure. And now some deep breaths need to be taken. As we head into overtime, Cloud9 would move to that defense side. We saw how it played out on Breeze. The nerve of MIBR broke at that critical moment.
And this is a rarity too. You know, coaches get an extra timeout apiece when you go into overtime, but you also get that extra 40 seconds when you flip into overtime, talk to your teams. No, Fraud's choosing to actually call a timeout on top of that, reset his team now that they're going to be flipping back onto the attack side.
And Fraud is probably pre-calling an entire round here. It's not just like broad strokes, how should we play this, because there's only one attack side opportunity here. So he might have handed out some really specific instructions to MIBR.
We'll see what it is. I do think that MIBR did not dip enough into their mid-control on their attack. And their pre-round positioning is for exactly that. That said, C9 have been waiting for it, and they just haven't seen it a lot, but you see both duelists ready to fight over male if they want.
Moments away here from our overtime rounds for our second consecutive map in this series. It's 0-2 for Cloud9. They don't look like a 0-2 team at all. This last week of prep has been fruitful, and now they just need to stick the landing. And even a loss on split would take us to Bind for more exciting Valorant. Let's see how this plays out first.
Verno showed the season B main first. Now comes back in, but was spotted on the jump peak. So C9 know exactly what's about to go down.
Toxic screen comes up and C9 are ambling out.
Blinded.
Curious if they're going to be tested, but confirmed though a presence.
This is good. The other times it's just been a firefight in mid. MIBR have won. This time C9 do not overcommit.
Giving some space in vents as well at just the right time. That won't be reassumed though. Here's a push over. Ooh, into heaven. Penny's just having to get out alive, but he won't be getting in anytime soon. It's Oxy though, just pops up on the rope. Verno's down.
Playing on the corner. On a knife's edge, Oxy still alive down here.
There's no real flank pressure right now though, so there's some time for MIBR to figure this out. As Elsis has gone elsewhere, just in case this is a fake.
That's the first kill for Zekin. Aspas has the spike in hand, so he can't take too many liberties. Okay, Zekin.
Another for Zekin, surely not. He's finally put to a stop, and there's Mizzino out of the picture. He takes a timing there in B lobby. Aspas and Tex need to put it together. But there's Zephyr reminding him that he's waiting. Quick top up here on Vic, and eventually, I imagine, Zelsys is going to join them.
There's only 20 seconds left, though. You got to go, go, go.
Zephyr trying to play for time here, but there's no one to trade off him. That's a little bit awkward. Now, you'd think there's an acceleration from Zelsys. He is slowly on his way. Aspas looking to try and get a plant down, and Vic's setting up so they can try and double face. This is far from guaranteed for C9.
Cloud9 want to play together. It's been a staple in their post plants, and it's been good when they've been arm in arm.
Zelsus had the angle there. He gets off of it, and the timing just hurts Cloud9. Zelsus though trades it out now. Can he do it again? Quite a map for him. He draws a bead on Tex, but his opponent is far healthier and entrenched in this post plant. Tex looking for a time, and he has the Arc Rose to play with as well. Zelsus, that is unreal, Zelsus! Are you kidding me? What a massive clutch! Cloud9 win their defense side round, and now we're at match point.
What a ridiculous situation to be in. To take the lead in overtime. It's the two players on both teams that have been struggling to find their footing, and yet it was the call from Zelsus. He goes down the rope, makes noise, comes back up quietly. That position is completely unexpected from Tex. That's what gives him the edge.
I don't care what Zelsus did for the entire game. That round redeems every second of it.
That could have just won it. That could have just won C9's first series of Stage 1 against who many people consider to be the best team in Americas right now.
MIBR certainly showing some signs of fatigue already. Now fighting on this defense side to keep the game alive. What do Cloud9 have prepared?
They're going to call it as they figure out the round. No preset idea. Just early scouting information on every front.
Heavy mid presence now with MIBR on defense. There's no Viper wall in mid like there was just prior.
Here comes the fight.
Hey, grenade to start this off. Aspas gets out there, but it's going to be brought down. It's a 2 for 2. Spike Luso in mid. That's dangerous, but Verno kind of on an island there. Just takes a swing, thinks he can punish the player. Looking to recover the spike, and now it's on Tex. Cloud9 moments away potentially from a massive 2-0 here.
And back-to-back rounds of OT. Tex is the one being put into this position. Last time it was a one-on-one. He couldn't see it through then. Now a 1-on-3 to stop the upset.
Begrudgingly dragging himself across the map for the solo Sentinel retake. Showstopper here for Penny, looking to find 30. And Tex is simply trying to do his due diligence here. Make sure there's nothing unexpected that could catch him unaware, but this is straightforward stuff. It's a site stacked with 3 players, and Zelsus now has spotted him. The odds of Tex taking this drastically lowered. The deck stacked against him, and now might be the Joker on top for Penny.
Team A.
As the paranoia comes in, and Cloud9 have done it. MIBR served up their first loss of Stage 1 by the most unlikely of perpetrators. Cloud9 still alive for playoffs and showing us the fruits of a week of labor.
The regular season merchants back at it again, dishing it out for us. And giving a little reality check to MIBR. This is going to be a massive upheaval of the standings for this group as well. All of a sudden, C9 become immediate contenders. All of a sudden, first place no longer a guarantee.
We're always on the lookout for something mid-stage, for something like this, a wild card that all of a sudden upsets the balance of power. And Cloud9 might have just done that. A really difficult run for them so far, and the frustrations clearly were high with that loss last week to Envy, but this is more than just a bounce back. It's Penny looking so dominant, especially in that last map. And all of the elements, Zelsus with a clutch to give him a chance to win the game. Everything was in play for Cloud9.
Yeah, even Immy, I saw that smile, fan away from him, but he was smiling for just a second right there. He knows what just happened.
Zelsus with like 35 health for that clutch, up against a fully stacked, armored, ready to roll Tex. You gotta be feeling it. Again, he did the crucial work when it mattered, working some of those lurks on the attack side, but you saw that round with the Viper's Pit, he finally gets to use it. It's a close one there as well, but Zelsus, really showing his veterancy, I think, in this game.
Cut away, don't show that. Beautiful stuff from him to take down his former teammate in second.
Let's send it to Dryad for the Verizon post-match interview.
Of course, I had to go all the way to overtime, but Cloud9 secured the win. And Celsius, can I talk to you for a second? Earlier today, we got the chance to talk, and I was asking you what was it going to take to win against MIBR. You do it in overtime, but what was it about that overtime that allowed you to call exactly what you needed to do?
I think we were just confident in how we were playing. Like, even though we were losing the rounds, I think for me, I was overcomplicating a little bit of the calling, and then in the mid round, we were also overcomplicating some things. But we just said keep it simple. We have the read, and we just trusted ourselves.
you definitely had the read because when we listened to you and Imi on that podcast, you were talking about how you tried the double duelist before and it didn't work. And when he talked to Imi this time around, he was mentioning how the things that weren't working out were things that you were able to fix. Was it also your idea? Was it everybody wanted to try it again?
I think everyone wanted to try it again. I mean, the kids on the team really wanted to play it, but we just all really hated Waylay, and I think that was the issue. So yeah, I think we've adapted now.
Thank you so much. I also want to talk to Penny, that is right here. Penny, congratulations on the win. We were all wondering when you were going to be playing this duelist, and also if I think about you and the duelist, it was of course the Rays. Was this always something that you had in the back of your head? Was this something that you always told the team that you wanted to do, or were you just ready to play whatever?
I mean, to be honest, since off-season, we tried it. We didn't get very many wins. Our best performances came when I was not playing double duelist, so I was kind of in the boat of, I don't need to. We're playing fine, but then that stopped working. So everyone else is playing double duelist. We're not. We're kind of getting destroyed by everyone else that's playing double duelist, so no more, like you said, no more Waylay. It's time to go back and see what we can do, yeah.
It looked amazing. Thank you so much. I also have Vic over here. Vic, congratulations as well. You are insane when it comes to clutches, and I just don't know how you do it. When it comes to an opponent like MIBR, and when it comes down to these clutches, it felt like you recognized some of the patterns that the players had on how they were going to play those 1v1s, 1v2s. Was that the case, or was it just kind of the flow state that you had going on?
I think I'd have to give a shout out to all my teammates. I think they gave me a lot of ideas on how to play the clutch, if that makes sense. I think a lot of the rounds, Oxy, Penny, Jordan will say what they're probably going to do, because I mean they know them, they played with them, and it was just easy for me. I just had to execute it, that's all.
And after this week of practice also, were you confident going into the matchup today that you were going to win it this way? Or was it just, let's see what we can do with the practice that we got?
Yeah, I think every game I'm confident that we can win. It's just executing, and I think the past weeks we haven't been at full power in a sense. We haven't been playing as good, and our form hasn't been good, but I think today we showed what we can do.
All right, thank you so much. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. But now we have also the last two players that I didn't get the chance to talk with is going to be Oxy and Zeppa.
Yeah, hello. We do have Zeppa and Oxy joining us. What an upset. What a performance.
Upset?
I mean, I say.
Whoa. Upset's crazy.
Okay, listen. Maybe there were some doubters in the chat. Not me personally, but like just as a general statement. Him, for example.
Just me? Bro, pull up the talent prediction.
Yeah, can I see? Yeah.
Let's
Not a single person. Jeez.
Yeah.
I love that production was so ready for this. Why were you ready for
that
this?
was already in the prompter. They're trying to slander us.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. How do you guys feeling though? Like, because obviously, like, it's been a tough start to stage one. There was a lot of, I guess, negative vibes, like all over the place. How did you rally? How did you like get mentally ready for the match today?
Honestly, for today, I mean, I don't even know. We just came in confident. Like, at this point, we're like 0-2. We're backs against the wall. Like, we might as well just play like what we're like. What we did is like we basically went to our comfort roles. Like, I'm on Neon, and then Penny's on Rays or ISO or these double duelist comps, and we just went to comfort, and I mean, it worked out against MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the biggest thing, obviously, being like 0-2 in the first 2 weeks, definitely sucks. But at the end of the day, you kind of have to like bring it week by week, game by game, you know. And it's not like we were out after being 0-2. We still have a chance to make it and obviously qualify. So it's like no reason to give up now, you know. Yeah, and we can still do it.
Yeah, exactly. Week 3, you heated up when it mattered the most, right? So our group stage Cloud9 Warlord narrative is alive and kicking. We're running with it many years in a row. So yeah, we're here for it. Well, guys, I want to play a new game with you guys.
New game.
Yeah, it's a new game. It's a tricky game. That's right. This one is called Ability Seeker.
Ability Seeker.
Yeah. So you see, we have a board, and of course our helper, Myrna. Our helper.
The help.
Yeah, so here's how it works.
Nice.
We've obscured the icon of an agent ability, and you'll take turns guessing which agent this ability belongs to. If you guess wrong, we'll move one of these away.
Okay.
So we start with one off, and then you can start guessing.
Okay, so it's like I'm assuming it's one picture of ability and it's covered.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Half a point for you.
Are you gonna be annoying and take the corner off?
Just
there's nothing even there. That's crazy.
What? Wait, what?
Is there any abilities with a bunch of lines?
Okay.
A bunch of
Oh yeah,
lines?
no, this is just tape. This is just tape.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
my God.
No,
Wait, I
she's
don't
actually trying to
understand.
cook y'all. She
Just
picked
tape.
the corner,
I
so
mean,
there's nothing
You
there.
can give us a blind guess here too. You could just yell. You know, maybe to make it easier as well, you can just give us the agent rather than the ability name. That works
Say
too.
Harbor.
Get
I
extra
mean, it's just a
points.
line, so I thought Harbor. Instantly, but
All right.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm just
Just, yeah.
There, I gave you a
Okay.
good one.
Oh, wait, what?
Looks to be.
Oh.
Wait, what?
I feel like I've seen this.
Yeah, probably.
Bro, this is so easy.
this game of Valorant that you play occasionally. It is in there.
All I'm gonna say is one of you play this agent for sure.
Play this agent.
We're not giving hints. What
I
are you
didn't
doing?
say it. Do you know how many agents these are?
No more mic for you, sorry.
All right, we guessing
it
it.
3 lines?
Okay, next one.
Make a guess.
Okay,
Yeah, next one.
ISO shield.
no.
So?
That's a
Oh, that's a
no.
vulnerable. It's actually a good one. I like
Okay, okay.
that. What? What the?
Whoa, watch yourself,
There's a
buddy.
circle. There's a circle. No, there's a circle. Let me think about it. You get any circle agents, Eric?
Any
circle
circle
agents?
agents in chat?
It's not Sova. What did I play? Sky.
Oh, wait a second.
What?
What did you just say?
Sova?
Whoa!
Which ability?
Which
Bonus
abilities?
points for
Yeah, you get an
ability.
extra point for ability.
Sova?
No.
No.
Sova.
You need the name. We need to name an ability.
Name it? Like the name? Like
the
name,
like the
in-game
real
name.
official
full name.
name.
If you don't guess
Not
the
what you
name,
call,
you're
not
out.
what you call it in comms, like the actual name.
Oh, I'm not gonna know that. But I'm gonna say Recon Dart.
No, but I guess you already have the point. This is Hunter's Fury.
It is
Hunter's
Ah,
Fury.
there was
So-
all-
Yep.
I mean, hey, great guess. Great guess.
You got a point though. You
Okay,
guessed the
okay.
Sova, like so that's okay.
It is
You just
the
don't get the bonus point.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see.
Next one.
All right,
You're
ready?
starting with the
I'm
side.
starting with a good one.
Starting with a good, just a random statement.
All right, make a guess. Let's go.
Make
Hurry
a guess.
this up.
Lock
in.
Astro.
Brimstone.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
You're so strong.
Look at me go.
So cool.
Me and two.
Wait, Gecko.
I was gonna say Gecko too.
No.
Nothing?
No.
No Gecko.
2 minus points.
I was so
Oh.
What?
Vice.
No.
Did I say Brimstone already?
Yeah, you did.
No.
You did say Brimstone.
I don't know. What even is that?
I
So
know what
hard.
it
Is this
is.
some unreleased?
This is that's what I'm thinking.
This has
Harbor?
ISO?
No.
Damn, you guys
I
are
know. I've never
awful
seen
at
this.
I promise you, chat right now is spamming this
What?
agent.
No, there's no
I'm
way.
so
God.
confused.
This may be the hardest game
Deadlock?
we ever.
It's
Yes.
Deadlock.
Yes.
Deadlock wall, right?
Yes.
Oh my.
Do you know what it's
God.
Oh
called?
my Deadlock. Wait, Net. Was it Deadlock Net?
Gravity Net.
Gravity Net.
No.
No?
But
Wall?
it's Deadlock.
Oh
Do you know?
my.
It's the barrier mesh.
Barrier mesh.
Barrier mesh.
Oh yeah, no, I would have never guessed
my.
that in a million years.
I was like,
That's
This is
tough.
the,
Oh,
this
there's
is the
3.
hardest
I thought it
game
was
we've
only
ever had
2.
to play.
wait, so I'm winning, no? I got 2 points here?
Yeah, you're winning.
All right,
Eric,
lock
bro,
in.
lock in, bro.
Hey, I'll give it to you, bro. You deserve it.
This
Brimstone.
should be easy.
Yes.
Instant?
Brimstone won.
Wait,
Brimstone won.
Yeah.
Overall
wait.
strike.
No.
Oh my.
You want to take a point away by ability?
Molly.
No.
It's a smoke, dude.
No,
It's a
yeah, it's the sky
It's
smoke.
smoke.
It's the sky smoke.
What?
They already got it. So we already got it. Yeah, it's the sky smoke, brimstone.
It's called
You-
Sky Smoke?
How did
Yeah,
you
bro.
not get
No,
the
no, no, wait,
No,
No.
zero
Zeppa,
Valorant players know that it's called Sky
You're just
Smoke.
holding
Like,
this for me.
actually.
Wait,
How
how
much-
did you not get the Sova one, Zeppa? That's actually
Yeah,
messed
are you
up.
lost? What's going on here?
I'm a duelist player at heart.
Yeah, I'm a duelist player.
Aren't we all in this meta? Let's take a look at our standings to see where we're at after 3 weeks of intense play. Guys, which of these teams surprised you the most or disappointed you the most? Starting with you, Zeppa.
Whoa.
Disappointment, EG for sure.
Okay, that's nice.
I mean, you know, 0-3 is crazy. Can't be us. Can't be us.
Be us.
I don't know. Honestly, 100 Thieves are the biggest ones for me.
You know, I agree with you.
They, in scrims, whoo, these guys are incredible.
And that's not even like trying to like downplay
Not
because
even
they honestly they look good.
Yeah,
and
they look
if
good.
anything, if I had to put money on before the split,
Yeah.
we were gonna see them in the finals.
Yeah, but yeah, 100 Thieves.
They look good though.
Do you guys feel like every team is like locked in and tapped into the meta now? Like, did every team find their identity, or are there still people on like a soul-finding mission?
Honestly, I don't know, to be honest. The meta is just so... it's really a lot of double duelists, but a lot of people, like even FURIA though. Like FURIA don't play double duelists, but they play like their own way of double duelists. And I think it's, people have found their way to play, but even FURIA lost this week, right? FURIA lost, they've been losing a lot, so. I mean, I don't know, maybe people are still finding themselves.
For the most part, yeah, I think so.
Okay, everyone's still finding himself. Wyatt, have you found yourself?
No.
That's all right. We can run it back
Maybe
next
next
week. We're all here. I mean, I'm turning 40 soon, and I'm still searching. So, like, we're doing good.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Once again, congratulations.
Yeah,
It's great to end this week on a high note. We, of course, are not quite done with the group stages, Wyatt. It's been a pleasure. Myrna, you're doing great. Perfect.
Back there chilling.
That's right. Thank you all so much for watching. It's been a fantastic week 3, and we're going to see you again next week for more. And now we're going to send you off with the Samsung OLED Fast Replay.
Sentinels EG, this is going to be a very important game for these two teams.
Fast lane goes up, relay bolts in, and Digizine eats Jerwin alive real quick. Oh, he's going for more. Oh my god!
I'm on it. Shanky default.
Oh, John's delay is disgusting. Full house.
Sentinels convert into the 10th round and gets the collat in the front of B.
Digizine will still look here. The rifle's taken away. They take the map. And pretty handily, too. A nice one by Sentinels. The push is good, though, from Okeanos, needing to make a move. Sentinels is getting closer to the spike, and that's exactly what EG doesn't want. Oh, Okeanos! Achieve the consecutive round status. Oh, no! To try to get themselves back in on this one. Oh, my gosh. Redux just running through it.
Oh, they're expecting this right now for the Sentinels.
This is in! John Cutie still cleans it up. He's the one that grabbed the off in the end to bring back the shots through the skull. Jerwin gets another one. Try to hold it at least right into the waiting arms of John Cutie. And Sentinels make quick work of EG.
Cloud9 here in week number 3 in a bit of an awkward position. At 0-2, they have to go up against MIBR.
Mazzino gets a great pick in mid. Oxy's able to find it, but the code comes up. Plenty of sound being made now, and Oxy already strikes. Aspas out of the picture, and Oxy is going to make mincemeat of him. 4 kills on the round, and it's an ace for Oxy. Tex can't do too much but be a speed bump in the road. And they're going to walk up on it. Oxy traded out. Mazzino's going to find some connection there with the Sheriff. Look at the angle. Mazzino able to find another. You're kidding me. Finds 3. Goes to work, and now it's on Celsius. He'll be on the outside looking in dismay as his team unravels. Snakebait just landed on the spike. Vic taken down, traded out instantly now. Tex is low. He's going to go for it with the full stick. Surely no. Celsius secures the map and gets Cloud9 out alive. C9 commit to the side. Oxy being able to find Tex is massive now. The flub there from Vic, but Oxy's able to dig in and find another at 30 healthy swings. Well, that is diabolical. Aspas torn to shreds. Another 4K for Oxy.
Let's go.
Bruno's fate has been consistently elite so far this year.
Oh!
Some up here too, why not?
No way, bro, please.
Damage certainly done. MIBR have to get info piece by piece, but they are being brought to their knees, and it's on Verno. Verno would have to do the most ridiculous thing ever, and Kenny says no. I'll have 3. But he gets off of it, and the timing just hurts Cloud9. Zelsus trades it out now. Tex looking for a time, and he has the Arc Rose to play with as well. Zelsus, that is unreal, Zelsus! Cloud9 have done it. MIBR served up their first loss of Stage 1 by the most unlikely of perpetrators.